Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the DC Council Committee on Housing. Today is Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. The time is 9:12 a.m. and we're meeting in room 500 of the Johnny Wilson Building as well as on Zoom. I'm calling to order this public budget oversight hearing of the committee. Before we begin, I want to take a brief moment to explain what a budget oversight hearing is and why it matters. On April 14th, Mayor Bowser transmitted her fiscal year 27 budget proposal to the council. That proposal is the starting point, not the final word, on how the district plans to invest public dollars in the years ahead. Over the next 2 months, each council committee will hold hearings for every agency under its purview. These hearings allow council members to ask agencies tough but necessary questions to evaluate what programs are delivering results and which may need to be reformed or considered. These hearings are also an opportunity for the public to weigh in about how their tax dollars should be spent and what they are seeing from agencies. In June, the council will vote on the final budget that sets the district's priorities and values for the year ahead. You'll hear repeatedly that this year, like last year, will force the city to make tough choices to keep the budget balanced. But while we may need to make hard choices, it's also our job to make sure they are the right ones. We take that responsibility seriously because at the end of the day, the budget is not just numbers. It's a statement about how we serve our community and the kind of city we want to be. Today, we'll hear from our public witnesses who have signed up. Then we will turn to government representatives. The stakes for DCHA are high, as we all know. Between federal vouchers and our locally funded programs, the DC Housing Authority helps tens of thousands of residents keep a roof over their heads. For many, DCHA is the difference between stability and homelessness. That mission requires fiscal discipline and accountability, and that's why today's conversation is so important. Every dollar must be managed with care and transparency. Strong internal controls and stable leadership are not nice-to-haves. They are essential for the agency to deliver housing assistance on time and without disruption. And yet, DCHA enters this budget cycle during a period of prolonged instability. There's been some improvement in recent years, and people are leasing up faster, but we still are seeing too many issues and warning signs. Longstanding audit findings, both federal and local, remain unresolved. New concerns about financial management were raised by the agency's compliance officer late last year. And in just the past 2 months, both the executive director and the brand new chief financial officer have left the agency. These challenges raise serious concerns about the agency's ability to manage resources effectively, especially now. And this is a tight budget year, and so we can't settle for incremental progress. DCHA is taking on a difficult task, addressing audit findings, building new internal systems, managing the daily work of administering tens of thousands of housing vouchers, all while managing a transition in leadership and transitions in its governing board. But that is their job. And my staff and I hear from residents and landlords all the time who struggle to reach the agency, who are confused about requirements, or who have not received timely notice about important decisions. Capital dollars are moving too slowly, leaving units offline while the needs increase. When the systems don't work, the consequences are immediate. Payments are delayed and people face eviction. Landlords take on financial risk, applications stall, and the wait list grows. Over time, trust in the agency erodes. That is why better than before is no longer good enough. At this stage, we need to see stability and results that residents can feel. Now, for folks who have been paying attention to government long enough, more than a few years, you will notice a pattern in government, all right? Not just this agency, but across the board. You have an agency director who comes in, who will set lofty but unspecific goals, and I'm not talking about Director Pettigrew. I'm talking about what happens in government, all right? Like I'm listening to Make America Healthy Again, right? That's not specific, right? They will achieve next to nothing. Then they will move on before the ship sinks. The next person will come in. They can't answer any questions because I'm new, and then all the mistakes were the last person. And by the time they get caught up, guess what? They move on. And who gets left holding the bag every single time is the residents. So I'm going to be the same person with our acting director that I was with Director Pettigrew. And if the acting director becomes a permanent director, it'll be the same thing. And if somebody else comes in, it's going to be the same thing. I don't want to hear about what was somebody else's fault. I don't want to hear that we don't know where we're going. I want us to talk about specifics. What are our goals? Where are we going? And I want to hear accountability. Now, I am happy that the agency has consistent leadership right now with interim director Wycliffe. This is somebody who, in my experience, knows the agency in and out. And to our benefit, can't say she doesn't know a whole lot about how the agency operates. So there are a couple of things she might be able to pass the buck on, but not too many. But she's also not somebody that I've seen pass the buck a lot. So I am heartened, but I want to be clear that whether it's Director Wycliffe or somebody who comes next, I never want somebody to point back at my tenure in the housing and say, "Oh, that guy left that thing undone." No, we're here to make progress, and that comes with accountability. So I just want to be clear. I can't go easy on Director Wycliffe because she just got into the role 10 days ago. But I also do understand she just got in the role 10 days ago. But we've got to have accountability, and we can't see the cycle repeat. And I think we all agree on that. I just want to speak to it. So we are going to hear before Director Wycliffe comes. We're going to hear from our public witnesses. And then we will hear from our government witnesses. Lost my place in my comments. So before we start hearing from our public witnesses, I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call people on the list in panels. People who have testified before our committee before know that we use the witness list as a guide, but we also do our best to get everybody's statement, and that means we need to give my team some flexibility to move folks up or down, as well as to assemble reasonable size panels. We usually do larger virtual panels than in-person panels because we only have 4 chairs here. So please listen closely when I'm calling witnesses, and I thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. When I call your name as part of a witness panel, if you're here in the hearing room, please come and take a seat at the witness table in front of me. For folks on Zoom, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to panelist, at which point you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily, and you'll come back in and you'll be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes to testify. After that, we will hear from our government witness, who has 10 minutes to testify. Final note, you will often see me looking down during testimonies. I take notes when people testify so that I can sort of retain what you're saying. My staff will often do the same thing and often are administering the hearing. So if you're testifying and I'm looking down, I don't want you to think I'm not listening. I promise you I am listening. And that is respect for people who come here is important. So at this point, I will call up our first panel of public witnesses: Daniel Del Pilago, Housing Director with Empower DC; Beatrice Evans, known as Ms. B; Linda Brown; and McKenna Osborne, Senior Policy Attorney with the Children's Law Center. And I think I see all of you here, so. And Daniel Del Pilago, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Good morning, Councilmember. My name is Daniel Del Pilago. I work with Empower DC, and we work with public housing residents and voucher holders around the city. We are thankful that the mayor's budget includes funding for public housing repairs for both the upcoming fiscal year and for the following one. We hope that this funding is secure and will not be appropriated for anything else. Many of our members and public housing residents in general, especially those living at properties where promised redevelopments have not materialized, continue to deal with significant housing conditions. I know that you well know what these issues are, so I will not belabor them, but I do want to ask that this committee ensures that DCHA is using this very valuable local funding to improve living conditions for public housing residents. In our monthly meetings with public housing leaders, we have identified that a repair plan is needed, a plan that ensures that money is being used effectively and equitably. We know that DCHA has a plan to renovate a segment of their portfolio using industrial revenue bonds, and that is a good thing. However, this project is already facing some delays from the initial plan. Additionally, this project does not provide relief to the entire portfolio, and for many properties, there is no plan on how deteriorating conditions will be addressed. That's why we believe it's critical for DCHA to use these funds to address conditions now. Another issue our members have identified is the lack of funding to help people trying to lease up with a voucher to pay for their security deposit. This is a huge barrier for many when they are so close to finding housing. We know this is a tough budget season, but the issue is keeping many families from being able to transfer or simply lease up for the first time. DCHA was providing support for security deposits, but unfortunately ran out of funds. We hope that the council will consider funding security deposit assistance at a rate of at least $2 million, as it's what DCHA had generally dispersed for this much needed assistance. You'll hear from our members today who will share their own personal housing related issues and why it's important to ensure that DCHA has a plan to address much needed repairs, that it uses local funds for repairs wisely, and that repairs that are made are effective and provide much needed relief for so many. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. B. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilman White. Good morning, Councilman White and staff. Hi, my name is Beatrice Evans, and I'm the president of the Triangle View Senior Building located in Ward 7. Triangle View is a DC Housing Authority property which was being allowed to deteriorate by the management. Recently, a lot of improvements have been made, but however, everything breaks or fails. Continuous maintenance and repairs are needed because mold and roaches continue to grow. These things exacerbate the health of our seniors who are already suffering with ailments such as their breathing and heart conditions and more. Stress is so high in the building for reasons like a tenant living there for 18 years who has been refused new carpet, and some are having to buy air filters and purifiers for their health reasons. And I was shocked and outraged to learn that DC Housing Authority had $77.3 million of unspent funds to correct and improve living conditions. Shocked because I saw funds being spent on food vendors and overtime for employees at these Rebuilding the Community Day events. Food and fun for a day? When development and renovation projects are taking longer than expected, our community needs these repairs now. At these events, I did not see information tables that educate residents about the status of their properties. I'm just asking, please make sure the money already allocated is used for these intended purposes. Housing is a human right. The budget is a moral document, and I'm asking, where are your morals? In conclusion, I understand there's a new director coming on board who I just heard you talk about. Well, I'm asking, who will that be and what do they bring to the table? I'm glad to hear that you're speaking highly of this lady. And what are their views of the undesirable many? And you ought to check out this book. Okay. And there's some other things I would like to know. We would like to know. How would DCHA spend the money for public housing repairs, as well as where will they use it and what impact will that have on us? And also, I'd like to see an increase in the number of resident leaders on the Board of Commissioners, because currently there's only one resident leaders. And I would like to thank Empowerment DC for all their help in keeping y'all in check, because I am a member of Empowerment DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda Brown, welcome.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Linda Brown. I am a resident of Greenleaf Senior Disabled Property in Ward 6, where I live with my daughter, who is disabled. I am also a member of Empower DC, and I have been advocating for improvements and preservation of public housing for many years. I want to share with you a brief story of what just happened on my property. About 2 weeks ago, we had no hot water. At a meeting on the property, I learned about the issue, and we found that the hot water heater needs to be replaced. This came as a surprise to me as I remember that the hot water heater being changed on the property just a few years ago. This speaks to a larger problem of DCHA on planning and doing effective repairs on our property so that we don't have to keep on dealing with the same issues over and over again. I would like to know how DCHA plans to ensure that they are identifying and making the necessary repairs so these same issues do not continue to happen. In my unit, I have experienced several water leaks that damaged some of my personal properties. This has been happening more than once. So I continue to ask, why aren't the repairs that are made effective? I think part of the reason is that there is no real plan to maintain the properties, and repairs are done to just cover it up. The issues to cover up the issues, but not really treat the underlying cause. For example, if there is mold in one unit, it is very likely that there is mold in the units next to me and above and below. But these units do not get the treatment, and the mold just continues to spread. I want to ask the council to push. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I want to ask the council to push DCHA to do better planning so the repairs are effective and actually improve our homes and the quality of our lives. I want a new director to focus on using the local funding for public housing repairs so that it helps us and not focus on finding developers that ultimately back out of plans that we've been promised for so long to redevelop and improve our properties. Please ensure that we hold onto this money in the budget for public housing repairs and that there is an actual plan on how it would be used and how it would improve our lives' conditions, especially here at my property, Greenleaf Senior. In closing, I want to share a brief story about the water issue on my property. On April the 27th, at about 4:45 p.m., I was developing a testimony for this hearing. I received a flyer on my door and a picture. It let us know that on April the 15th, the water supply in my unit will be interrupted, and on April the 14th, I should store up water. I hope you can see the problem here. The dates on the flyer was incorrect. I was confused as they were sending out this flyer. So later they sent out a new flyer. So with the correct dates on it, because as you can see, it was the 27th, and they were saying that the 14th and the 15th. So they sent out a copy. And then the other thing is that there is a rubber strip that needs to be replaced, that has become separated from the concrete and makes it difficult for my daughter in her wheelchair to get up. And so with that, they sent out a bigger ramp that makes it harder because it's higher and the chair tips back. So I was given this ramp for the wheelchair to go, and it doesn't work, so it's in use. So they just could have replaced the rubber strip or attached the rubber strip back to the concrete. But instead, they sent out this, and they still haven't replaced it or done anything for that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Got a couple follow-up questions for you as well. McKenna Osborne, welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center, resident of the district, and tenant in Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the proposed local fiscal year 2027 budget for DCHA. When a child experiences housing insecurity, homelessness, eviction, or forced moves, it can cause significant and lasting harm, including developmental delays, worsening physical and mental health, and lower engagement in school, and also an increased use of costly public services. One of the most cost-effective strategies for preventing childhood housing insecurity is connecting families to consistently affordable housing for them. In a time of fiscal challenges for the district, prioritizing funding for long-term vouchers and quality public housing is one of the best investments the council can make in the well-being of our children and the DC community now and for years to come. In my testimony today, I'd like to highlight 3 areas Children's Law Center hopes the committee will prioritize in its work during the markup process and in its discussion with DCHA leadership today. First, DC received around 600 federal emergency housing vouchers via the American Rescue Plan and used them for PSH rental subsidies, including for 160 families in PSH. Federal funding for these vouchers was supposed to be funded through 2030, but will now end in 2026. In its performance oversight responses earlier this year, DCHA indicated that they had amended their administrative plan last fall to add a preference for families with EHV vouchers, and my understanding is that is to receive HCVP vouchers. We urge the committee to ask for an update on the record on the status of the district's EHV vouchers, the implementation of that preference, and what, if any, additional local resources are needed in the FY27 budget to ensure continuity in the rental subsidy for these families. Second, as it did last year, the mayor's proposed budget includes 0 funding in the affordable housing line item in DCHA's operating budget. In the FY25 budget, this committee invested over $7 million in this program line to ensure DCHA had sufficient funds for routine public housing repair and maintenance work. These were intentionally separate from and additional to DCHA's capital funds, which, as this committee observed, are often restricted to longer-term development projects and can't address the urgent repair needs that residents face now. We encourage the committee to assess how the removal of these funds has impacted DCHA's ability to make the timely, quality repairs needed to ensure children in public housing are living in safe and healthy conditions, and explore whether restoration of these funds would help the agency better achieve that goal. Finally, we're incredibly grateful that in the past several budgets, this committee has dedicated resources to much-needed housing vouchers for DC families. Engaging in this work will be critical again this year. In FY26, DHS stopped turning over local vouchers through attrition, and as a result, the district is on track to lose over 300 local family vouchers from its pool. Additionally, the mayor's proposed budget includes no funding for new local vouchers for families and no funding for new slots in other local rental subsidy programs like DC Flex. Without new vouchers, hundreds of families will be exited from rapid rehousing over the next year with no way to support market rent, and hundreds more will be stuck in lengthy shelter stays, which is also costly for the district. We urge the committee to prioritize funding new vouchers for families and to collaborate with the Committee on Human Services to achieve the most efficient and effective distribution of funding across the district's rental subsidy programs, so we can prevent as many DC children and families as possible from becoming homeless or being pushed out of the district entirely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let me go in reverse order. McKenna Osborne, help me again with the first point you made. 600 emergency housing vouchers that were federally funded for 160 families that were in permanent supportive housing?
So my understanding, so these were from the American Rescue Plan, and it was federal funding for these emergency housing vouchers. My understanding is that DC used that funding to cover PSH rental subsidies for both families and individuals. The 160 number is just for the PSH families. The rest were for individuals, is my understanding. Okay. And so that funding was supposed to go through 2030, and last year, PHAs were notified that it would be ending in 2026.
Okay.
And at this time last year, DCHA and DHS said they were working together on a plan for how to keep those families housed when that source of the rental subsidy goes away. And my understanding is that the preference in the proposed admin plan changes was to address that.
Okay.
But we need a little more clarity on
Let me
what's
try to
happening.
do this. During the panels, I had somebody from my team work with you and the Housing Authority so we can get on the same page. Also ask it, but I want to understand better what I'm asking because I'm a little confused too. But I'm really concerned, like all signs, not just from this agency, are pointing to an increase in homelessness and instability. So I want to make sure I'm really clear on this. And so between you, my team, and the agency, we'll get some clarity, and then I'll ask them about it on the record. Okay. And then for I think it was your last point, families that have been exited from rapid rehousing, many of them, I don't think all of them, went into the voucher program. Is that?
So there were in 2022 and 2023 when DHS started exiting the families that had been in since they stopped exits in COVID, they were going to at one point exit over 2,000 families.
Yeah.
And that is what this committee helped, and DCHA helped create a preference for federal vouchers for 1,300 of those families. Right. And they have been connected to those, but DHS continues and is now operating rapid rehousing very strictly on a 12-month time limit. Yeah. And so hundreds of families are exiting each year. And if we don't have vouchers for them, many of them will be evicted. Yes.
Okay. There we go. All right, we're on the same page there. I am very concerned about that as well. It's something I'm wanting to work with Councilmember Fruman on, and with DCHA to the point that they can help. And I appreciate the assistance with that massive, exit of people from rapid rehousing. So thank you very much. Ms. Brown, thank you for being with us. You're at Greenleaf Senior?
That's correct.
Okay, I think I saw that hot water heater right as it was getting installed. It wasn't that long ago. So we got to figure out what's going on there. The ramp for your daughter?
Yes.
Is it for, I missed it, I'm sorry, to get into one of the main entrances of the building or something?
No, we live in one of the outside units that is directly to the street. And so there, because the porch is uneven, they have to put that little ramp there to make it even so that the wheelchair rolls up that ramp.
Okay.
But because the ramp, it's rubber and it has become detached from the porch itself. So it's hard to get her chair up. You have to tilt it. And what they replaced it with was something higher that is even more difficult to get it up. So like I said, it's been that way for quite a while when I think all you have to do is just replace the rubber strip or reconnect the strip. That glue or rubber or anything, it's just easier to do than what you've done.
Okay. Now, when you say quite a while, weeks, months, years?
Year?
Okay, so we'll work with the agency on it. Worst comes to worst, I'll call the Carpenters Union and ask them to do us a solid. But it seems like the type of thing that can get fixed. It shouldn't be that difficult. So we'll stay in contact with that to get that addressed. You and Ms. B and Daniel Del Pilago all asked questions that you want to know more about how unspent funds are going to be spent. We're going to get into that, actually. Kate Conquest said that's one of the things we've got to get into today. So we are going to get into that, spending plan, why hasn't the money been spent? What are we projecting for next year? So we're going to get clarification on that today. So I just want to let you all know that those questions will be answered on the record today.
Or how you're using the funds that you have
Yes.
and getting the material that you're using to do the repairs.
Yeah.
Because if the material you're using isn't gonna last, that's just a waste of money.
It is. It is. Now, I can't, the hot water heater is concerning because that's a big, expensive thing that is really new. Sometimes sometimes it's a defective thing or what have you.
Yeah.
If others see the same thing in other properties, let us know, because I want to see, is it a pattern or is it one-off? That matters in how we address it, from the agency perspective, from the oversight perspective. Yeah, so we'll get into that. We will get clarification. So thank you. And one last question. Ms. B. All right. Those food and fun events, I gotta tell you, I like those. Not instead of the carpet, right? But one of the things when I visit the communities, a lot of folks will talk about how they used to get together and used to be a community. And I think building community is important. Not instead of keeping the buildings in good condition, but in addition to. If folks know each other, they're gonna trust each other more. If they know and see the agency leaders, they can hold them accountable better. So all that to say, I don't even know if they have funding for it, but it is something I did think was beneficial.
They enjoyed that one day.
Turn your mic on, please. So you want to have it every day?
No. I just
Why you going
saw
with these kids that
I
have
just-
popcorn?
more
No.
employees
Yeah.
and food vendors.
So
And I know they were getting paid overtime and getting paid for that food but the people weren't really getting information. It wasn't advertised where. There was only a few people. I went to just about every one of those community days with the
you got your
Lovemore
money's
movement.
worth now. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right. So, all right. Well, I hope other folks will give me their thoughts on it as well. Yeah, I grew up in DC, and when I was growing up, there was a block party everywhere.
Yes, there
You
was.
didn't have to live in the neighborhood. You walk in, you're gonna get a Huggy, a hot dog from somewhere, but I've heard from residents that they don't know their neighbors the same way. They don't know the agency leadership. And again, like, you can't do that thing and not do the repairs, but I do think it's
Right.
important to do both. But
Okay.
yeah, so I appreciate it. Last question, Daniel Del Pilago. I have talked to the agency leadership as recently as this week about the is it not the security deposit issue? And it's one place I'm going to be looking for money in this budget. But do you happen to know if federal guidelines don't allow them to use voucher money for security deposits?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I know DCHA did a good thing, right? Like the funding that they provided, and I don't know specifically where. I know they gave us a quote around how much they spent.
Yeah.
So that was really a great thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it ran out, and many
Yeah.
people depended on it or
Yeah.
depend on it. So I
In a
think
real way,
yeah,
like
yeah.
most people don't have the security deposit.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have the money for rent, you don't have the money for the security deposit.
And I think it presents an even bigger issue for people who have to do like emergency transfers or
yeah.
just transfer
Oh
in
my God.
general.
Yeah.
Because then they have to incur the cost of, like, it's great that DCHA will give you a transfer voucher, but then you incur the cost, if I'm not mistaken, of literally moving, of, finding a place, and then of course paying that security deposit.
Yeah.
So I think, once again, it was very helpful what DCHA did. I just hope that we can continue to do it.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all very much for being with us today. Second panel will be Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs for Jubilee Housing, Sheila Davis, Director of Compliance and Special Projects for Jubilee Housing, Conrad Bennett, Public Policy Committee with the DC Association of Realtors, and Carolyn Burns, Public Policy Committee with the DC Association of Realtors, and William Jordan. Okay. Tyrell Holcomb, welcome.
Morning, Councilmember White and staff. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to start by acknowledging the interim director and the DCHA team during this transition. Stepping into this role at this moment is no small task, and we appreciate the focus on continuity and stability across the agency. I want to also acknowledge the intent behind the work we are seeing. The focus on strengthening operations, improving systems, and building a more responsive agency is clear. The investments in technology, process improvements, and staff capacity are moving things in the right direction. Again, the intent matters, and it is showing up. At the same time, this budget requires us to be clear about what has to hold and where the system still isn't working the way it should. First, LRSP should remain strongly prioritized. If LRSP is constrained, it directly limits our ability to produce units at 30% AMI. At 30% AMI, rents do not cover operations, let alone debt service. Without a subsidy, the numbers just don't work. LRSP allows rents to stay affordable for residents while giving developers, owner-operators, the revenue needed to operate and carry debt. It's what makes deeply affordable housing possible. There's also a direct relationship with the trust fund. The more LRSP we have, the less capital subsidy is needed, which allows HPTF dollars to stretch even further. When LRSP isn't available at the level needed, projects rely more heavily on HPTF dollars, and it becomes harder for projects to move forward. Second, we have to deal with the gap between approval and access. Even when the funding is there, it can take too long to actually get someone into a unit. Eligibility, inspections, and final approval adds time that in many cases can be reduced. We are finding that the process is still inefficient, and when crisis moments arise, we can acknowledge that leadership is certainly responsive. That is important and greatly appreciated. We need the regular process to function more effectively so that significant interventions are not needed. And the reality is that delay shows up in real ways. Units sit vacant, providers carry the cost, residents are left trying to figure out where they're going to stay in the meantime. Streamlining LRSP and approval processes is not just about efficiency. It is about whether the system actually works for the people, in the way that it is intended to serve them. If someone is eligible, they should be able to move in without unnecessary delay. Lastly, the budget has to be about follow through. We have made real investments in housing. Now the question is whether those investments are moving all the way through to occupancy in a consistent and reliable way. Because at the end of the day, this is not about units on paper. It is about whether someone gets the keys to a home when they need it. Jubilee Housing remains committed to continuing to work with DCHA, DHCD, and this committee to make sure that happens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. William Jordan.
Good morning, Chairman White. I wanted to first thank you for standing up against the youth curfew zone insanity that's going down. That is a direct fallout from failure of housing policy. Also, I want to thank the director, as well as the chairman of the board, for allowing the residents to attend last night's ULI awards dinner, in which Park Morton won project. And of course, that was a bittersweet victory because the project itself, getting it done, was great, but the project itself was flawed. The first thing is no three-bedroom family-size units. Ended up doing some segregation, problem with lease-ups and et cetera. So, while we celebrate moving forward, the goal is to have resident-friendly, centric housing, not just units for racking and stacking residents. Also, the reason that project moved forward was the leadership of Ms. Hyde and the resident council, because they fought DNPED, the Housing Authority, the council member, who all wanted to wait until after Bruce Monroe before they started at that project. It was the residents that fought and moved that project forward, although they were blamed for delays, but they were actually the ones that made that happen. And I think that's something that should be acknowledged, is that resident involvement makes projects better, not worse. We tend to think organized residents make things worse because they delay by demanding quality. So I wanted to do that. So resident family first budget. I uploaded the self-sufficiency program. And I think that program that Housing Authority has needs to be fully funded. We can pilot it for Park Morton.
Which program?
Self-sufficiency. Yeah, self-sufficiency plan. As well as the home ownership piece with housing vouchers, because we're moving into phase 2, which has both rental as well as affordable home buying opportunities for residents. But if there's no solid program in place, any new income and things that residents get counts against them. So affordable housing becomes a 30% trap, is what I call it, because once you're in, any new income basically gets hit with a 30% tax, and you trap people in the units where they are, whereas economic development is all about mobility. So I think that has to happen. I'm asking that the money that DNPED has set aside for Bruce Monroe, some of that money be pulled and moved to Park Morton Phase 2. Bruce Monroe has never been fully funded in the 15 years it's been, or 12 years it's been on the table. It's just a political ego funding. It's not enough. It's only 60 million when they need 90 million. There's no way to get the additional 30 million. And even that is an underestimate of what it takes to move that project forward. So let's stop playing political games and properly fund what we can do versus pie in the sky. And then of course, that's the industrial revenue bonds. The use of industrial revenue bonds is a serious problem. It seems like it solves it, but there's no way to pay it back, right? The only way to pay it back, honestly, would be if resident income increases per family to pay it back. But what they're going to do is pay it back by flipping properties and getting money from closing and all those kind of things, which actually causes more instability in projects and for families. So using that money the way they are is a problem. That money needs to be used in projects where economic development for families are part of the process, and repair money for the other projects come from other sources. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Conrad Bennett, Public Policy, with the Public Policy Committee with the DC Association of Realtors. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Conrad Bennett. I am a member of the Public Policy Committee for the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I'm also a resident of Ward 3, a realtor and a property manager representing hundreds of independent housing providers across the District of Columbia. DCAR is the district's state association of realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interests of our approximately 2,800 members and their clients who live, work in every ward of our city. Through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be joined by my colleague Carolyn Burns. The independent housing providers I represent are not institutional landlords. They are individuals and families, often owning one or two properties. They rely on rental income for financial stability, retirement planning, or to offset the cost of home ownership in an increasingly expensive city. The people I represent want to support our neighbors using housing vouchers. Unfortunately, they face significant challenges with the program. I'll be sharing our experience with timelines, communication, oversight, and inspections. My colleague Carolyn will follow with concerns about ongoing risks, rent reasonableness, and our policy recommendations. Large housing providers can often manage delays and administrative complexity, but our members cannot. Our smallest housing providers are seeing their units sit vacant for weeks or months as they face compounding delays in the application, inspection, bottlenecks, and unclear and shifting requirements. These delays aren't just inconvenience. Housing providers must pay mortgages, condo fees, property taxes, and maintenance costs, regardless of whether a unit is producing income. As costs pile up, they simply can't afford a broken lease-up system at DCHA. What's worse, when housing providers and their agents try to navigate the process, they cannot get answers. Housing providers have no reliable, consistent points of contact, receive clear timelines for responses, and have little visibility into the status of a voucher application. That means their agents cannot advise them on timing, set expectations, or find a clear path to resolution. For small housing providers, this doesn't feel like a partnership. It feels like losing control of their property without support from the agency. A real partnership with DCHA would start with consistent and predictable outcomes that aren't dependent on which specific person is handling the file. In my business, we see inconsistent standards in the application process, documentation, inspection outcomes, and rent determinations. That ongoing inconsistency suggests there isn't adequate oversight within the authority. Finally, before I turn over to my colleague, I want to particularly highlight what we are seeing with inspections. Inspectors clearly apply different standards to similar or sometimes even the same units. Units can fail an inspection for unpredictable, minor, or subjective issues. And when those are fixed, a reinspection will often identify entirely different issues that weren't brought up previously. As a result, housing providers with good intentions are seeing long delays, and the process can often feel arbitrary and punitive. Thank you, Councilmember White. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Carolyn Burns with the Public Policy Committee with the DC Association of Realtors.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Again, I'm Carolyn Burns. I am also on the Public Policy Committee for DCAR. I'm also managing attorney of Modern Settlements, which has offices in DC and throughout the region. As Conrad mentioned, DCAR believes our city is stronger when all residents have access to available, affordable housing. Many of our members want to support our neighbors with housing vouchers, but unfortunately, DCHA makes that extremely difficult. While we understand that rent reasonableness is a federal mandate for housing vouchers, the system we have adopted has added incredible unpredictability to the entire process. Our members lack transparency into how rents are evaluated, see data being used for valuation that doesn't reflect real-time market conditions, and we see widespread inconsistency in outcomes across similar units. That means a housing provider goes into the process having no idea whether the rents they charge on the market will be reasonable, or even if two identical units will have the same reasonable rents. In addition to the challenges small housing providers face in the application process, we are seeing issues extend through the entire life cycle of the tenancy. Small housing providers report that they have limited ability to enforce their leases, have difficulty accessing their units for repairs, and sometimes see an accumulation of damage over time. At the same time, the district government is still issuing fines to housing providers for violations. Good actors get trapped where they are responsible for problems that they don't have the ability to fix. These challenges get worse when a tenant falls out of the program. When that happens, their rent becomes unaffordable overnight, and housing providers struggle to get their unit back. While the council recently made important changes to the eviction process, thank you, it is still not quick or easy. Housing providers are often left in an untenable situation when the housing authority walks away. Taken together, housing providers and their agents don't honestly know when they will get their unit leased in a reasonable timeframe or ever. They can't say if they will be paid fairly or reliably. They can't guarantee that they'll be able to maintain their property. And they are afraid that if something goes wrong, they won't be supported. As you consider DCHA's oversight during the ongoing leadership transition, we recommend you focus on a few key points. The voucher system needs defined, enforceable timelines across all stages. Inspections need to be more consistent, as Conrad said, and predictable in their outcomes. Communications have to improve, and every participating housing provider needs a clear point of contact. Both tenant and housing provider responsibilities have to be clear, consistent, and enforceable. The rent reasonableness system needs to be overhauled using transparent, real-time, market-based data with predictable outcomes. And finally, we need a clear off-ramp when tenants leave the program. DCAR represents our smallest independent housing providers. We know how critical their participation in the voucher system is. If we want to ensure tenants with vouchers have access to a wide variety of quality housing, we need to make sure the program works for everyone. The challenge we face are fixable, and DCAR stands ready to work with you and DCHA to fix them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, let me start with you, Ms. Burns. So in terms of, I have heard some of these concerns before from landlords, obviously. So your last point, need a clear off-ramp when tenants leave the program. What should that look like?
We would be happy to work with you to provide specifics on this, but our concern obviously is that when tenants leave the program, they're there for many months.
Yeah.
They can't afford the rent. We still have to, landlords, small housing providers still have to pay that mortgage. And so they're not getting answers and the landlord are not getting answers. So somebody who specifically can provide those answers, help them transition out of the program.
Mr. Bennett, do you have any thoughts on that?
Just in addition, the capacity to make payments ongoing once the subsidy has been withdrawn or they've been left of the program ultimately feeds into the conversation about the capacity to evict or to have the resident removed.
Okay, so what we'll have to figure out is I am aware of the problem. We got to figure out what the solution looks like. You know, I don't know offhand, right? Like when someone isn't paying, doesn't intend to pay rent, you know, you can't hold the landlord hostage. But the housing authority, I don't think is in contract with the landlord. So I just don't know legally what that would look like, but let's work together to figure it out. Let's look at what other jurisdictions do.
We agree, and we can get more specifics for you.
And could you be in touch with peers from other jurisdictions on the rent reasonableness issue? I hear a lot of these concerns, but DC Housing Authority uses the same program that I think a majority of states use. So I need to understand, like, is this an issue everybody's facing, or is this more acute here in DC? You know, I hear from landlords who say they don't pay nearly enough. And I hear from some other residents who say the agency overpays by a mile, you know, and so I'm trying to figure out, are there jurisdictions that are getting fewer complaints about this?
So I think that we can provide statistics on jurisdictions that maybe do things a little bit differently, but I agree that in the region, this may be a problem across the region.
Okay.
It's just acute in DC because we are so, we provide a lot more tenancy or tenant units, I apologize. And so DC could be at the forefront of understanding what the market conditions are and not overhauling the system. I don't want to say that, but something akin to that, be a model for the region as well, because we just do have so many more tenants in the city.
Okay. The other thing that is a necessary component is that this would have to be approved by HUD. So that, it adds another layer of complexity, but I never think the right answer is, hey, we recognize there's an issue and we're just gonna leave it. So, so we'll work together to figure out. And we've done some digging already. We haven't found a better model yet, but again, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We just have to keep looking. So, so we will keep working on that. Mr. Bennett, how long on average would you say, I know you probably don't have data in front of you, but about how long does it take to get residents with vouchers into a unit?
At best, on average, we're seeing 45 days as a minimum. 60 tends to be possible, but depending on the outcome of those inspections that I'd referenced and how many attempts it takes to pass the inspection,
Yep.
that can be extended, and we've seen it take much, much longer.
So my team has reminded me that the data we have says average is 92 days. So if somebody gets it in 45 days, they probably feel like they won the lottery, which is still a long time, right? So the landlord still has to pay the mortgage while you're waiting for the tenant. There is an issue that I'm trying to process now that I hope others will think about. One of my colleagues has a bill that would not allow the housing authority or DC agencies to pay market rate rent for rent controlled units. That makes sense, right? On its face, it makes sense. Why pay more than the unit is worth, or than they could otherwise charge? It incentivizes landlords to load up their building with folks with vouchers, which is not necessarily a problem in and of itself. But the issue is, it takes a long time to get a tenant into a unit. And while you can't legally discriminate on the source of the rent payment, you could, as a landlord, say, you know what? It's been 30 days, I'm not dealing with it. Or I just don't want to deal with vouchers because it's going to take so long. And so, yes, it is an incentive. And no, you should not need an incentive to house somebody with a voucher. But the reality is, you are going to lose months of rental income, and that will restrict the amount of housing available to people with vouchers. So this is something that we've got to figure out kind of this year. This is one of the things I'm processing. So as folks will have a hearing at some point, and I'll need people to weigh in. So just figured this would be a good opportunity to share that information. Mr. Jordan, another policy issue we're trying to figure out that is relevant to your testimony. We need more 3-bedroom units, all right? We can't just say, hey, we've built 100 affordable units, but all of them are studios, and so it doesn't help the families that need affordable housing. Right now, the law, this is more DHCD than it is the housing authority. But right now, the law says that DHCD has to spend at least 50% or 30%, 50% on 30% or below. 30% of the money on 30% and below. Okay, I think it's, they have to spend a certain amount of money. I think it's 30% of the Housing Production Trust Fund money on units for people at 30% or below the area median income, affordable units. Well, that arguably incentivizes them to just build a bunch of, we measure the amount of money, not the type of units, right? But I think we've got to pay some attention to the type of units and not just the money spent. And so I'm thinking through whether we need to make some changes in the law. Mr. Jordan, any thoughts on that?
Well, I went to the DNPAD hearing, budget hearing, and the deputy mayor said, in the future, we want to build 100,000 units and we expect the population to increase by 150,000. Now, if you do the math, that's 1.5 people per unit. So our policy is built fundamentally not to fix the problem.
Yeah.
So we are fully in a trap, and that same trap expands to these other problems, because when you have family size units, you have a lot of families. What was happening is when a family member got in trouble, they went back to mom's house.
Yeah.
That freed up that unit until the person could get on their feet. That family network, friend family network, has been decimated because we're on this one bedroom thing, which goes back to the Rivelin policies in the 2000s. So as long as we stay on that policy,
Yeah.
and that policy is designed to maximize investment income, because investment income is looking for one bedroom units.
Yeah.
We have created our own trap.
Yeah.
And then finally, by privatizing 0 to 30, which really should be what the housing authority is doing, then you're exacerbating the entire system. So at some point, we have to start to do things differently. And that's why when I talk about phase 2, home ownership, resident economic development, and resident economic development implies family strength, right?
Yeah.
So families could pay more because they have more income. Then it begins to alleviate mobility and all of these kind of things. So, you know, I've been urging and pushing that we begin slowly to fundamentally change how we do it. The housing authority is the best place to do it, because we kind of have a control piece.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
model, I keep saying, is Park Morton, because we have, it's small enough, we can do it. If we can, you know, it's an ego project, and actually do a project that's resident centric.
Yeah.
So work with us to
Yeah.
create a model that maybe can work, but if we stay on this same path,
Yeah.
the math will never work.
Yeah.
And pretending that we can fix it, 1 + 1 is never going to equal
Yeah.
7, no matter what you do.
So there is, I appreciate there's a lot of wisdom to what you're saying that folks really need to heed. We often, instead of setting our own vision and saying to the market, this is what we need you to build, we allow the market to say, this is what we want to build. And then we respond and say, okay, we're going to make it happen. But developers build for the
But I
market.
wanna
Let me
say-
finish real quick.
But it's opposite.
Hold on, let me finish and then we can disagree. The developers will build for the market that exists now. But if the market that exists now is for young professionals who need like 1 bedrooms and studios, our city's stability is based on families staying here. And if families don't stay here, we are in trouble economically. And so that's why we need to be careful about who is leading in this. My grandparents bought a house in 1963, and they had 5 kids. All of their kids, with their kids, including me, lived in that basement at some point or points in our lives because it fell on hard times. You had to go back to the family house, get back on your feet, move back out. But to your point, if we're not building, you know, units big enough for you to crash on the couch, get back on your feet, then we are really kind of, you know, setting ourselves up for a really difficult future.
Well, I just wanted to say, our policy is actually opposite. We give developers tax abatements and subsidy to build 1 bedroom units. It's not. So,
that's what I'm saying.
So we've gone to the market and told them, do not build family size. With the way we've structured our subsidy and the way we have worked with, particularly under public-private partnerships. So if you really go back, we have 20 years of what we've been doing. The one thing you'll notice is nobody ever goes back and study what we've been doing 20 years. They'll go see what happened in Seattle, what happened in some other place, because no one wants to face the fact by studying our own policies that we are our worst enemies. Now, getting out of it, It's not going to be easy because we spent 20 years
Yeah.
getting in, but we do need to start modeling it. So they did a multifamily unit study 2 or 3 years ago, DIMPET did. And they realized that at the middle and low, we needed more 3-bedrooms.
Yeah.
They used that to actually change a little bit the policy for awarding tax credits and et cetera.
Mhm.
So they did acknowledge it, but still the models for financing says, don't do it.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
we're doing it
Yeah.
and we'll have to change it.
Long and short is we have to incentivize building of what we need. Um, Mr. Holcomb, thank you for being with us. You know, one of the things we focus on these hearings more on the things that need improvement, which is not to say there aren't a lot of things going well. So I'm always appreciative when people come to the hearing and say, "Hey, this is a place we need to focus." So thank you all for being here. The inspection process. What does it look like now, and what does it look like in an ideal scenario?
Thank you for the question. I would also start by saying all young professionals don't want 1-bedrooms. But I think in terms of the inspection process, there are certainly other colleagues who work hand in hand with the agency on what that process looks like. I've been in the midst of a process around inspections probably a couple of months ago, just trying to unclog a log jam of inspections that we were waiting on. And I think a part of it is, I think we shared about this, there were some dynamics around our communication with the agency kind of falling off a bit and really trying to jumpstart it with, I think, a change in leadership and who was running the inspection process at the agency. And so as I understand it, there is a system that tracks which units need to be inspected, where they are in the process of inspection, is how I understand it. I think one of the pieces that could be explored is thinking about what the process in terms of X number of units need to be inspected by X date. How are we tracking, making sure that it happens by said date and that we're not running into this, last minute rush to be able to get those units inspected?
So the issue is less a response saying, "Oh, we don't have somebody available to do it until X day," and more, you might send an email or make a call and maybe it'll be responded to and maybe not. Okay, because I'm trying to figure out.
Some of it is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what we need to figure out with, organizational partners and the agency is this a staffing issue? Is this a systems issue? We need to figure out. We can't solve the problem if we don't know what the impetus is. So that's what I want us to figure out in short order.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'll ask the agency to talk to us later today about with the inspections. Is it a staffing issue? Is it a systems issue? And what we're going to do to fix it.
By all means. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. And I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, your beginning of your testimony reminded me that I forgot to mention, I will have to recess very briefly to run to the MPD, Police Department budget hearing. So at some point, there'll be probably a 20-minute recess a little later today. And I apologize, I forgot to mention that earlier. Thank you all very much. What's that? This is only a test.
Are we gonna get it on the, I know, where did Marquez go?
Oh, so wait, we had a clock, but no beep.
We
and
did.
Now we got a beep and no clock.
Well, they can see it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Next panel will be David Smith, CEO of District Storm Management LLC. Andy Wasenick, Director of Policy for Miriam's Kitchen. Ashley Schultz with Legal Aid DC. Chairman Moses with the DC Commission on Poverty. Wherever. And is Tara Martin with us? No. Right. Is there anyone else here who's planning to testify in person who I haven't called yet? All right. Well, you're in the first chair. Chairman Moses?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me today. My name is, and thank you for Robert White as council member and then the staff. My name is Chairman Moses, a Ward 7 resident, former government employee, active community advocate, and servant of the true and living God of all creation. I serve as the chairman of the DC Commission on Poverty. Let me begin by acknowledging what we all understand. The district is facing real and serious budget shortfall. Difficult decisions must be made, and no agency or initiative is untouched by these constraints. The commission, meaning the DC Commission on Poverty, is not blind to this reality. However, in times of fiscal challenge, the district has both a moral obligation and a legal responsibility to continue addressing the needs of the most vulnerable residents. The DC Housing Authority serves more than 50,000 DC residents, including more than 15,000 children, more than 6,000 seniors, and more than 10,000 residents with disabilities, according to the Office of Attorney General. Considering that there are a reported 116,544 residents in the District of Columbia living in poverty, based on recent census data, one could reason that DCHA serves half of the residents living in poverty. I am here today to respectfully request three things. One, the City Council restore funding to the DC Commission on Poverty in the 27 budget. The Commission on Poverty is a relatively new commission which is administratively housed in the District of Employment Service, or the Department of Employment Services. FY27 will mark year 2 of a zero budget. Under District Law, DC 23-184, the government has a clear mandate to support the operations of the commission, including staffing. The law calls for dedicated personnel, including a minimum of 3 staff members, ensuring that the commission can fulfill its duties. This is not discretionary language. This is legal fidelity in addressing, it reflects the district's legal fidelity in addressing poverty in a structured, accountable way in tandem with those in lived experiences. Our second ask is to add the DC Housing Authority to the list of the other 10 agencies that are required to have representation on the district, on the DC Poverty Commission's meetings. That includes the District of Columbia's Department of Housing and Human Services, the Department of Health, Child and Family Services Agency, the Department of Employment Services, the Chancellor of the DC Public Schools, the Office of the Superintendent of Education, the Department of Aging, and the Director of Housing and Community Development, most all of which regularly show to our meetings. Third is to request time with both Councilmember White and Interim Director Nicole Whitcliffe, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing it, and any other community stakeholder who has interest in supporting the work of poverty reduction, bringing light to the needs and conditions of those living in households poverty, and partnering in an intentional and intelligent way to eliminate/reduce poverty in the District of Columbia. I'll just simply add that the DC Commission on Poverty has published a poverty reduction plan. Some of that plan, with the changes in federal administration, need to be revisited, but I did want to make mention of that. So thank you for your time and consideration. I can be reached at Moses at the dccommissiononpoverty.org, and I am open to take questions and comments. Thank you.
Andy Wasenick, Director of Policy for Miriam's Kitchen. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Andy Wasenick. I'm a Ward 4 voter and Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. Miriam's Kitchen leads the Way Home campaign, a movement to end long-term homelessness in DC, and as such, we support the campaign's funding recommendations. A significant sum. The mayor's proposed budget funds the DC Housing Authority to the tune of $248 million between operational and capital budgets in fiscal year 27. Both are increasing over fiscal year 26, and on the operational side, that increase is certainly necessary to keep the local rent supplement program whole. While nearly $250 million might be a small fraction of DCA's overall budget, it is still a lot of money coming from the city to the agency. And we would just like to urge DCHA in this season of transition to continue to improve and prioritize collaboration and communication with the Department of Human Services on the local programs, and also has 248 million reasons to continue to improve communication and transparency and services with all of the residents in their programs and to the residents of this city overall. Prioritization for funds for security deposit assistance. While there is no specific line item in the budget that I'm aware of for security deposits, it is my understanding that some portion of the funds DCHA receives will be used to fund security deposits. If this indeed is the case, we would like to urge DCHA to prioritize those funds for first-time lease-ups, including project-based lease-ups and emergency transfers, so that ideally we are not in a position like the current year where security deposit funds were depleted before the end of December. No pathways out of chronic homelessness. Since this is the Committee on Housing, I must also name that the mayor's budget contains 0 pathways out of chronic homelessness. There are no permanent supportive housing vouchers for single adults or PSH vouchers for families. There is no new money for rapid rehousing for singles or families. And the budget for youth homelessness is facing significant cuts across the board. The shelters are full. There are well over 1,000 people sleeping outside. We just put about 618 people back on the street with the closure of the hypothermia shelters. There are no vouchers for single adults in this year's budget. DHS has paused the matching of the remaining family vouchers budgeted for this fiscal year due to budget constraints, after matching only slightly more than half of the 330 or so family vouchers that were budgeted for this year. During this time when we have no resources, more people are qualifying as chronically homeless, those with at least 12 months of homelessness and a qualifying disability. What that means is that the appropriate intervention to get them out of homelessness is permanent supportive housing, a nationally recognized housing first best practice that works with a 92% success rate nationwide. It saves lives, improves health and well-being, and even saves DC money by reducing the number of interactions with expensive emergency services. There must be a significant movement through the system. If the council does not find a way to fund a significant number of resources to end chronic homelessness, the problem we will have on our hands in a year or 2 years will be overwhelming, if not catastrophic, and I warrant a lot more expensive to fix than it is today. The time to act is today, not sometime down the road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And Ashley Schultz with Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Ashley Schultz, a supervising attorney in Legal Aid DC's housing unit. We represent low-income tenants, many of whom rely on DCHA daily. The budget increase for DCHA overall is a welcome signal of the mayor's priorities, but we want to point out 4 areas for the committee's attention. First, the local rent supplement program increase is welcome but incomplete. As it's been mentioned, the proposed budget does not fund new vouchers for families who are currently unhoused and waiting. We support the testimony of the Fair Budget Coalition that recommends $217 million in additional subsidies to house all of DC's unhoused families. This budget doesn't come close to that. I also want to note that a voucher is only as good to the extent that it can be used. And we ask the council to require DCHA to address predatory fee practices in particular. We see landlords unbundle rental charges into junk fees and non-usage utility charges that the voucher doesn't cover. And then we also second the earlier testimony about funding needed for security deposits. We are seeing subsidies getting our clients into the door and then fees pushing them right back out. 2, repairs in public housing should be funded and the RAD Section 18 strategy should be scrutinized. The capital budget increase of 21% sounds significant, but it's a modest amount given the well-documented poor condition of public housing. Legal Aid also urges the committee to look carefully at DCHA's increasing reliance on RAD and Section 18 dispositions to address the aging housing stock. As converting the public housing to vouchers trades landlords whose main objective is providing housing as a public function to subsidiaries or public-private partnerships where the obligation can shift to making a profit. 3, in funding DCHA, the council should evaluate the governance issues with the agency. As it's been mentioned, in oversight, DCHA reported that 57 housing specialists manage nearly 20,000 voucher units. At Legal Aid, we see our clients waiting weeks for return phone calls, even in emergency situations. The budget has to fund adequate staffing with a publicly stated caseload target. For a note about the proposed administrative plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, just in discussing that, we, as the advocates, have seen that DCHA is proposing a 7-year look-back period for drug-related offenses. HUD recommends only a 3-year look-back period. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to mention that there's no good policy reason to exceed the federal guidance there, but it is harmful for otherwise eligible applicants. So the points that we're asking the committee to focus on overall: funding for new LRSP vouchers for unhoused families, funds for the capital budget to fund improvement to public housing, funding for adequate housing specialist staffing and training, and the council's support of the advocates' proposed changes to the proposed administrative plan, especially to lower the drug-related offense look-back period for eligibility. DCHA exists to provide safe and affordable housing. Without the adequate funding, of course, it cannot do that. And it's the residents and legal aid's client community that's left holding the bag. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am submitting written testimony that's more detailed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Let me start with the drug look back. This is, where's this proposal or policy?
I'm talking about the proposed administrative plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That was the subject of a lot of testimonies in our hearings about a year ago. All right, well, yeah, we got to look at that. That's not something I could support, especially if it's not required by HUD. So, I want to understand from the agency where that proposal came from, but that's going to be a hard sell for, I think, most people in DC and for the council. So thank you for flagging that. The places where you mentioned needing more funding, I agree, although, and you pointed to this, not just for folks, but we need to understand what the caseload should be. We need to, clients should be able to hear back from somebody in a timely manner. And that's where we need to get to. One thing I wanted to get into just a little deeper, I think it was one of your earlier points, concerns around the relying on RAD. Can you say more about that?
Just to address the conditions of public housing, several properties have already been approved or have been applied to HUD to be disposed where the subsidy is no longer public housing, but instead is a project-based voucher subsidy. And that would come with an influx of funding, but it would also change the ownership structure from DCHA, either to a DCHA wholly owned subsidiary, but a more transferable ownership than public housing.
I have serious concerns about that for the same reasons probably you do. The agency would probably say, well, federal government is steadily disinvesting in public housing. We need funding somewhere to keep it habitable, prevent it from going, further into crisis. And we don't know where that money is going to come from if not here. So, we're going to have to think outside the box and try some different things. That doesn't alleviate my concerns, but I don't know what to say in terms of like how we do it. Do you have thoughts on a better alternative?
So as far as raising revenue and fiscal policy, I would direct the council to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, as I don't profess to be a professional in that area, or the testimony of Just Recovery DC, as far as funding different things.
Okay. Yeah, the scale of funding necessary for housing is high, but yeah, this is something we've got to figure out. Andy Wasenick, thank you for being with us. As I mentioned, security deposits is something that we are in communication with the agency about already. I can't remember if I'm asking them questions about it today, but I am going to ask them whether they are allowed to use federal voucher funds for security deposits. Do you happen to know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that some of the money that is for the local programs, for example, like my understanding is that there are maybe approximately 110 site-based PSH resources that are projected to come online next fiscal year. That would be like the only exit out of homelessness that we have at all for single adults next year. So like there is money on the local side traditionally for, that is baked in there, for first-time lease-ups in particular. I'm not sure about whether or not the federal money can be used for that.
Okay. Chairman Moses, the Commission on Poverty is 4 years, 6 years, 8 years old? I can't remember.
Technically about 6 years old, but it has not been operationalized for the entire time. And I would probably reasonably say the newest leadership is probably the spokesperson for what the commission is doing and plans on doing. Historically, it's just been through a lot of challenges that, I don't prefer to air all right now.
Okay. What's the mission of the commission? You're saying it should continue to, they're saying it should be funded. Funded to do what?
To do two things primarily, right? Well, three, excuse me. One is to represent the poor residents of the District of Columbia. So the commission's charge is to, in DC Law 23-148, 184, excuse me, is to bring the issues of the poor before the city government. That's the first charge. Two is to develop a poverty reduction plan and monitor the agencies, groups, and participants who are charged with reducing and eliminating poverty.
Okay.
So that is the second charge. And the third is to make sure that we intentionally are listening to and organizing, for lack of better terms, those who are living in poverty. So those are the probably three most pronounced charges of the commission.
In what role did the commission play in the development of the mayor's budget proposal?
None,
Okay.
to my knowledge. And I recently became the chair, so we're talking November, but no active role in the development of the budget.
Because I'm looking at a budget proposal that, as Mr. Wasenick said in his testimony, just slashes all of our housing vouchers, rapid rehousing, youth homelessness. It's not the committee, not the jurisdiction of this committee, but early childhood education, food funding. I mean, across the board, I see no focus on addressing poverty. So, but the commission existed.
Yeah, and if I could speak to that, the commission was funded, and let's say this fiscal year, 26 fiscal year, it was not funded. The previous fiscal year, and I'm speaking historically, and this is all record, the staff was not fully operational. And going forward, it is not funded. So to me, and I'm speaking as a representative of the DC Commission on Poverty and a resident of the District of the Columbia, is that if it's not funded and it's defunded, then that sends a message of priority. And we're not talking 2 billion or 2 million or we're talking $300,000.
Right.
And what is supposed to happen is there are legally mandated, according to the law, 3 staff members to carry out the work. 3 staff members, an executive director and 2 full-time staff members. So now what has happened recently is the weight of the responsibility is on the commissioners, and these are volunteers, right?
Yeah.
And I don't quip about it.
Yeah.
For me, I was asked to be a part of the commission, and for me, just as chair, when you ask me to do something, trust that it will be done.
Yeah.
You asked me to do it, and then you made me swear oath. So I'm saying that to say that what is supposed to happen is these staff are supposed to play an active role in carrying it out. There is no staff.
Yeah.
This is the second and subsequent year there's, and at least as of current, will be no staff because it's not budgeted.
Okay.
So we would like to be intentional about carrying out our role. And secondly, if I can just say, it's important to build coalitions. So 3 people aren't going to eliminate poverty. It takes the district. And it takes coalitions, and there's a lot of people represented here. And just because I've worked in government, I've worked for 3 different government agencies, to me, it's not, there's no intent to slight any government official. Meaning this, if you take any money from the federal government and have to deploy it, I'm telling you, it is tons of paperwork because I've had that experience. So carrying out a function is difficult, right? So I'm sure for housing authority, taking $1 from the federal government means 6 weeks of paperwork and not a lot of people to do it. So I'm only saying that it takes investment. We would like it to be restored, and we would definitely like to have housing authority and other representation at the table and speaking to you and other council members.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here. But my concern is, and I take it, I don't know you well, but I take it you probably feel the same way. I don't want a commission for show, right?
Me
And
neither.
so if the commission is silent on issues that exacerbate poverty, then it shouldn't exist. And if it does exist, then it will need to be vocal about what the city is doing, whether it's the mayor or the council or both, that exacerbate poverty. Otherwise, it's just for show, and I don't think that's how you want to spend your time.
No, sir.
Yeah.
And if I
Good
can speak to that
Yeah.
just really quickly, when it was not funded or staffed, the commissioners are, I would like to put it proverbially, asked to come to dinner in a, let's say, a convention center, and all of the lights are cut off. You have to find your food. We didn't have a lot of the systems in place. So now,
Yes.
literally, I am building with the commission the systems that make the Poverty Commission thrive. I'm meeting and requested meetings with the Empower DC, and I haven't done with the Housing Authority yet, but each government agency, council members, we are intentionally about being public and not being silent, because I believe, amongst other things, in the Bible, Daniel went before Nebuchadnezzar and told him, if you don't take care of the poor, your empire's done. It's done. And every government official, whether you count Moses or Jesus of Nazareth, they all did the same thing. The poor need to be taken care of. And I don't believe in necessarily the separation of, not functionally, I'm just saying we're all people. We're dealing with people.
Yeah.
And poverty is a real issue. And I think people with lived experience, if you're a government official that's clearing 180 a year and taking trips in Belize, come down to Clay Terrace and see what it looks like there. Like, I want people to see it. I want it to be visible. That's my charge.
That's it.
And for whatever it's worth, you asked Moses to be involved. I'm here.
I like it.
Right? So that's my testimony.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service, and to the other commissioners as well.
Yes, sir.
I know it has not been, the commission has not been supported. And so you being here is saying, hey, we want to do the work. So that's what I'm hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel.
Mhm.
All right, and we're gonna move to virtual witnesses, Nicole Green, Betty Gentle, Senior Director for Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM, Rochelle Ellison, who I think is not here, Pat Malloy, Kenneth Council, President of DCHA Citywide Resident Advisory Board, Janice Brooks, and Misha Petway. Nicole, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Councilman White and panel of this hearing. My name is Nicole Annette Green. I am a lifelong resident of Washington, D.C., as well as my 2 dependents, to which we have been residents of Hopkins Apartments for nearly 15 years. I'd like to share my testimony concerns of the following. I have 5 points to share. Point 1, lack of bedside manner communication from my former housing specialist of the HCVP department throughout their assignment of assistance on behalf associated with my initial voucher possession journey. This process already comes with a heightened level of stress, which my initial complaint makes this experience more stressful. Point 2, unfair disadvantage of losing the needed assistance of the 2025 security deposit assistance from the 2025 budget because of DCHA and HCVP departments not responding to my emails and phone calls during the month within me remaining with the voucher possession in 2025 when attempting to request toll time. Point 3, inquiry of what can be offered for those who missed out at no fault of my own, possibly from local resources and or programs as possibly secondary resources of assistance to cover security deposits. Point 4, lack of official and confirmed notice regarding the need to have had the RFTA packet at least completed during 2025 in order to be grandfathered into receiving the 2025 security deposit assistance in 2026 of this year, to which the untimely update was shared with me directly from Mr. Anton Shaw, Director of the HCVP Department, during a meeting in late February of this year. Furthermore, I was only then informed that one would have needed to respond to this so-called notice of requesting inclusion for the security deposit assistance by early January of this year, again, which was not successfully relayed to me and many others in the same position when we lost the opportunity for this. This has left me and others in a similar position to feel unfairly rejected of inclusion for not being properly notified of the opportunity to sign up for the assistance to continue into 2026. Final point, the lack of sufficient and quality availability of 3 bedrooms with at least 2 bathrooms when searching for homes to secure first-time use of the voucher. In closing, I'd like to publicly thank the representation of Empower DC for consistently aiding and fighting for betterment, for the upstanding leadership as well of Mr. Daniel Palago of Empower DC, who strongly advocates on behalf of the people of DC and overall communities. Thank you again to the members of the hearing panel for giving attention to my testimonies today.
Thank you for being with us. Betty Gentle, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy with SUM.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for SUM Incorporated, a nonprofit that has worked for over 50 years to address poverty and homelessness through services, deeply affordable housing, and pathways to stability. Since 1986, SUM has developed and preserved over 20 deeply affordable housing properties serving thousands of seniors, single adults, and families. We approach this work from a dual lens as both a housing developer and operator that works closely with DCHA and as a direct service provider where we serve daily meals to hundreds of our unhoused neighbors in urgent need of housing. SUM is a proud member of the Coalition and a Fair Budget Coalition, and we join our partners in urging the Council to adopt our recommendations that ensure all district residents have access to safe, healthy, and affordable housing. The district has made important local investments in housing, but this moment calls for going further. Washington, D.C. remains one of the least affordable housing markets in the country, and without stronger investment, displacement and homelessness will continue to rise. As proposed, Mayor Bowser's FY27 Grow D.C. budget falls short of what is needed. That shortfall will deepen inequality and continue the loss of longstanding communities that define our city. At the same time, DCHA relies heavily on federal funding through HUD, funding that has been delayed, reduced, and increasingly uncertain. This reality requires the district to be proactive. We must become even less dependent on federal resources to meet local housing needs. With that context, I want to start with the local rent supplement program. We want to underscore that this program is essential, not optional. LRSP is the operating backbone of deeply affordable housing. It ensures rents remain affordable for households with the lowest incomes while allowing providers to maintain safe and sustainable housing. It is also critical for meeting the district's requirement that at least 50% of Housing Production Trust Fund investments serve households at or below 30% of median family income, those with the greatest need. At SUM, we are seeing demand increase across the board. More older adults are actively seeking senior housing with accessible design and supportive services. And more young adults, ages 18 to 25, are entering our system in need of housing, something we saw far less frequently in prior years. These trends reflect the growing and urgent need for deeply affordable housing across generations. We strongly urge the council to protect and fully fund LRSP in the final budget. Additionally, given ongoing federal funding uncertainty and delays, we urge the council to closely examine where the DCHA's proposed budget prepares for potential reductions or disruptions in federal resources. We have questions such as, does the budget ensure continuation or reinstatement of supports, such as funding for security deposit assistance? What contingency plans are included to sustain core programs if federal funding declines? How does the budget position the district to step in where needed and maximize federal resources when available? Finally, the district must address the longstanding disrepair of public housing. Decades of underinvestment in maintenance and capital improvements have left many residents in unacceptable conditions that directly impact health, safety, and dignity. Healthy housing is foundational, and we support sustained annual investments for public housing repairs with an emphasis on addressing root causes and ensuring durable repairs. We also urge that existing allocations be maintained and not reduced or reprogrammed due to unspent funds or delays. The district stands at a critical juncture. Especially in a constrained budget environment, our decisions must be guided by long-term impact, prioritizing investments that support residents and make strong economic sense. Some is grateful for the opportunity to testify and honored to partner in the district's effort to expand affordable housing and end homelessness. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Pat Malloy, welcome.
Good morning, Councilman White. My name is Patricia Boyd, former Lincoln Heights Resident Council President and resident, now relocated to the Strand residency with a project-based voucher under New Community Initiative. Today, I'm here to testify.
Ms. Malloy, do you have
Yes.
the hearing playing in the background?
No.
I don't know why we have that echo. All right.
Today I'm here to testify on DCHA's budget. Funding for public housing is needed more now than ever due to the federal government cutting funding for DCHA Housing Authority. DCHA needs funding not only for major repairs or minor repairs, residents being told that they don't have simple material like washers for sinks, fluid masters for commode, poor lighting, light bulbs for hallways, supplies to clean hallways, window panes and screens, extermination for mice and roaches, window panes and screens, qualified maintenance staff to perform much needed work in units daily. Poor housing conditions affect tenants, mental, and health. Redevelopment is taking longer than expected. Please hold on to money in the mayor's budget for public housing and make sure the money is used for repairs, supplies, and appliances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenneth Council, President of the DCHA Citywide Resident Advisory Board. Welcome.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Councilman White. Of course, DCH does not have a clue and they continues to gaslight themselves at this point. However, DCHA can be healthy, but they're not. They need to be held accountable as far as the positions that the employees are in. I was informed, like you said at the very beginning of your opening, about the CFO leaving, even as far as Ms. Cooper not being there. The person that's taking her place is not there every day. It's there 4 days a month. So I guess that's every Monday or every Friday. Stephen Nolan, which is the former financial contractor, wanted to share some observations with the board, but the interim, Nicole, told him no, therefore he was let go. There are a lot of other people that's in the agency that needs to leave as well. You know about the bullying, you know about the intimidation. A lot of people want to use the Whistleblowers Act, but they need to feed their families and they're afraid to come aboard or to come forth. And it's time for us to stop allowing them to get away with murder. I've been asking over and over for a forensic audit to be done, and it has yet to be done. When the accountant has found some mismanagement and found money that can't even have paperwork attached to it, but yet everybody let it blow over as if it's $1, but it's some of it is over $125 million that has no paperwork attached to it. The board has been gaslit. The interim, as well as the former ED, has gone on, and money's missing like Houdini. We need to hold them accountable. The residents need money to survive. Their rent receivables with people's rent have been messed up because they have paid their rent, but they don't keep a good ledger. There have been maintenance, as Ms. Malloy have said, so it's no need me repeating of certain day-to-day tasks that we don't have. I'll go personal. They were in my unit for 30 days to clear a matter up. And it was done very professional because I know the ropes. So if they can do it for me, they can do it for every other tenant. And especially about you all talking about the bedroom size. We have them, but they're getting rid of them. And as you can see, they're not building anything over 3 bedrooms. Who lives alone by themselves? I'm a caregiver to my own mother. So therefore, I need that room for myself to sleep in. I can't sleep in a room with her. But when they come in and they bring these developers in here, they need to know exactly what they're doing. And we need to know where our money is. Again, I'm asking that you do a forensic audit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janice Brooks, welcome. Ms. Brooks, you will have to unmute your phone. All right, Ms. Brooks, we're going to come back to you so that we can try to figure out how to get you unmuted. We'll move to Misha Petway. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and everyone assembled. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I'm gonna turn the camera on. So thank you for the opportunity again to testify today. As someone who lives and works within these communities, I want to be clear, while initiatives like the Rebuild Your Community events are appreciated and well-intentioned, they are not fully addressing the urgent and ongoing needs of the Housing Authority residents. These large-scale events often attract and benefit individuals from outside the communities, while the residents who live with daily realities of public housing are still left waiting for meaningful, lasting improvements. What our community needs is consistency, not occasional visibility. And I want to be clear on accountability. I'm sorry, I want to be clear. While these events may be allowed by certain funds, there's a clear misalignment between how resources are being spent and the urgent needs of residents. At a time when units remain vacant, safety concerns persist, and vacant basic repairs go unanswered, we must evaluate whether these expenditures reflect the highest and best use of limited public housing resources. I strongly recommend reallocating a portion of those funds to smaller quarterly community-based events that build real trust and consistency engagement with residents. But beyond engagement, we must also address basic living conditions. There are vacant units across the DCHA portfolio that remain boarded, neglected, rodent infested, and deteriorating. These units should be cleaned out and restored to livable conditions wherever possible, even if temporary, until full renovations can take place. I also recommend employing the participants of the ATP cohorts to help turn these units, creating jobs while restoring housing. It is also loss of revenue when units are sitting empty. They generate no ability for DCHA's, which limits the DCHA's ability to reinvest in maintenance, repairs, and resident services. Timelines are given for bond properties and Section 18 conversions, but for residents, those end dates often never come. While projects, I'm sorry, I don't know if you can still hear me. While projects are delayed, units sit vacant, unclean, and unrepaired, losing revenue every single day. This delays housing for families.
Ms. Petway, just a second ago, your volume went mostly out. I don't know what changed.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yep, that's better.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I apologize for that. So I'll go back just a little bit. I apologize. So I also recommend employing participants from the ATP cohort to help turn the units, creating jobs while restoring housing. It is also a loss of revenue when units are sitting empty with no rent being collected for them. And it limits the ability for DCHA to reinvest in the maintenance and repairs and resident services. Timelines are given for bond properties and Section 18 RAD conversions, but for residents, there's no end date for them to come. While projects are delayed, units sit vacant, unclean, unrepaired, losing revenue every single day. This delays housing for families and contributes to the decline of our communities. When we look across DCHA's portfolio, there are several unfinished projects. The recommendation is simply to stop starting and start finishing. Use available funds to complete existing projects, bring vacant units back online, and stabilize communities residents are living in today. We've also seen examples like Judiciary House where renovations started and are now stopped due to funding, but this community is slated for a new rehab on top of the rehab that they recently had. From a resident's perspective, this raises concerns about planning, efficiency, and how limited resources are being used. Potomac Gardens 700 building, the doors are not in good working condition. I've complained about this, but the doors are still not working closer to the laundry room. There've been several upgrades, so-called upgrades to the community at Potomac Gardens where the residents are not getting proper notice as well. So there were several notices that went out to tell residents that contractors would be on the property, the power would be out for 8 hours for multiple days. Lo and behold, they didn't tell us that contractors would be in our property, in our apartments, and that there will be electrical upgrades to our electrical panels. And the panels were replaced from the kitchen to the bedrooms in plain sight for everyone to see. Please note that every place where we work, in our apartments that work has been completed in is unmatched as well. These are not quality improvements. They reflect a lack of care in how residents are expected to live. I've complained about the playground being gone from Potomac Gardens, and this will be the third year, leaving children without a safe place to play. The gates also have been an issue there, where our children were once able to play in the gates. The gates are now unsecure. But I was told back in May that the locks for the gates were ordered and would be put on the gates to stop traffic from coming into our community and the playground, and they would be able to play at least without the playground right there. To me, it's a delay, and it isn't a delay, it's a failure to invest in our community and keep our youth safe. These are not luxury requests, these are necessities. As a leader within our communities, we are not just asking for change, we demand alignment between the budget and the lived realities of residents. If we can fund events, we can fund safety. If we can fund outreach, we can fund repairs. If we can fund visibility, we can fund stability. Invest in the people, invest in the infrastructure, invest in the future of our communities. Thank you for this time. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. And Janice Brooks, hopefully we can get you off mute now.
Good morning.
There we
Thank
are.
you so much thank you so much, Chairman White, for coming back around to me. I am grateful to be here this morning to speak on behalf of the Capitol Gateway senior residents who have had the pleasure to have you. I'll start with that, Councilmember White, in our building, along with over a handful of your organizers and staff members toward the end of last year. We're grateful that you all were here to see some of the issues that we were having here in the building with safety, with security, with cameras. Some of those situations have improved, some have not. I'll reiterate that I sent a email to management back in January of this year about the floor tiles in the hallways and in the elevators that need to be repaired. Management said they would, and they have not taken care of that yet, and that was 3 months ago. There are seniors here on various mobile devices that could trip up because those floor tiles have not been improved. But the main thing I want to bring out is the communication at DC Housing and the clients that they serve here at Capitol Gateway. One specific issue is I have a 94-year-old mom that lives in this building along with me. We live in 2 separate units, she on one floor and myself on another. And not just mother, but there were other tenants in the building that did not receive an increase in their rent for the whole year of 2024. We were told a year later that their rent had went up, but they weren't notified of that. Somehow the copy went to management, but it didn't get to the residents. And then once the residents found out that their rent had increased, I'll speak about my 94-year-old mom, who was very organized and had all of her faculties. I have glaucoma. Mother sees better than I do. And mother, she paid the increase in her rent, even though it was a strain on her. She took care of that, and she continues to do that. 2 months later, mother received a letter from DC Housing saying that she owed over $1,600 in back rent. She was never notified that her rent had increased. So now mother is paying on those installments. We went back and forth sending emails to the housing specialist and the supervisor, Ms. Barkley. Bottom line here is that needs to be an improvement in management's filing with DC Housing between their clients and management and their clients. Thank you for your time, and I hope things will improve. And thank you for your opening statements, Chairman. You know what's going on. You've heard the public talk. You've heard the other clients and organizers speak. I'm glad to be in this position to hear what I heard, stories on all sides of the table. Everybody knows what you're supposed to be doing. Put yourself in the resident's shoes. No, you may not live in public housing, but you don't know what's going to happen in the future. You talk about the future for the professionals needing only 1 bedrooms. Seniors, you're always going to have the seniors. Like the man spoke earlier, you're always going to have people that you're going to need to help. Be responsible in the responsibility and the jobs that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks, and I hear you loud and clear. I remember visiting and touring the facility with you some months back, and we have been in contact with DCHA, and I think the management as well. I think that was one of the building owners, the only one who really didn't like me being at their building. I'm not sure why, but I know we've been in contact. But my understanding is that you all are having monthly meetings, or at least were, the tenants and the management. Is that still happening, Ms. Brooks?
Tenant associations, yes, we are having monthly meetings with the tenants, but the management, we have to invite them. And sometimes, no, I'm not going to say that, excuse me. Ms. Gibson, when we invite her, she does step up to the plate. But I've encouraged Ms. Gibson, the senior property manager, to call meetings herself and stop waiting for the tenant association to call a meeting and for her to be invited. She needs to do this, in our opinion, on at least a quarterly basis.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you are right, and one of the things I share with the owner, and this is a conversation I have with most owners and tenants, most of the issues I see are deep-seated communication issues, and I mean, when you got a communication issue, the best way to start fixing it is to communicate. So let us reach out and see if they can be proactive in meeting with you all. And now, obviously, everybody's going to have to kind of come together. You know, there are a ton of legitimate complaints, but we want to get everybody to the table together and start working through them. You know, one meeting where everybody's just kind of yelling at each other, that's about, you know, the most that reconciliation can stand. After that, you got to start working together, but holding each other accountable. So we'll reach out to management. I also believe that DCHA is meeting monthly with the building owner or management. So I'll double check on that, Ms. Brooks, because I want to see progress there. So thank you for being with us and for the work that you're doing. Misha Petway, thank you for being with us. You mentioned in your testimony there are several unfinished projects, and now I know in the oversight hearing a couple of months ago, you raised concerns about some of the vacant or mostly vacant buildings over there at Potomac Gardens, and we got a response from the agency. But are there other unfinished projects that you are pointing to now, other than, you know, issues at Potomac Gardens?
So, of course, the playground, and I mentioned the gates as well.
Okay,
So,
I see what you're
but
saying.
the gist of the overall unfinished things is for the portfolio, not just Potomac Gardens.
Right. Outside of Potomac Gardens, are there any communities or properties that stand out to you as having started a project and it just sitting there? I mean, I know
Yes.
there's several that
So,
haven't started, that were supposed to start, but are there some that have started?
yes. So I'll just talk about Leroy Park for a second. I had the opportunity to walk that entire building, the senior building. That's no longer a senior building, which a lot of the residents complain about. They want it to be a senior building again because they can't take all the marijuana smells and things like that. But the apartments were renovated. The hallways were not. The hallways are run down, dreary, and dark. Um, the residents complained about it. The young lady that walked with me around the property, around the building, she was able to tell me a little bit, but there were some complaints about those things. I believe it's the basement and the first floor as well that were not completed. Then I had the opportunity to talk with a resident over at Montana who said that she has been complaining about the floor in the community room over there, where they used to have a lot of activities and no longer are able to have, I apologize, and are no longer able to have those activities because the floor is falling.
Okay. We'll touch base with them on that. I mean, one, to your point, we've got to finish projects, but the other, and we've had this conversation before, we've got to communicate with residents so they know what's happening, what the timeline is going forward. That eases, you know, anxiety a lot. But to one of the points you made during your testimony, people live here, and we gotta remember that, be respectful of it. And then, so I think I can't remember the answer on the playground issue, but the playground there at Potomac Gardens is still not operational. Is that correct?
There's no playground there. It was uprooted 3 years ago. I did get a call or email last year about it. I did have a real brief conversation about it as well, but there is no um, game plan ahead that I've seen or heard as to when we will have a playground or when the ground where the playground was will be fixed either. So.
Okay. Okay, we will get some answers on that and work to improve ongoing communication. Are you still with the resident council at Potomac Gardens?
I am still the president of the Resident
Okay,
Council, yeah.
good. Okay. Kenneth Council, I know you have continued to call for a forensic audit. That's something I'm not close to. I think I've said this before, but you know, some of the feedback that we have gotten is that a forensic audit, DCHA is doing a lot of audits right now, and I need them housing people. So you know, if we do another audit, I really want it to serve a very valuable purpose. The forensic audit would look back. You know, a lot of the issues are already being responded to. You know, if we look back and we get an audit and everybody says, oh, that was the last person or that was 2 people ago, and, you know, and then it doesn't go anywhere. So we got audits going on with the DC auditor, with the inspector general, the HUD audit. Most of these are annual. What is it about a forensic audit that you think is going to like change, make a serious change in the agency?
And all inclusive, what you just said, and all inclusive. We already know it's no secret. The the 4 commissioners that were removed, and I was one of the 4, we were removed because we did not allow them, we did not give them wiggle room. We made them follow the move to work rule, but we did not allow them to remove money without telling us where it was, why you were moving it, and where it's going. And as you can see, since what, going on 3 years now, money is disappearing like Houdini.
So, but there are financial control issues. I'm going to raise it again. We've had so many conversations about these, and we'll have a little more today. But those are things that have been in, and I didn't even mention the internal auditor had a report. All these things have been responded to or are being responded to. So what again? What are we going to find? What do you expect to find through?
Where the money is going, why is it going out and not going to the residents? What I find so peculiar is how they're quick to say the developer left or the contractor left because they didn't do a good job. But I never hear them going for the contractor or the developer and getting their money back. Would you pay someone for a service that you were not rendered or deliverable? It's falsified paperwork, or it's no paperwork attached to the money that's disappearing, period.
Okay. I mean, I'm swimming in audit reports now that are talking about where the money went or didn't go, what we're doing to fix it. So we have the same goal of getting to the bottom of things. You know, I continue to be concerned that, like, I've already mandated an annual audit for them. Like, there are just so many audits, and I'm now having residents come to me saying, y'all keep doing stuff and we're not seeing the difference. And so, like, at some point we've got to say, okay, we've got to be focused on the mission of the agency. You know, we got to hold them accountable. There needs to be transparency. I'm trying to add as much sunlight as possible on everything so that there's not speculation about what's going on. We know where the problems are. If things are not a problem, I want to know that. But I hear you on the forensic audit. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't see at this point what it's going to add in terms of value when we already have all of these financial controls being audited. And we've gotten responses, we're getting more responses. I'm gonna dig into it yet again in a hearing. Let me move to a different issue. You said in your testimony, you said they're getting rid of 3 bedroom unit and larger units. Who's getting rid of those? The housing authority?
Housing Authority had up to 5 and 6 bedroom sizes. Within the past, I would say 7 to 10 years, if you look at it, they're taking it down to a 2 or 3. They're not building anything over a 3, and they really don't want to build anything but a 1 and a 2. But how can you say it's family based? What family do you know that doesn't grow? You may come in as a single person, but eventually you have at least one child, which makes you need a 2 bedroom. We have, if you look at the way that they're doing it now, the families that's literally on the waiting list or the families that are in the portfolio, they need larger spaces, 3 and above bedrooms. So what they're doing, they're forcing them to take a voucher. They refuse to give them the unit that's a 4 and a 5. They're taking them down. Berry Farms was a 5-bedroom.
Right.
Lincoln Heights, Clay Terrace. These are large bedroom sizes. They want to literally take them down, bring them back, but bring them back as a 1 and 2 or even in efficiency.
Okay. And I'm sorry, not for like for new projects or for the existing housing when they rehab them.
Both.
Okay. All right. Let us get an assessment of that. I want to work to understand that because as I said before in a different context, I
And
have
the
a lot of
numbers that they like to shoot to say 100%, there's no housing authority that's doing 100%. That's a forest for them to even say that to you on record and put their hand up in the air and swear on that. That's a lie.
I'm sorry, that what's not 100%? What's 100% or not?
When they're telling you that they're going at 100% capacity, they're snatching vacancies offline to make their numbers look good.
Oh,
To
I know
tell
that. We
you,
talk about that out here all the time, like out in the open where I want to have all my conversations. So yeah, we talk about it. How many units do you have? How many did you take offline? Are you trying to take them offline permanently and get HUD approval? So these aren't things happening behind the scenes. These are things that we are talking about. And I do have concerns about, and they know as well. I don't want to see us deplete the portfolio. I want to see us improve and expand it. But let me ask sort of a related question to Nicole Green. You said in your testimony, you said there's a lack of sufficient 3-bedroom options. What do you mean sufficient? What I'm hearing there is they're showing you some 3-bedrooms, but they don't work for various reasons. Can you say more? Hopefully, Nicole Green, are you still with us?
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry, it glitched for a moment, so I wasn't sure who you were addressing at that point.
Okay, sorry about that. You said in your testimony that there's one of your concerns is that there's a lack of sufficient 3-bedroom units. What do you mean by sufficient here? What I'm hearing is there are 3-unit options, but they don't work. So if you can help me understand that better.
Sure. So I can kind of only speak from my personal experience when I was searching for 3 bedrooms according to the quantity of bedrooms listed on my voucher, because it's me and my 2 dependents. So when I'm searching for units, either just the conditions of it just could be a little better for compared to where I'm currently living, of course, or the fact that there just may not be enough because occupancy is already full. So I've noticed that a lot, like especially for apartments. So because my first time around was very unsuccessful with trying to secure this voucher for the first time when I was looking for a house, um, I went ahead and switched to apartments. I also found that just some apartments just they don't have enough 3 bedrooms available, and because those are like hot commodities, really, I've really learned that even people who know people who have been looking for 3 bedrooms all said the same thing. They're gonna stay occupied because there's not really enough, or maybe the rent is great there, so they're gonna keep that 3 bedroom for a while. But I've noticed that it's been very, very hard to secure a 3 bedroom because, like the colleague online also mentioned, it's really a whole lot more focused on 2 bedrooms in lower quantity than that. So that's something that I've encountered in my journey of just trying to secure the voucher for the first time now.
Okay. Um, And your second point, you were saying somebody wasn't returning calls, and I missed who that was.
Oh, I intentionally didn't mention, but if you're allowing, I will mention. Miss Zuniga was supposedly my assigned housing specialist from when I first received the voucher last year. And she did respond at times. However, when it got time for me to be approved for a home, which I was approved nearly at the end of the time frame of my voucher possession, the issue that I experienced was that when I got approved, the RFTA packet that we were trying to get the other parties to complete, they never responded to complete it. Now, she did step in to assist. However, she would give them like a couple days notice. So I'm like, well, who are we really speaking to? This is all new to me. I'm trying to know, can I step in and reach them or just anything that I can do? But no one responded. And I'm assuming that it was from the DCHA or HCVP departments. I don't know, but I missed out on the 2025 security deposit assistance because of no one responding to my emails and phone calls in time when my voucher time technically was on pause, but it was after the time of the voucher time when I was approved for a home and it went into December. So when December came, I'm like, okay, now the people who own the home, they completely pulled out of the program because they personally said they're sick and tired of DC Housing not communicating well or at all, and then in no timely fashion. So that bumped me from even having the ability to secure my voucher. So when I'm trying to reach out, making phone calls and sending emails, I'm not hearing from anyone during the Christmas time, after New Year, and going into February. And I found out that I missed out on being able to be secured security deposit assistance all because it was during that year, but technically my voucher was given to me during that year.
Yeah.
So all of that became very much a big problem because I had no idea that, oh, well, if you had actually secured your RFTA packet, then you would have been grandfathered in. There's no way that I would have known that
Right.
because I'm new to this. And then there's no sufficient information being shared or divvied out for people to even know. Like that's even something that should be included in the packet too. Then even if it's included in the packet to not able to move ahead if the other party is responsible to fill out the RFTA packet is not filling it out or not responding to us trying to complete it. So all of that became a big issue when it came time for me personally to secure it.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, and I've heard some similar accounts on that. And this is a place I've had frank conversations with the agency leadership about the need to address these gaps in communication. So it's just one of those things that has to get fixed. And I said it earlier in a different context. We need to know, is this a staffing issue? Is this a systems issue? And we had this conversation at length in our oversight hearing some weeks ago. But this is a real example of real consequences when calls or emails don't get returned. It's not a small thing. Betty Gentle, on the security deposits and the conditions of the buildings, especially when the federal funding is not flowing. I am going to ask a lot about that later today. One question I have, just wonder if you have insights. You mentioned that there's an increase in young people 18 to 25 entering housing. Do you happen to have a sense of why that is right now, why there's an increase?
So I will reach out to our housing team because it's our intake team that has those conversations and collects that data. And I'll say it's probably been happening for the last 2 years, where normally because our housing population is probably similar in age to a lot of the public housing buildings, like average of 40 to 50 years over the last 2 years. There's been like that transition age youth. but I will get some additional context and add that to my testimony, because now it's been pretty consistent for the last 2 years. So it wasn't just like a spike. It's something
Yes.
that's persistent.
Yes. Okay, I appreciate it. If you're able to find context, please do share it with us so we can figure out together how we address it.
I will.
And Pat Malloy, thank you for being with us. Your points about redevelopment taking too long and needing more resources for building conditions. Again, that's going to be a large part of our focus with the agency director today. So thank you for being with us today. We are going to move to our next panel, which will include Bianca Palmisano, Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Jakia Carroll, David Smith, CEO of District Storm Management, and Keith Hawkins, COO. Oh, the COO of the District Storm Management. Bianca, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Good morning, council member. Thank you for having me. My name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a nurse who's been providing public health services to residents of DC since 2020. I work in partnership with Fair Budget Coalition for an Equitable DC. Fair Budget Coalition joins with DC community members to advocate for a fair budget, one that's restorative and prioritizes equity and public health. I'm submitting testimony today to urge the council to fund public housing repairs through the DC Housing Authority. I'm really here to give the public health perspective. I'm so delighted that there are community members, residents of public housing who can speak to the specifics better than I ever could. So this is more of a 2,000-foot summary. Following decades of disinvestment, existing public housing stock has fallen into disrepair, making many units unsafe for human habitation. DCHA pays for units that currently sit vacant or worse, where tenants are forced to live alongside leaking ceilings, black mold, and broken HVAC systems. DC Housing Authority stated in fiscal year 25 oversight response that it has 5,416 occupied units out of a total of 8,026 total stock. So even as thousands wait on the housing waiting list, that's more than 3,000 units unoccupied, mainly due to repair issues that languish for months to years on end. One of the things I'm known for in these hearings is making the connection between housing and healthcare. Living in unsanitary conditions exacerbates health problems like asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, MS, and other autoimmune conditions. There was a recent epidemiological systematic review that identified a 19% per year increase in both incidence and prevalence of autoimmune diseases that's lasted the past 30 years, which corresponds with environmental toxic load exposure from things like organic pollutants, toxic metals, solvents, and endocrine disruptors that are present in our decaying public housing. This is on top of the biological impacts of stress from living in substandard housing, which worsens many disease states. Our neighbors are living this reality every day, getting sicker and more stressed while repair orders languish in the DCHA queue. DCHA is at the very beginning of a revitalization project aimed at improving 1,900 units across the city, and I applaud this project, but it's set to take 3 years to address even the most critical issues. And I don't think this is the speed you would accept if it was your own apartment where the roof was caving in or the air conditioning didn't run or the stove can't safely be turned on. We know that funding public housing repairs and maintenance needs to continue to improve the living conditions and health outcomes of public housing residents and to reduce the backlog of individuals waiting for housing. DCHA's own 2025 revitalization plan states that the strategic investment will support DCHA's long-term financial health by getting ahead of problems and saving money on maintenance requests. And while 19 properties are set to see significant redevelopment, 37 others were not included in the DCHA's 3-year revitalization plan and are set to languish without support. I am reinforcing the ask I made during this year's agency oversight hearings. DCHA needs a robust budgetary allowance as well as increased council oversight of DCHA managed properties to ensure that repairs happen in days, not years. The myth of public housing is inherently dangerous, broken down, dirty, and disreputable is the inheritance of decades of disinvestment from Reagan to today. We must end this cycle and fix what we have broken. Public housing residents deserve this dignity, and DC residents want to believe in our council and our agency's ability to provide for the city's most vulnerable. That's why I'm calling on this council to fully fund public housing repair needs by investing $60 million in DCHA for fiscal year 2027. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Good morning. I'm Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The District of Columbia is currently facing unprecedented challenges,
Are
including...
you able to speak up just a little, please?
Yes.
One-
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, it's a little faint. We'll listen closely.
Okay, I'll speak up. The District of Columbia is currently facing unprecedented challenges, including the most economically devastating proposed budget that DC residents have had to face in decades. Unfortunately, DC public housing residents have had to endure deplorable and dangerous conditions for decades, including during robust DC budgets and despite their longstanding advocacy for change. DC Housing Authority is now executing plans for a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation of many of its properties. DCHA must aggressively lower its public housing vacancies. The proposed budget invests $32 million in public housing repairs in the FY27 budget, but residents need more. Too much of the public housing infrastructure is dilapidated, unsafe, and unlivable. We, along with our Fair Budget Coalition, ask DC Council to increase that investment to a reoccurring $60 million commitment to DCHA's public housing preservation, renovation, and rehab process. DCHA needs to dramatically improve operations, its delivery of services, and develop accountability mechanisms for the benefit of its residents. To restore residents' trust in DCHA and to ensure that residents can rely on the agency to provide quality, deeply affordable homes, DC Council must heighten its oversight. Council should adopt legislation that creates more effective, accountable, and independent Board of Commissioners and a thoughtful confirmation of a permanent DCHA Executive Director. It is important that DC Council ensure all DCHA leadership is committed to a resident-informed redevelopment process and willing to engage and prioritize residents. Council should also require DCHA to issue a quarterly report that demonstrates how funds are utilized and results in positive outcomes for residents in DCHA properties. It is also critical to the success of DCHA's repositioning plan that DC Council utilize its authority to codify residents' right to return and reintroduce and pass the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act of 2020 and include its language in the BSA. 31% of all DC households are extremely low income. 74% of those households are currently severely cost burdened, all while there's a shortage of over 37,000 deeply affordable homes to meet this need. DCHA is a critical access point to housing stability through its administration of public housing and local and federal housing vouchers. Currently, DCHA reports that it no longer has funds to support voucher holders with security deposits. Eligible voucher recipients cannot reasonably be expected to afford security deposits without assistance. DC Council must use its budgetary and oversight powers to enhance access by providing funds for security deposits through DCHA or DHS. It is more vital than ever that DC Council makes deeply affordable housing and an efficient voucher process non-negotiable priorities. As so many lose vital resources, DC Council needs to fund a greater number of diverse housing vouchers, especially since HUD has not funded any new HCVP vouchers. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget makes no investment for any local housing vouchers, families or individuals. It does, however, include terminations and budget cuts to housing programs that are currently keeping residents housed. DC residents need increased availability through LRSP tenant vouchers directly from DCHA and DHS. In recent budgets, DC Council has funded some vouchers, but DHS's lack of transparency reduced this number to less than Council intended. DC Council must fund more vouchers and ensure they are allocated as intended. Now is not the time for DC Council to abandon its purported values and fail to invest in its residents' fundamental housing and human needs. We urge DC Council to use its budgetary and legislative authority to ensure DCHA becomes an agency that DC residents can rely on to provide safe, healthy, and affordable housing for those who need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jakia Carroll, welcome. You have to unmute. All right. David Smith with there we are. Jakia Carroll, you can begin.
Sorry about that, Council Member Robert White. My apologies, sir.
No problem at all.
Just one moment. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Council. My name is Jakia Carroll. I stand before you today not only as a mother, but as a longstanding community advocate working directly with vulnerable populations across District of Columbia for over 7 years. I submit this testimony as part of my Fighting for Our Future project, a documented record of systematic harm, constitutional violations, and ongoing denial of basic human rights impacting both myself and my son, Kimante. Today's FY 27 Housing Authority budget must be understood not just numbers, but as policy decisions that directly determine who lives in stability and who is forced into crisis. Housing as a constitutional and human rights issue. Housing is not simply a service. Housing is directly tied to the right to family integrity, the right to due process under the 5th and 14th Amendments, the right to equal protection under the law, protection from unlawful government interference and private family life. When housing systems fail, they do not fail equally. Displacement, surveillance, criminalization, family separation, impact of DCHA policies on Fighting for Our Future project from 2017 to present. From November the 6th of 2017 to present, my family has experienced systematic barriers to stable housing, coordinated denial of services across agencies, retaliation for advocacy and engagement with government systems, use of housing instability to justify further intervention and control, psychological, financial, and social harm. Housing instability has been used as a tool of control, not a solution. The record shows patterns of delays and denial without due process, lack of transparency in decision-making, failure to provide reasonable accommodations or meaningful support, use of agency narratives to criminalize rather than assist. These actions contribute to a system where housing policy becomes a mechanism of state-sanctioned harm. Budget analysis, who benefits versus who's harmed. The FY 27 Housing Authority budget raises critical questions. Who benefits? Contractors and administrative systems, program structures without enforcement of accountability, institutions that maintain control over housing access. Who is harmed? Families actively seeking stability, mother advocating for their children, communities already impacted by historical redlining and displacement. No measurable accountability for outcomes, no enforcement of constitutional protection, no remedy for documented harm. A budget without accountability is not progress. It is maintenance of harm. Pattern of systematic denial. Fighting for Our Future project documents a multi-agency pattern, including housing-related systems where rights are acknowledged in law but denied in practice. Complaints are redirected, ignored, or suppressed. Families are labeled as problems rather than supported as residents. This reflects a broader structure where housing instability is used to justify further intervention. Intervention leads to deeper instability. The cycles continue without resolution. This is not accidental. This is structural. Legal and constitutional concerns. Based on documented interactions and the following constitutional concerns are raised: violations of due process, 5th and 14th Amendment, violation of equal protection, 14th Amendment, unlawful interference with family integrity, retaliation for protected speech and advocacy, 1st Amendment, the failure to correct known harm despite repeated notice to agencies, official raises questions of deliberate indifference under federal civil rights law 42 USC 1983. Accountability and required action. I am requesting that the council conduct independent oversight of DCHA practices, including denial patterns and service access disparities. Require transparent reporting on housing outcomes, not just program participation. Establish enforcement mechanisms for constitutional protections within housing systems. Investigate cross-agency coordination contributing to harm. Provide immediate remedies for families experiencing ongoing harm, including stabilization support. Personal statement for the record. For over a decade, I have worked with DC Executive Office, DC Council members, Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, Interagency Council on Homelessness, community-based organizations while actively serving the community. My own family has been subjected to ongoing systematic harm, denial of support, retaliation for advocacy, and this is not failure of awareness. This is failure of action. The question before this council is not whether housing is funded. The question is, will housing systems protect families or destabilize them? Will budgets serve residents or manage their suffering? Will constitutional rights be upheld or ignored in practice? My testimony supports my extensive documentation in the Fighting for Our Future project, reflect a lived reality where systems designed to protect are being used to harm. I ask that this testimony be entered into official record as evidence of ongoing harm, systematic patterns, and the urgent need for accountability. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for being with us. David Smith with District Storm Management.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for this hearing. I'll go straight in as my partner Keith Hawkins will probably go more detailed into numbers. My name is David Smith. I'm a 4th generation Ward 7 resident. My family has over 100 years of community development, specifically around real estate, ministry, churches, schools, etc. As a Deanwood president, between 2009 and about 2017, I was able to kind of rekindle our 100-year-old, one of the oldest indigenous, quote unquote, Black community-based organizations in the nation. We were able to do the first community benefits agreement with developers in our community in 30 years, since Lloyd D. Smith had done that with the city in the 80s. Now, some of the panelists have already talked about an ongoing issue since the 80s, and that issue is deliberate destruction economically of our community. And so today I speak to you not as a community advocate, but an owner of District Storm Management, LLC, which was started in 2020. We develop commercial residential assets leveraging and balancing human, economic, and natural resources sustainably. I brought all my community advocacy work and ministry into this work, and I'm proud to talk about the work that we're doing. It's an urgent need today that this council takes immediate action, as one of the properties that we're managing to do debt resolution and redevelopment, which was formerly a housing authority that became a co-op in the 80s, has been under DCHA contracts for over 40 years. That property was so badly and disgustingly unlivable that we quietly did demolition and repair so people would not be displaced. Funding is redlined. They did not want this community funded. 90% of the funding opportunities we have demanded that we put everybody out. We were finally able to find a local financier that funded the project, but the stipulations within the funding makes things virtually impossible. One of the things we were able to do with that funding starting in August was we were able to rehab. Now we have 66 2, 3, 4, and 5 bedroom units. The majority of these units, 20 of them, most of them are 3, 4, and 5 units, have been offline with rat infestations, raccoon possum infestations, black mold, and water leaks for 20 years. to speak to kind of the inventory, same things that everybody else is talking about. There's so much to talk about, but today the emergency is we have 38 families who are living for the past 8 to 9 days without water on this property because DCHA refuses to make any payments. I mean, in the last year, since we got funding, since we did not get that funding through um, uh, DCHA, and my partner will clear all this up, we have not gotten our payment for rent. So we have 38 people living there with no payments. So the water has been cut off. Housing, despite the contract, refuses to honor it. Again, we have 66 units, 30 are vacant, 38 families without water, 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms. We hired a human services consultant because of the lack of coordination and communication with housing. Despite our best efforts to resolve these issues, we get very little communication. Housing is even instructed, according to our tenants, them not to talk to us, who are power of attorney and complete control over the property and title as we do construction, which is a standard practice throughout DC. But because this is an isolated community in Ward 8 DC, a lot of this information and education isn't getting to the residents, and they're being manipulated, and they're basically on their way to being removed as a result of really government interference and government lack of pay. And we stepped in as a developer to fix the solution, and we're very close to it. So it's a really sad thing for us as a company that wanted to do this development in place. And by law, these people need to be relocated. They were supposed to be relocated on Friday. So once again, DCHA is not in compliance with their own rules and regulations related to sustainability. We've tried every effort to work with them so we could keep people in place. Been very little communication with all parties, the former director as well as the new. We have very little confidence without a forensic audit and direct oversight from the council that anything will change. Just to give you an example, in the last 3 years since we've looked at the books, and we had no intentions of looking at the books, but this situation has forced us, we have probably not received over $2 million in payments, from utility payments to rent payments. So how could the prior property management staff maintain property with consistent maintenance needs? Then we have tenants that are out of compliance with their leases, but there's no enforcement from housing. So whenever property managers try to talk to tenants about, hey, you know, that washing machine doesn't belong. You can't have 3 Great Danes living in a 1-bedroom apartment. You can't have poop and food in the kitchen and not expect to have, 9-inch size rats running through your house, making your children sick because of the health issues. We become the villains. And then housing say, I don't talk to them. Then they'll come and inspect and find the owner after we've constantly told them, hey, we need you to talk to these tenants. You guys are clearly in between us and the tenant. We've had community meetings. We've invited folk. No show. Councilmember, I think you know where we're going with this. I really need your help today. And I've talked to your office, and I want to apologize to your staff and publicly, because when you guys called me back in September, this was an ongoing issue. And we had gotten 20 phone calls from the federal government to every local community in the city, yet no one addressed these issues that I'm talking about now. And I was so frustrated then, because for 2 years we tried to get help from these various agencies to rehab that facility so people could stay in place, and we got absolutely no support. So now we're in a place where these tenants have no water. We have no communication responses from the mayor's office, who said they threatened us with removal. We said, please do. They didn't. Housing threatened us with canceling the contract. We're like, fine, we haven't gotten any real payments in 3 years, so what difference does it make? Unfortunately, we want to keep these people in place, but without payment, the property would be closed and foreclosed on. So it seems deliberate, and it's a coordinated effort. Whenever we're fined, we get actions of
So,
foreclosure.
Mrs. Smith, you are 2.5 minutes past your
I
time.
most certainly am, Councilmember
Right,
White.
but the one
I
thing that I
apologize
don't
for
think you
that.
said was what property we're talking about here?
We're talking about Elmer's Road Southeast.
Oh.
I'm sure one of your staff members has this information. I will forward anyone that you need this information. It's an emergency situation.
All right, I'm gonna come back with questions, but let me move to Keith Hawkins.
Hello, Councilman White. Keith Hawkins, Ward 7 resident, and I actually lived on that particular street on Elvins Road myself. So I'm pretty aware of how the neighborhood has changed over time. Specifically, the address, Councilman, for the record is 2430 through 2438 Elvins Road. The most recent agreement with DCHA and the People's Cooperative Association, who we represent, began 6 years ago. It was intended, we believe, to assist the people who live there currently to transition their housing vouchers to make sure that they can maintain their living conditions. It's understood that the living conditions were already deplorable, but when the contract was entered in, and although the contract was never fully implemented, it at least was implemented in a manner to maintain the property, at least in some fashion. In the past 20 months, that has changed. In the past 20 months, there's been a steady decline in the amount of payments, and then a steady increase in the amount of inspections, which also causes a steady increase in the amount of fines for the property. The justifications for such are, tenant complaints and things like that. But, and believe it or not, the inspection staff, for the most part, has been helpful in their explanations, but the implementation has hurt the property. The federal mandates, as you're probably aware, for housing authorities is usually up to 187% of market rate. Currently, over the past 3 years, there's not been a single market increase. The justification is that the property is in deplorable condition. Because of that, currently the 2 bedrooms that we have are about $700 less than the Anacostia market allows, and the 3 bedrooms that we have are currently over $1,100 less than the market allows. Even with that, the amounts paid are not being met. One of the biggest issues is contractual. The contract says that there is a set amount of units in the HAP type units that are bulk reserved for a mod type of voucher. However, it states specifically that there's a rental component and then there's a UA component that will be paid from DCHA. That is all the documentation says and every documentation agreed upon. Not only has the rental payment not been made, but the UA or the utility assistance has never been made, neither to the tenants or to management. It is caused, as my partner spoke earlier, reprehensible damage. It has caused severe issues and financial strain. Currently, there is, as my partner has already alluded to, a high water usage. To date, from August to date, the amount of funds sent over from DCHA is approximately half of the current water bill. The water had to be shut off because the lien was starting to grow out of control with no oversight. DC Water, we applaud their efforts to attempt to change this. There's been a 5-month discussion in an attempt to fix the issue, not the issue with rental, just to fix the water issue so that we can maintain the property while we're working through the other issues. Those things have never been addressed. So to make it clear, the contract says, and I will grab it now, $190 per person as a utility assistance. It says 200 on 2 bedrooms for 2 bedrooms, and for 3 bedrooms, it's $259 utility assistance per person. That utility assistance should be used to pay the water bill. If it was paid, the water bill would be paid in full. I am available for questions, and I appreciate your time, Counselor.
Thank you very much. All right, let me start at the end. I'm sorry, Tara Martin. This is our last public panel, so I'm glad you made it. I'm going to bring you up.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Tara Martin. And my son is Delano Martin. And when I live in Section 8, and when my son got killed, they took me through a whole lot to get a voucher to move. That should never be a hurdle for someone that's a voucher holder. After that, they didn't pay. They said they paid the security deposit, but whatever happened with the funding, they said that they no longer will pay security deposits. So I am actually on a payment plan right now. I have to pay $400 in addition of the rent that I have to pay just for a year and a half to pay $7,200 to my landlord. They said the money just disappeared, but I didn't have to move because of my fault. I moved because my pipes in my house bust and my unit was deemed unfit. The fire department had to cut the water, the gas, and the electric off due to the sparks that was in the basement. And now that house is still have not been worked on. I did move, but I had to move with a balance of right now, and I have $6,800 to pay to the landlord on top of my rent I pay every month. I've been asking for a community and public oversight of DC housing. DC housing has failed over the years of not just us, but the trauma that we already adore, like myself, of losing my son, but then the trauma of trying to move in the same token. I was homeless for like 5 months, living on my daughter's couch on an airbed. And wherever, and my kids were scattered everywhere. My daughter was pregnant at the time. So basically, I took a house that my 2 sons can't even live in because it's in the back, it's in the front of CHV. And that's a project that's every night is shooting. So I had to endure myself in more pain of living like that. And that's only because they don't give us extensions, and they say one thing and they do another. Housing need to be really under investigation. She went to the bathroom, but her back rent haven't even been paid, and they constantly taking her to court for the rent. And so we came down here to see what Mr. White, Councilman White, can do about that. But these are the things that they adore on people. But then when they testify that they're doing this great job and they need more money. No, they need to maintain the money that they have and do right by the people. It's no way that I should be more traumatized of my 2 sons can't live in my home because, and then I'm listening to gunshots every night. I don't know if y'all have been watching the news, but Columbia Heights, 50 shots. I'm on the ground and I'm shaking, so I go stay at someone else's house when I have a home. That's unacceptable to me. So, Councilman, I'm asking you to try to put an oversight board over top of DC housing, not the government, because the government takes up for the government, but the people that get real data and real information to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have by law reinstituted elections for residents and expanded residents on the Board of Commissioners, so in addition to our oversight. So we are trying to get residents on there. So you had to move because of the conditions in your previous unit. The security deposit was $7,000 for your new place?
$7,200. I got the proof. It's $7,200. I told the guy the situation, and when he looked my son case up, they agreed that I pay $400 on top of my rent.
Every month until you
Every month
pay that.
until I pay the security deposit off.
A $7,200 security deposit?
Yes.
That's wild. How many bedrooms?
5.
Okay. That's a lot. That's a big security deposit. So yeah, so we are very focused on oversight and like getting the people who live in public housing the maximum amount of authority in its governance and oversight. 100% with you on that. I am working with the agency. A lot of people have testified about the security deposit issue. It's too much for most people to handle. So the Housing Authority, did some good work to pull together some money to help with security deposits, but then it ran out. And so now we're trying to figure out where we can find more money to get that going again so people aren't facing what you're facing. If you and the person who came with you, we have
Sit right there.
so if you go to room 325, they can help you both now. Well,
Okay.
you talking to the big wig right now, so yeah. So, but thank you. So we'll work through it.
And I want to be on that board.
You're gonna have to get elected.
I will.
All right.
I can campaign.
I think it's like yeah, you do. June or so. The election is coming up, so we'll share information with you. Thank you. Y'all better watch out, Housing Authority. All right. David Smith. I got a lot to unpack here. So what's your role in the property?
We are fundamentally the project manager, development, construction.
Can you speak up a
oversight.
little bit? I don't know why I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Give me a moment. Let me see, maybe it could be my computer. Can you hear me now?
It's still, you'll just have to speak up. For some reason, it's a little muted.
Okay. We are the contract manager responsible for the development and rehabilitation of the property. We also was hired to do debt resolution. About 3.5 years ago, we were contacted by the property manager because they were basically facing foreclosure from DHCD and DC Water for unpaid bills. But in order to pay those bills, they needed rehab. So we came in to do that. It was a lot more work than we thought because of the conditions, 20 years of neglect. So we ended up having to completely refinance the
All right, hold
building.
on. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to get a number of facts straight before we get there. All right, so who owns the building?
The People's Cooperative Association Incorporated is a corporation who owns the building.
Okay, so it's owned. Is that a private company or is that like a co-op?
It's a private company, which is a co-op. So often it's confused when people use the term co-op, depending on how the bylaws are written. It's basically a corporation that owns an asset. So in this case, this is a co-op, but it
Okay.
is run as a corporation.
Okay, and the board contracted with you to deal with the conditions of the property and debt and things like that?
That's correct. We were contracted over 3 years ago. We actually negotiated that contract directly with the attorney for the People's Cooperative just to make sure if we got to this point, there wouldn't be any public sentiment trying to undermine our ability to control the project, which is exactly what's happening today as we speak.
Yeah. Okay. So I got some questions about this a few days ago, and I actually needed to get up to speed. So I'm glad you're here. How much has been paid so far to fix up the property?
What I don't understand your question.
So did they? I'm guessing you're not doing it for free, right?
Right.
That wouldn't work. So how much have they paid for the to fix up the property?
Who is they? You talking about housing?
Whoever, I don't yet know what housing has to do with this because I understand the building is owned by the corporation.
Right. All right.
You
So
said
let
the
me go back
corporation contracted with you to rehab it.
Right. This is a former housing authority project that was transferred under Marion Barry, like most of the co-ops in the Washington, D.C. area, almost 30 or 40 of them. And they all transitioned from housing authority owned properties to tenant owned organizations or incorporations. They are all run differently based on their independent needs and their bylaws. The co-ops own collectively the asset. In this case, that would be 5 buildings. That corporation worked directly with DHCD in that transition. DHCD gave them the first loan, which is how almost all of these co-ops were started, to do the rehabilitation, to transfer from housing to a private ownership. In some cases, that worked great based on the.
So no, I'm gonna stay with this for a second because the history of the co-ops it's a mess. So I'm with you on that. So is it DHCD or the housing authority?
We have so now you have the owner, which in this case is People's Cooperative Association Incorporated, has a contract with DC Housing Authority. So DC Housing Authority is contracted directly, just like the MOD program is now with hotels. We are same sort of arrangement. You pay for
Okay, so
unit.
the co-op contracts with the housing authority for what, to house people with vouchers?
That's correct. Currently, we have a contract with, not vouchers. This is more like a mod or a HAP program. Those two terms are used kind of interchangeably over the last 10 years related to our contract. But fundamentally, that's 45 units that we as a company have agreed to rent or to lease to DC Housing. And we're not allowed to re-rent those units under that contract arrangement.
So I'm sorry, you all rent units, or the housing authority rents units, or the co-op rents unit?
We contracted with housing for
Your
45
company,
units.
District Storm?
No, we represent, now we have complete power of control due to finance, in development projects. During a
Okay.
development project, we have to manage.
And that's with a contract between who entered into the contract for control? The co-op with?
Co-op, the board of the co-op, who's
Okay.
still in place, hired District Storm Management 3.5, 4 years ago.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And so you have authority to issue leases now?
That's correct. And only as a result of management necessity.
Okay.
It wasn't our plan to take over management necessity, but situations like this facilitated that necessity, and that was written clearly into the contract, like all development contracts are when you take over.
Okay. Okay. And so you said DCHA hasn't paid for water or rent, is that right?
I'm gonna let Keith. Keith hammers these numbers every day. I'm more on the construction and people side.
Okay.
But the short answer to that is no, they haven't. I think Keith will give you the details, but I think of about 650,000 that's owed to date. We've got maybe 80,000 of that, which makes no sense. So Keith, maybe.
I mean, your numbers are relatively close, David. To date, from any payment, rental, utility, any such, there's only been a little under $80,000 since August 1st, 2025. And that encompasses everything. There have been reasons given, there have been explanations given, but the contract that has been signed, and it's been, signed and renewed for the last 6 cycles, is clear on what the responsibility of all parties are. The utility assistance is in the contract, specifically. As David has already spoken, specifically, there are 45 units that cannot be utilized by the corporation in any manner outside of specific rentals. The people that David has already spoken with, they don't have traditional vouchers, the vast majority. They have mod type of vouchers where they're only good for this property in particular. They'd have to change their vouchers to go anywhere else. So it's intended for the utility assistance as spoken is $190 a household for 2 bedrooms and $259 a household for 3 bedrooms. And it is written, listed in the contract. Now, DCHA's interpretation of the contract, as they've stated, does not line with what is signed and agreed upon in all documentation. And I think that's the biggest discrepancy and the reason why we're here today. Because now the less than $80,000 that has been since August is barely, maybe, I don't think it is. No, it's less than 50% of the water bill due. And that is a significant issue. Even if they paid the only amount for the water bill, that is not in line with the intent of the contract. Since it's on our contract, it's listed as the Multifamily Assisted Housing Reform and Affordability Act of 1997, which was also updated to the Mark-to-Market Extension Act of 2001. One of the biggest tenets of that agreement is that property owners, while offering affordable units, will get above market standards in order to maintain and make repairs. That has never been done, and the intent is not being followed. I believe
so
that's the reason we're here.
so $80,000 for rent or for the rehab?
Total. It doesn't matter. Total. That's the only thing they've paid.
Okay, but what was it for though?
Well, they say it was for the rent.
Okay.
For the rent.
Okay. And then has the co-op paid anything for the rehab work?
Has the when you say has the I just want to make sure I have the question correctly. Are you saying has the co-op paid anything for the rehab work? What do you mean?
So what I was hearing was that you all were helping improve the conditions of the building.
Correct.
That costs money to fix up the building.
Correct.
Correct.
So did they pay anything for
So
you to fix up the building?
So to make it clear, pay us anything, we actually entered into an agreement with, as David has spoken before, a private lender to allow us to make repairs. Both the district storm management as a guarantor and their members and the co-op had to go into agreement. This is private. It was never DCHD or any other agency in order to make repairs. We've been making repairs. However, there are strict mandates to what specifically the units, what specifically the funds can be utilized for, and paying for bills is not one of them. We have, and just to make it clear, Councilman, we have fixed several issues along the way that were not our responsibility out of pocket. One of those issues was a water situation that happened that was threatening to cut the water off in December. Pipe bust. They didn't. DC Water did not want to fix it. District Storm Management, even though it is not in our purview and specific on these renovations or not renovations, repairs, had to fix the issue to keep the water on, and we had a deadline then. There's further issues that had to happen, the firmer payments, but the responsibility is for DC Water from the People's Cooperative Association, but they're supposed to receive the funds from DCHA, and secondarily from the tenants who refuse to pay anyway. But at the very least, in the past, at least the DCHA funds was able to sustain the property. That has no longer been the case.
All right. I am like, what? So if you would do me a favor, there's no way I'll be able to figure this out today. Can you send me the contract between the send it to the committee, the contract between I guess the co-op and district storm management, and if there is a signed agreement between the housing authority and district storm management, then I can try to help untangle.
Facilitate. So we will send everything to you, Councilman. These contracts have been circulating for the last 5 months now, from other council members, other city officials, the mayor's office. Everyone's seen it, so we don't mind sharing where we stand. However, I want to focus on, and the purpose of us being here, I want to focus on the DCHA promise and lack of keeping their promise to pay while they're securing real estate. Because the reality is, from our standpoint, regardless of how many people they actually fill the units with, they have occupied 45 units of real estate over 10 months and have not compensated for that. David, I'm going to leave the rest to you.
I just wanted to point out.
Go ahead.
Just really quickly, council member. I know that what you're hearing now. You know my reputation. I'm a community man. Do you honestly think it's corrupt as this city is? And that's why Keith is my business partner, because he can stay professional. I cannot. My daughter was shot in a home robbery because they shut down all the housing authorities and moved them next to my house. And instead of providing these people with services and jobs, they didn't do that. So of the money that we use for construction, but because of my passion, I made sure we hired every single person that applied for a job from February of last year until this month. We've spent over $400,000, which is almost $400,000 more than the city of DC has spent on community-based contracting. I know the numbers is less than 1%. So we are actually doubling the amount of money that's put into that community. So the issue right now, to me, that's bothering me, council member, is that we were fine for 3 years as we were taking on responsibilities as signatory, using our credit, doing these repairs. But as soon as we get financing to finish the deal, everybody wants to understand what kind of contract we have with the co-op. That is a private business matter. Now, we're going to share that with you, but understand this is a diversion from the responsibility of those who were supposed to pay and provide services. Now they're trying to shift the blame to good old Dave, just like they always do.
So I don't know anything about the blame, but I can't sort out who owes what if I don't understand who has contracts. So let me do this.
We'll send that over to you in the same email chain we provided for everybody else. All that information is there. And this question is just ridiculous to me as a Washingtonian who's from the city, from the east side, from this community, who actually is helping people. It's ridiculous to me. It's a ridiculous question. And when you see these contracts, you'll understand why. There needs to be some forensic accounting and accountability to the level of poverty that the community has experienced at this moment.
All right, let me recognize my my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, for questions.
Thank you, Councilman Robert White, for this. There's a number of issues that affect housing all across the district. Now, I want to focus on the People's Co-op at Elvins Road. Thank you, Mr. Smith and Keith, for joining and shedding light on this. I guess I did get your email, Mr. Smith. And we have, yeah, as you know, we've been in close contact. What I don't know is how to land this plane, because we do have residents who are living in deplorable conditions, who has a history of neglect for probably over a decade. But I guess from me to you, you were trying to assume some level of authority with DC Housing Authority, and that's where my discrepancy lies. So you can speak on that, because the water, I guess about 2 weeks ago, the water was off in 2 buildings. Now there's 3 buildings. And I'm in contact with DC Housing Authority about this property, trying to figure out what they can do on a daily basis, but to no resolve as of yet. So you can speak to that. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, quickly, and I'm gonna pass it to Keith. In December, council member, it was because of your help, you know, that the entire Elvins Road community was without water because the antiquated, shuttle valves within the street were over 40 years old. So once our apartment building bust, it costed us about, and it wasn't our responsibility, but everyone called us, council members, mayor, U.S., federal, tenants, everyone. And everyone was clear then that it wasn't our responsibility but we took care of it. Everybody had okay. DC Housing Authority was fine negotiating with us to sign a new contract. DC Housing Authority's been okay with us walking the inspectors through the units. The inspectors say wonderful things. So, Councilmember White.
Let me pause you right there, Mr. Smith. Because DC Housing Authority sent a letter saying they don't acknowledge you all as an official party. You
Right,
said they
as
were
of
okay.
today.
Yeah, I
As
just
of
saw
today.
it. I just read it probably about 20 minutes ago.
Right, because I'm here testifying because we fed up with this game. Now, we just sent you, council member and housing authority, a letter from the title attorney who represents the co-op. The board members that are on the co-op, based on the lending agreement, are the board. They cannot be changed until we're finished the rehab. That is what the loan says. All agreements that you have seen came after the termination of the current staff, who were connected with some other things we'll leave off this hearing. So once we had disgruntled employees, people needing to pay bills, they went and generated paperwork to show, to pretend as though they're a board. When we have a board, it's very clear who they are. They haven't changed in 40 years for the most part. And we work for them. We don't work for the property manager. The property manager works for the board. We were hired by the board.
So
And
the
we still
board had
work
had an election win,
they
and
did
because
not.
they
That's what I
definitely had an
keep.
election, David.
They
I
did
can clear
not
it up.
have an Mr. Right now, me and 10 citizens from Ward 7, and they could come down to the council building and have an unofficial election. That does not mean you're not council member no more. They have to go through a process based on the bylaws, like all nonprofits, all corporations have, and you have to have quorum, you have etc. None of that has ever been met. The matter of fact, in court hearings, and that's why I came to testify, to put this to bed. I'm tired of people dragging my reputation to the mud because I do the right thing. In the court recently, it was admitted that it was a community meeting, that the property manager informed these folks that it was not quorum, this is not legal, and then she just wanted to help the people. That's in court right now. So that's a legal document before they're submitted in court. There's been multiple admissions to everything that I'm saying. I'm willing to go to court again and testify with the evidence that we have that this is the case.
And this particular case is still ongoing.
That's correct. And that's going to be coming to a close very soon. There's already been a judgment issued by the judge. Now we're just in the preliminary deposition phase. From the perspective of has this issue been litigated, the answer is yes. This issue is dead. We are in control of the co-op.
So Dave, this issue is not this issue for disclosure. This issue has not been litigated. The issue you are litigating is between a party that's on the property, not particularly this issue. But I do want to get some understanding of where you are now with the property, because it's still in some unfinished. You all were contracted to do some construction. I've witnessed construction being done to some degree, water damage, drywall being fixed, and I'm just trying to get an update on how much was given to you already, how much repairs is being done, and what's the scope of work that still need to be done.
All right, so I'll answer quickly. Right now, we have 5 buildings on the property, Mr. Councilmember, as you know. We would have been finished this project at least at a 95% clip had it not been for the disruption of tenants who were making false claims. These false claims have cost us 3 months worth of work and $40,000 in legal fees, which, it slows the work down. Even though that's the case, this is a 2-year rehab project, okay? It takes 2 years to do this work. All right, these are 66 units that have never been touched in 40 years. You're talking about rat infestations within walls. So it's not a simple go in there and fix. You've heard the testimony of the people that came in there today. It's one way to do this, and you have to take those walls out, take those pipes out, or you're going to consistently, and that's where we are. So we're moving through each building slowly. As it relates to, what our plans are, this issue changes that based on the requirements that the lender has, the title insurance company, and our own standards. The project may have to stop, which may cause everyone to have to be removed due to these ongoing, to me, deliberate subversion attempts to undermine our authority on the property. There's been 4 foreclosure attempts in the last 4 years. We were able to thwart all 4. But instead of being celebrated for coming up with the resources to thwart foreclosure from government agencies, we're being attacked now as the person that's not in charge. But everybody can take our money. But now that we need you to pay the money under contract, now you're talking about we're not in charge.
So I'm going to ask some of those detailed questions to DC Housing Authority, who will be on in the hearing today. So of the 66 units, are any of the units complete? What significant progress has been made? Because part of the issue is what I'm understanding the property from DC Housing Authority, they are not giving the property
you breaking up?
Amount that's due, because some units are in abatement, some units are not done, some units are not occupied. And so they're not able to maximize profit on the property. Is that accurate? And where are we with the 66 units in numbers?
I'm gonna
and then we're gonna have to move on soon.
So we will
that's
move
not
on soon.
accurate,
We'll
Councilman.
move on
That's
soon.
not
That's not accurate. In many cases, DCHA has not come and reinspect these units. So they've not seen the work in progress. So they have no standing to actually make that call. And I know the question is, what has been done, how much, things like that. But I think the purpose of this council, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong, everyone here, is to find out responsibility. It's seemingly interesting that the responsibility is shifting to us and what we've done versus what is being paid. And we want to get back to that issue. There's been less than $80,000 that's been paid from DCHA for whatever reason, but they've occupied real estate that cannot be utilized otherwise. That is something that is a fact. Now, any other issues, we've sent detailed information regarding the numbers, the breakdowns, the contracts. Everything else is private. We prefer not to share that publicly. We prefer to protect some of the people that we can. But the issue at hand is, no, DCHA has not come and reinspect. They've not even called to order reinspection for the work that's been done already. They don't know which units are done and which are not. They have no clue, and they have not tried to inquire because they're not talking to us. Any communication is not going directly to us anyway. We're getting it secondhand. So I think the purpose of this, for our standpoint, is to find out, because ultimately we want these people to water paid. I mean, I want to get down to that. We need to pay this water bill, and the question seems to be who's going to pay it. Well, if DC Water has made it clear, but DC Housing has not held up their requirements. And the reasons for we can discuss later, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. And I do want to say this. I got you, Councilman Roy White. I'm coming back to you, that I did talk to DC Housing Authority, and they sent something, a counter narrative, saying they will update on their payments. I don't know what the truth is. I do want to get it on public record. And I did speak to the property manager of the property, and she admitted that there's something off with the narrative, and they have started inspection. They were on the property yesterday, and also DOB was on the property Friday, and I believe they're on the property right now today. So they can speak to that.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember White. Let me switch to questions for a couple other witnesses. Sharice Liu, you said in your testimony there should be a more effective and accountable housing authority board. How so? So we have, we moved to people who have some subject matter expertise. We expanded it to add more residents back in. What is it you are not seeing that you think would improve the board or the operation of the agency?
Well, it's new, that model is new. But, you know, they do not seem to be engaged in what is happening on the ground. A lot of the things that you hear in this testimony is not spoken about or addressed during the board meetings. Understanding contracts, understanding transparency with the contract, certain questions being asked during the contract, and of course, as we've always stated, less mayoral or executive influence. The influence needs to be coming from the people who live there.
Okay.
The people that it impacts.
I appreciate that. And Bianca Palmisano, yes, public housing repairs, the unoccupied units. We got into that in the oversight hearing some weeks ago, but we'll touch on some of that today. And Jakia Carroll, thank you for your powerful testimony and for being with us today. We are going to move to ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel, who's not with us today. So we're going to move to our government witness to the DC Housing Authority Interim Director, Nicole Wycliffe. So we'll give a moment for her and her team to transition. As you all know, it is the custom of this committee to swear in our government witnesses. So anyone who will or may be answering questions, I ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Director, you can begin your testimony. Welcome again.
Thank you. So greetings, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee on Housing. To all those who testified today, thank you as well. We value your feedback and it will help determine how we can improve. For those with individual concerns, staff will contact you if they didn't already speak to you if you were here. I'm proud to be testifying today as DCHA's interim executive director. I stepped into the interim ED role earlier this month after serving as the agency's deputy executive director for 2.5 years under Keith Pettigrew. While leadership changes can bring about some anxiety, my deep involvement in all aspects of the agency, from daily operations through long-term strategic planning, ensures our forward momentum will continue. Let me begin by affirming the 3-year recovery plan remains in effect and on track. I, along with the executive leadership team, played a significant role in its formation, and I will continue to oversee its implementation and make certain that my team delivers on these goals. 2 years in, we are seeing meaningful results. Across DCHA, we've upgraded technology, updated processes, and strengthened our workforce by offering additional training and accountability measures. We've made improvements in our operational efficiency, data management, and compliance. This intense recovery work directly contributed to DCHA's ability to better fulfill our mission to provide quality, affordable housing to low-income district families. Today, more than 30,000 households totaling more than 70,000 DC residents are currently receiving affordable housing through DCHA. On the voucher side, we are over 100% utilized. DCHA subsidizes approximately 25,000 families across our federal and local voucher program. In fact, in 2025, we issued more new federal vouchers than any other public housing authority in the country. On the public housing side, over the past 2.5 years, we have rehabilitated more than 1,400 units. That means 300 existing households moved into newly renovated units and 1,000 new families were pulled from the wait list. We recognize that there are offline units and we must bring them back online to increase our public housing supply. With limited resources to make these units habitable, DCHA will need additional funding dedicated to this work so we can provide more families with safe, quality, affordable housing. The vision for DCHA's portfolio is intended to increase both the quantity and quality of our units so we can serve even more families. That vision includes the IRB-funded revitalization plan, which will touch 3,000 affordable housing units. Since it launched 10 months ago, we've made considerable progress and anticipate construction on roughly 1,900 units across the 9 properties in phase 1 will begin around the end of the year, beginning of 27. Like the recovery plan, I was actively engaged in the formation of the revitalization plan, and I'm committed to providing our residents with quality, modern, affordable housing. These advancements are significant, and even more so when you consider DCHA's condition when I arrived in late 2023. At that time, audits for fiscal years 2021, 22, and 23 had not been done. The team got to work immediately, and within 1 calendar year, the 3 overdue audits were completed. While a necessary and important accomplishment, when audits are not completed annually as scheduled, it causes a chain reaction, compounding compliance issues, which are then more difficult to untangle. It was 9 months into fiscal year 24 when we were first able to address issues that may have dated back to October of 2020. When the fiscal year 24 audit was released in 25, it was the first timely assessment in years. Only then, more than 18 months after I joined DCHA, did we fully understand the financial situation. We are making every effort to close out the fiscal year 25 for findings, but for some, there is not a speedy resolution. Despite the challenges we inherited, DCHA has demonstrated that we are capable of delivering on our goals when we have the resources to do so. We are determined to keep the momentum going, but we're already facing budgetary constraints. The fiscal year 26 budget from HUD was approved, but HUD has not yet provided DCHA with our specific budget. Although we do not have exact details, it is clear that DCHA and most housing authorities around the country will see cuts. HUD's overall public housing funds dropped by nearly $500 million. HUD has not said how much it will allocate to DCHA for fiscal year 26 public housing operating subsidy, but we know DCHA would need more dollars dedicated to replacing and upgrading major infrastructure and rehabilitating the vacant units. On the voucher side, DCHA has learned from HUD that our inflation adjustment for fiscal year 26 would be zero. Between 2022 and 2025, DCHA's inflation adjustment averaged around 7.2% each year. HUD has also told us that our proration factor is 99%. When HUD funding falls short of the national voucher participation levels, funding is prorated across all housing authorities. Essentially, both of these factors signal a drop in federal voucher funding for DCHA. This news comes at an inopportune time. DCHA is subsidizing thousands more families than we did a few years ago, and when leasing goes up, so does expenses. Meanwhile, DCHA is encountering the same economic conditions that are affecting individuals and businesses everywhere. Construction costs, utility costs, and insurance have increased greatly. DCHA has already made changes. We restricted hiring, scrutinized and canceled some contracts, reduced temporary staff, and paused voucher increase requests, among other steps. Still, a cost savings plan is necessary. We must be strategic and intentional with budget decisions while remaining sharply focused on our primary purpose, providing affordable housing for DCHA families, or DC families, actually. We must continue to strengthen partnership with our sister agencies and others committed to addressing the city's affordable housing needs. DCHA alone cannot solve the district's affordable housing crisis. We must innovate and adopt new and creative methods to preserve and expand access to affordable housing. We must be willing to make tough choices that propel DCHA forward. Above all else, we must fulfill our mission by ensuring our affordable housing programs to continue to support the more than 30,000 families who are currently public housing residents or voucher participants. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the amount that you and your team are doing. Certainly these are difficult times for people, for the agency. Everybody's feeling it, right? Transition gives people understandable anxiety. I appreciate that you are sensitive to that. I think the continuity here is a good thing. Few sort of questions everywhere before I get into, I have a sort of a flow of how I want to go through things, but people have raised some concerns that I just want to quickly address. One is with respect to multi-bedroom units. It's my understanding that there are no four-bedroom units available for voucher holders. Is that accurate? And if so, how long has that been the case?
So voucher units or public housing units? Because voucher units are different. We don't own those. So out in the market, there is a limited supply of four-bedroom units on the market for the voucher side. Public housing side, we do have four-bedroom units that are leased up, and Carolyn's not up, and four probably that are being rehabbed right now.
Okay, but for public housing units, there are some four bedrooms available. Do we know?
Carolyn, you want to switch out? Somebody want to switch out? I know for a fact that we're working on some four bedrooms at some of the properties. Are they fully available yet? They may still be finishing up. Our construction gentleman is sick, so he's not here today, but.
Okay.
Yeah, but just in general, we do have a plethora of 3, 4, 5, and 6 bedroom units. So I'll just go over that really quickly. 3 bedrooms, 1,248. Not that these are all available, I just want to give you the numbers. 4 bedrooms, 396 units, 5 bedrooms, 156 units, and 6 bedrooms, we have 19 units. As it relates to availability, again, the construction person is out. We could provide you with the updated number as it relates to what's available at this time.
Okay, thank you. Something that has come up a lot today is the security deposit. Do federal laws or guidelines prohibit using voucher funds for security deposits?
Since DC is a moving to work agency, it does not prohibit us. So we did put funds aside. We utilized funds this year, approximately for this year, about $2 million.
Yeah.
And then on the city side, there was a line item about 86,000 was put aside, and all of that has been expended.
Okay. And so the concern, I guess, is the more, so it's permissible, but the concern is that the more money you use for security deposits, the fewer vouchers we can afford to give to people.
So we set a budget, so we got to our budget, but that's correct. So
okay.
that's coming out of that voucher fund on the federal side, and of course, on the city side, it was coming out of the city budget.
And for next fiscal year, do you intend to use a portion of the budget for this purpose?
That's uncertain right now. So depending upon on when HUD provides our budget, because right now 100% of those dollars need to be going to the vouchers.
Yeah. You used approximately 2 million this year.
Yes.
How long did that last?
Well, keep in mind, last year was a unique year. So we leased up over 1,000 something vouchers. We've got about 100 vouchers on the street, but also we need to account for transfers. So some individuals are transferring and needs deposits. So we can give you the exact numbers. I don't think the level of spend last year will not be the level of spend, going forward, because we're not issuing that many vouchers, but we can give you an idea.
Okay, so that won't necessarily be indicative.
Right.
Okay. Could you, though, look back historically outside of like this outlier year last year and determine about what the need would be?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. With transfers too.
Inspections. As we heard from Jubilee Housing, among others, what's going on with inspections? We hear a lot that it takes a long time. It slows the processes down. What's the root of the issue?
I'm gonna push that to Anton.
Anton Shaw, Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. With inspections, there's several dynamics involved, and I'll give you an example. We have inspections scheduled. There may be some miscommunication between property manager, owner, tenant. We have one phone number to contact for the inspection. If no one answers, we still go out. If no one is there, we still go out and we do a no entry, which is somewhat of a failure. However, excuse me, we still do our jobs. We get complaints that no one showed up. Well, the issue is we're doing our part to get the inspections done. We can't reschedule an inspection unless the family or the landlord, the owner lets us know. So we get the complaint that the inspection was conducted, but at the same time, we did our jobs. And we have to wait for notification that we can go back out. So it seems like there's delays on our part, but it's not. We can't predict when the unit's gonna be ready, even if we go out. So that's one of the issues we deal with inspections.
So it is who requests is it requested by the property owner?
It could be the owner, landlord, participant.
Okay. And so if they requested, it should be ready for inspection, right?
Not necessarily. Unfortunately, some landlords are aggressive and they would anticipate, yes, my unit's gonna be ready on Monday.
Yeah.
And schedule the inspection for Monday. We go out, they would have contractors, and this has happened several times. We would go out and contractors would still be working on the unit. So technically, we end up wasting time because our inspector could have been someplace else. And that inspection was a failure. But normally, under ideal conditions, once we're notified, the unit should be ready. Unfortunately, we have a lot of times where the unit's not ready. We lose time, an hour, hour and a half.
So the primary issue, from your view, is miscommunication between the person requesting it and the agency, and not the agency being slow to respond?
No, we respond, especially for complaint inspections, we respond within 24 hours. If water is out, if the unit's damaged, where it's a safety issue, we get out there. But the miscommunication is a big piece. I've had to deal with 2 this week, and today's only Wednesday, where we had inspectors go out to a unit and there was no one there.
But outside of emergencies, they won't all be for emergencies, right? So outside of emergencies, what's the timeline for responding?
So for initial inspections, we schedule them once we receive them within 3 days. 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it's scheduled for 2 to 3 days. We schedule it within 2 to 3 days. So it could be usually a week.
Okay.
Initials are critical.
A week out.
A week. Oh, within the same week, my apologies.
Okay.
Because we want to get families housed. Those initials are new to the program. We want to get them in by the first of the month, or if not sooner. Our recertification or annual inspections are usually scheduled 30 days out. So those are scheduled 30 to 60 days out. So they're scheduled.
I'm sorry, schedule how?
They're scheduled 30 to 60 days out. So if an annual inspection is due, usually this is April, we'll schedule in June.
Okay, for annual inspections, but for others, like you're trying to get somebody in the unit, that's days.
Initials, we want to get in as quick as possible because these are new families. We want to get them housed.
Right.
So those are scheduled within 2 to 3 days of receipt.
Okay.
But I think to be clear, they're not always conducted within 2
Not
to 3
conducted,
days,
yeah,
right?
that's
So 2 to 3 days scheduled, but you guys could be looking a week or so out, depending on schedules and
Right.
availability.
Is it like a week or so? Is it multiple weeks, or is it 30
No,
to 60 days?
initials are never multiple weeks. We want to get those families housed quickly because normally,
So about a week?
yeah, within a week, we get the initials done.
Okay. All right, we have to figure out where to go from here because there seem to be like sort of two different worldviews here, imminently fixable. So we'll work with you all and maybe Jubilee or other, just a couple test cases just to say, all right, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? How, like, and figure out what's going on.
Right.
Director Wycliffe, you came in with Director Pettigrew in 2023. Are you committed to staying in the district after his departure?
Yes, I'm committed.
Okay. You have been responsive, and I mentioned this earlier in my experience, responsive, plugged in, seem to have a hand in everything. If you are now the director, who will be the new Nicole Wycliffe?
So while I'm the interim director, I've been relying on the executive team and my advisor as well, to the staff. So Nicole is wearing a couple of hats right now, but the team is stepping up, the executive leadership. So if, the permanent role comes in, then I'll be looking to get another Nicole.
Do you have a sense of the board's timeline?
I know that Amy, you may need to speak this because you speak to Chairman Moore about this, but I know we're going out for solicitation for the vendors. But go ahead.
Sure. Hi, Amy Glassman, I'm the general counsel. The board is putting out a solicitation to hire an executive recruitment firm, experienced executive recruitment firm, to solicit for to do a search for a permanent ED. They are looking to, we're working on finalizing that RFP imminently and getting it out. So I think that I think they're looking to get the search firm on board as soon as possible. But, these searches do take a little bit of time. And, frankly, they want to get, the permanent ED on board as soon as possible, but they also want to do a thorough search. So, I think it's a little bit, it's hard to have a finite,
Yeah.
it's hard to say it will be done by X because you gotta see what, what happens. So, they're working, they want to do it as quickly as possible, but they also want to.
All right. I'll talk to the chairman. I don't want us to be in transition for a long time. I don't want to see a reset of, promises that have been made, a 3-year recovery plan, things like that.
Yeah.
Right. So I will talk to them.
Sure.
and understand what their thinking is. I'm realizing that I'm over time, and my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, is still here. So I apologize, Councilmember Trayon White. I will turn to you.
Thank you, Councilman Robert White. Director Whitcliffe, real quick, I guess about 8 years ago, there was a list given to the community that went public about major projects that will have potential renovations. It was probably over 10 different properties. Since then, it's been changing leadership at least twice, maybe 3 times now. And these were major renovations, and one of those included was Woodland Terrace. Are you familiar with that list? And do you know where we are with the major renovations and investment is going to take to get these properties back up to par?
Yeah, so when we came in, we did see a plan. I'm not sure if I saw that exact plan from eight years ago, but I saw the plan from the last administration. Woodland Terrace, I know that we have quite a few vacant units, and there was a plan at one time to demolish some of the buildings and begin a redevelopment. So we definitely need to get back to the drawing board of that. I'll be honest, the IRB properties have been the priority properties. We're looking at Woodland now to see what units we can possibly, at least temporarily, get back online to fill some of the vacant units. But a full redevelopment plan, we don't have that yet, council member, but we can definitely circle back with you.
And is there appetite from HUD to fully invest and get these properties back online? I asked because I was around when we did Washington Highland, and what is used to be a public housing is now private housing. With a public housing name, it's been privatized. Is that from your experience now as the interim? Is that the direction that HUD is going in, or do we have some real dollars allocated to fix these units up?
So I don't think that's HUD's direction. I mean, prior to me, coming to the Housing Authority, I was a subject matter expert with HUD, actually for repositioning, for RADs in Section 18. So I'm very versed on those. I think those are tools in the toolbox because there's not enough funding. And in public housing, you generally cannot take a loan out on the property. So they're given different tools to allow the housing authorities, and again, it's a housing authority choice if they're going out for redevelopment and ownership giving to another party. For me, and I know for Director Pettigrew, when he was here, it was pretty much DCHA or affiliate continuing to be in the ownership and control of these developments. So that means no privatizing will still be involved, and also making sure that the tools used, whether it's the RAD or the Section 18, are used to increase the revenue and allow for tax credits, FHA financing, just leveraging the property.
Also, in the same vein, Berry Farm, we pretty much kicked off over 440 residents from Berry Farm, well, households, probably over 1,000 residents from Berry Farm with the promise to come back. There was a few boundaries that the council worked in conjunction with these housing authority to eliminate. One of the buildings is done, one is under construction now. I just had a hearing with DMPA who assured me that they were in place with POA. What is DC Housing Authority's role in Berry Farm, and what do you see a timeline? Timeline the residents can be short and returning back home.
That's a great question. The timeline has been long. It far predates us, and my hope is that the development could happen sooner. I know it's dollars. This is a little different. I know that DMPED has dollars in it. Housing Authority, is our role co-developers in?
We have been, yes.
Yep. So co-developers in this. So really with POA, being the lead developer, of course. But I think the biggest concern is dollars for infrastructure. I mean, you've got to build roads out there, sidewalks, and a lot of that is just costly, and the dollars aren't there. So we'll continue to work with POA on this, but I would love to see this redeveloped sooner.
So POA is the lead. I know there was another company on the initial proposal with POA, and I believe I read that DC Housing Authority had a 1% interest in the new development. I don't know if that's still accurate, but the lead person, I'm going to say it's AR, is gone, and POA has taken the lead, and there's supposed to be a minority contractor added to that property. I'm not sure if that was done or not yet. Do you know if that happened, and your position in that?
And Sheila can talk to this one.
Good afternoon, Sheila Miller, Director, Development, DC Housing Authority. You're referring to the homeownership component of the Berry Farm site. POA did issue an RFP where they've selected a local developer to develop the homeownership site. I'm not at liberty to announce publicly who it is yet because we're still going through approvals. But as far as DCHA's ownership in the site, we retain ownership through the ground lease. And yes, we have a small minority interest in the land, in the ownership structure. When A&R departed, their interest was absorbed by POA. And yes, and again, DCHA retained a very small ownership interest, but we also have retained interest in the land where we provide a ground lease to POA. That is really essentially our role. And again, the minority developer that you're speaking of has been selected, but again, it has not been publicly announced. So hopefully you'll
Thank
hear
you.
something soon on that.
Thank you. I'm running out of time. I'm not going to be here for a second round, Councilman Brown White. Can I get a few more minutes, if you mind?
Yes.
All right. So I want to talk about this property with the People's Co-op on Elvins Road here in Southeastern Ward 8. Just trying to get a feel for what is you guys' role in this property officially, and what's the vision to make sure these residents are living in safe, livable environments?
Yeah, so DCHA has a moderate rehab, which is a federal HUD program contract with the property, very similar to project-based vouchers. So the mod rehab contract is attached to the unit. Generally, to fill those units, it's no different than PBV units. It comes through the housing authority to vet the individuals, send over to the property to fill the units. At this time, at the property, majority of the buildings do not have water. So in that case, you can't pay a subsidy on a building that doesn't have water. Prior to that, many of the units were in abatement due to the conditions of the unit. So again, federal programs, you can't pay the rent on that. So generally speaking, and I don't know if Anton's back up, but we don't have many mod rehab units. So the issue is that these aren't tenant-based vouchers. So we generally have to reach out to the residents to try to transfer them to other mod rehab. I have been in conversation with HUD about this to hopefully be able to apply for some tenant protection vouchers for those families. But unfortunately, with the units not being safe or habitable, we can't pay subsidy on those. And for the contract piece, I heard the gentleman talking to the contract. The HAP contract has been written this way forever. It's a utility allowance. So it's not a utility payment or a utility assistance. So the way that it works is there's a contract rent that we pay to the property, which the owner, for the actual contract rent of the property. The utility allowance is the allowance provided to the actual tenant off of their portion. So let's say they pay 30% of their rent. That utility allowance of, I believe, the gentleman said $190 is deducted from their amount, and they pay the remaining for their portion of the rent. So the utility allowance is to assist them because they have to pay certain either co-op fees or other fees to the owners. So that's how that works. I heard them saying that we owe
Question real
600
quick.
something thousand. Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't, question. And first of all, I want to thank you for being very responsive. We've been having correspondence with you and your office, and I know you're new there, but you've been extremely helpful and get some understanding.
Right.
So question, at one point, but this prior to the water, there was payments made to the property. At what point did those payments stop? And at what point did they become delinquent based on units not on active or occupied? There was a breakdown between the property and payments. We're trying to figure out what happened.
Okay. Anton, do you have that?
So let me get back I'll have to check with my staff to see exactly when the payments were stopped. We do have 45 units at the property. 27 of those are occupied, and of the 27 that are occupied, 20 are currently in abatement. which means the payment stopped. Now, the exact date, if you give me some time to get with my staff to see exactly when that the payment stopped, I'll get that to you. But right now,
And why did the payment stop? I heard you say an
payment
abatement.
stopped? I'm sorry, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The payment stopped because the units failed the inspection, the housing quality inspection. Once the unit goes into abatements, the payment stopped immediately. We cannot go back to reinspect, as Councilmember White asked earlier. We don't do inspections until either the owner, the landlord, or the tenant lets us know the unit is ready. Those other units that have not yet been inspected, we have not gotten any kind of notification that we can come back to do another inspection. As soon as we get that notification from the current owner, we will be back on the site to do the inspections to get those units passed.
But in addition, you had inspectors on site yesterday and today.
Yeah, we had one of my supervisory inspectors went out to the sites yesterday and today to re-inspect the property.
So prior to yesterday, when was the last time some inspector been on the property?
So I don't have it in front of me right now, but I can get that to you within the day.
Yeah, we can get you those.
Get that information today.
And this is a unique contractual agreement. At some point, District Storm Management was in communication with DC Housing Authority to get some things done, and that broke down. Can you walk me through what that relationship is? Because they're saying one thing, you're saying another thing. I'm just trying to figure out what it is and written down on DC Housing Authority's books.
If I could just jump in, we don't actually understand what the relationship was. Honestly, they contacted us and they claimed to represent the co-op, and then the co-op subsequently came to us and told us that they have no authority, that DSM has no authority to represent the co-op. And given that our relationship and our contract is with the co-op, we have been working directly with the co-op. So I have contacted DSM and said, look, if we have misunderstood and you actually have authority to represent the co-op, we are happy to deal with you. But, we have no authority, we cannot deal with you if you are not authorized to represent the co-op. Like if we are concerned that we should not be dealing with you because the co-op has informed us that you are not authorized to do so.
But I will say,
So we're just trying to we don't want to be part of that. Whatever that fight is, it's that's their.
Me either.
That's their. That's their fight. So
just to add.
So what is your current contractual? Who is your contractual agreement with, and what is that relationship?
I'm sorry?
Tenant cooperative. Who's our contract relationship with?
It's with the tenant cooperative. So our contract is with the People's Cooperative. And so, that is who we typically deal with. But yeah, to Nicole's point, we did have a call with DSM because they contacted us and said that they were the representative for the People's Cooperative. And we, took that at face value, but then.
So I gotta move us on. We got a couple other members here. Councilmember Trayon White.
I apologize, Councilmember.
Nope. I'm glad you got into it. And we'll work together to help sort this out.
Right.
So thank you. Councilmember Felder, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White. Good to see you, Director, and members of your senior leadership team. I'll just dive right in. I've noticed that there was a significant increase in your funding, yet key performance metrics like lease up times, recertification backlogs, and rent collections are still unfortunately trending down. Could you speak to how does your FY 2027 investments specifically address these longstanding operational failures?
So you said there was an increase in our budget. Which budget?
I'm looking at your general budget.
So maybe the city?
Yes.
But okay, so typically, so that's for the local program, but on the, it seems like what you're speaking to is more of our public housing side of the house, which is federally. So that budget does not have an increase. However, if Carolyn wants to come up to talk to that side of the house, rent collections is down, and we probably have about 20% outstanding rent collections that are needed, but the team does work very closely with the residents to send out notices to try to collect the rent. So rent collections aren't down. I missed your other two questions because Carolyn can take those because she oversees the public housing side of the house.
Thank you. Like how does your budget plan to address the longstanding challenges that persist within the housing authority, whether that's rent collection, lease up, deferred maintenance costs, et cetera.
Carolyn Cornegay Punter, Senior Vice President for Property Management Operations. So as our interim executive director mentioned, our rent collection, we have an initiative. We are working with residents to collect rent. We're going into tenant payment agreements and sending out notices as it relates to, I think you mentioned recertifications.
Yeah.
So we have our research team actually going to the sites now to do those recertifications. That has increased our research, which means it will increase our residents understanding how much rent they owe and to be able to pay that. As it relates to, did you say deferred maintenance?
Outstanding maintenance issues.
We've been tackling our maintenance issues. I'm very happy to say that we have showed we're trending up with closing out our routine work orders and our emergency work orders timely. We actually did a presentation for our leadership team residents, and they were very happy to see the way in which we are attacking our work orders.
Thank you. Now, Director, maybe you can speak to this, or Ms. Punter, you can speak to this, but could you share how will Ward 7 families directly benefit from your proposed budget, specifically in capital investments, to include the revitalization or modernization of various sites across the ward?
So Lincoln Heights.
Yes, so just in your ward, Councilmember Felder, there are 15 sites with public housing units, of which 8 are traditional public housing sites. Of those 8 sites, there are 5 sites that will be going through some type of renovation, remodeling, or rehabilitation. And so with that being said, we're doing what we need to do as it relates to Ward 7 and your constituents to make sure that we are providing safe, habitable housing.
Speaking of safe and habitable housing, I've seen this video floating around in which there's a resident that lives in Lincoln Heights. He lives in a building by himself. How does your budget address situations such as that? And if there's individuals who need to be placed, how are you assuring that residents aren't living by themselves in a building that could be occupied by 7 other families?
So I'm gonna take the first part, but I'll get to. So just for the vacant units, as we talked about, it's definitely gonna come down to funding. So we did about 1,400 units in the last couple of years, which was on an average of about 150,000 per unit, right? So we have about 1,300 and something units outside of the IRB properties that are offline for those reasons to be rehabbed that are potentially that we could get back online. But again, that would be a cash infusion of $100 and almost $200 million for infrastructure and to get these vacant units back online. So to be able to house more individuals at the vacant units and get them back on, I mean, it comes down to dollars that's needed. Now for the individual, I saw the video as well that came around with the individual at Lincoln Heights living in that one building. So Carolyn, you can go ahead.
So on April 15th, I myself went out to Lincoln Heights and met with the residents. Both of my vice presidents were there as well, and we have a new housing manager. And so what the housing manager is charged with is to consolidate. If there are, an apartment building with one person living in that building, we're going to consolidate and move that person to a building with others. So we're actually working on that right now.
Over the past 2 weeks, unfortunately, we had 3 juveniles who were killed in Ward 7. 2 of those individuals happened 2 of those murders, unfortunately, happened in Mayfair Paradise community. And I know that Mayfair and Paradise is not under the Housing Authority's purview, but it's my understanding the neighborhoods where some of this beef is happening, they're within the purview. So my question to you, given the additional public housing sites across Ward 7, whether it's Bennestad or Kenilworth, how does your budget reflect investments in public safety and/or mediation between communities that may be feuding with one another?
So Chief, did Chief want to come? Come on up, Chief. So I'll talk a budget. I know we asked for more dollars on the public safety side in the city budget. We didn't get additional funding there. Our budget cuts as well on the federal side hurt us to be able to put more dollars in. Chief is constantly, coming and advising that he needs additional staff. Unfortunately, budget constraints is how having us to ensure that we keep a certain amount of police officers on the street. But I know it does have some impact of his other detective units and so forth. But did you want to answer the rest? You just turned it on.
Chief Mike Reese, DC Housing Authority. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. So 2 parts. First, we joined at the hip with the Metropolitan Police Department and other law enforcement agencies. For all murders, they're the lead agency, so we support them as many cases of this particular tragedy hit home because for some of the decedents were directly related to some of our employees. So right now, there's no indication that we're aware of there's anything discernible that's related to any particular property, or they are working on some cases. So, but I'll defer to any other leads on that case to them right now. Our staffing is a challenge in this area. So many competing law enforcement agencies, right? In particular, the main reason is I think that our members don't have a pension. That's the #1 reason for our attrition rate staying steady.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson White. I have to say, Chief Reese, seeing you walk up, like both of us had a little bit more bounce in our step when we first had our paths crossed 20-some years ago.
Thank you for reminding me that.
It's great to go through it together, though. Acting Director, I asked you about some numbers and you said, I think those are in the board book, and you were right. So let's go through some of those numbers in the board book, because there's 1,815 offline public housing units. And of those, 1,242 are categorized as awaiting demolition and disposition as part of the CHA's revitalization plan. So there's 573 that are offline and there isn't a plan. So, or that was discernible to us when we looked at the board book. What's the plan for those 573?
So we need to get a further breakdown, but out of the 573, many of those properties are the IRB first tranche properties. So in that count, some of those numbers may be those properties as well. I know Carolyn, I hate to keep switching you out, has a breakdown on that. I'm looking at the board book now. So in that HUD approved offline row, definitely are some of the IRB properties. So the first 9 IRB properties, as the units become vacant, we are holding those and putting them in a HUD or modernized status. Because number one, it should be coming sooner than later, but also if you fill those units, now you have to pay relocation costs. And then we're trying to find housing for these individuals. Our challenge is the number of vacant units offline, but also the need for many of those units for these families of the properties, not just the IRB, but we're working on some others, Judiciary, Montana Terrace, as we call it Melville, but Elvins, many of those other projects we're also working on. And we know the level of repairs that are needed in some of these, we need to move the individuals out. So it's a balance for us, because once we get the dollars to put some units back online, we still need to hold those for the families that we need to transfer over to be able to rehab these properties that are required to be vacant.
All right, so, I mean, I think maybe in another setting, I'm going to want to try to track through this even more closely. But on the similar vein, there's 798 vacant units, and of this, a total of 100 are categorized as ready for occupancy. So that means 698 are properties that are vacant but not ready for occupancy. What's the plan there? Is that what you were talking about when you're talking about having budget available to rehab those units?
Yes, yes. So the team and I are going to get together. We're looking back even at our city funds where we had the different projects. That's why we've stalled on some of the year's funding to reallocate and look at, because we know infrastructure is huge. So, I mean, John says it much more eloquently. I don't know if he wants to come up, but we have units, vacant units in some buildings that need major systems replaced. So that adds dollars as well. So just to go in to rehab a unit, if you haven't changed out the pipes, the sewer lines, it's not going to be able to handle the number of individuals now that we have to move in. So we're going to be looking at the projects in our city funds, fiscal years that we've got coming, if we don't get any additional, but prior years too, to reallocate those resources to try to get these units back online, but ensure in the buildings that they're coming back online that the infrastructure also can withstand the number of individuals that we would be transferring or moving into the properties.
Yeah, I mean, between the two things, 1,400 properties that are sitting there not being used and figuring out how it is that we bring these things back to life, I think but feels like a more urgent project today, given where we are in the voucher world, than even before. So again, going to want to work with you to parse through what that looks like. There's,
If I may, I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Again, Carolyn Fournier Punter, Senior Vice President for Property Management Operations. So out of the 798 units that are vacant, it's 124 that are mixed finance sites. So let's back that out. Then there's 674 units that are vacant. Of the 674, 101, as you mentioned, they're available for occupancy. We have another 156 that's waiting lead clearance, and once those are cleared, then we'll have those that are available for occupancy. So then the number dwindles down. So it's not a large number. I mean, it's still a big number. We understand that, right? So of the 400, 355 are considered heavy turns, high turns where there's major issues in the unit, and it will take longer than 30 days to rehab. So just going back to what the interim executive director was mentioning, we are putting plans in place, but we know that there are issues in the units where they cannot be rehabbed within like a easy turn.
Okay, so I really appreciate that because that was exactly the breakdown I was looking for. So thank you very much for that. One of the things that we're hearing about is the emergency housing vouchers and what's going to happen with the emergency housing vouchers. And it's a pretty serious concern. I think we have 521 of them out on the street. What are you expecting in that space? Will the cavalry arrive and the feds re-up? If not, what is it that we're going to be able to do to cover those?
Right, so we have 521 EHV vouchers, the emergency housing vouchers. Our plan, probably last hearing or a few hearings ago, was to absorb those through our voucher program. This is when we thought that we would get our average of 7.2% or higher increase since we leased up. Since that has not happened yet, HUD has put out, well, actually they haven't put out notice yet, but they have said that they're going to be putting out some guidance to possibly apply for tenant protection vouchers for these families, but there's only a certain amount of funding, and many housing authorities have EHV vouchers that'll be facing the same. So that guidance has not yet come out. So in the interim, we're also looking through attrition. We know we're currently on the federal side at about 104%, so we're already 4% overutilized. So through attrition, you're going to get to 100, but then again, you've got 100 families on the street, so assertion where we didn't pull back. So we've got to make sure we account for that. So at the end of the day, we're unsure where the funding will come from. We know it's about $14 million a year to cover EHV for the 521 families. There's no new lease ups. Attrition is very low, but to continue, if the 521 continue and HUD does not come in and give additional funding for that, will be, I definitely don't want to have to stop funding, but we'll have to look through attrition and see if other dollars or city dollars are available, but we will need that infusion as well for those families.
Yeah, so yesterday at our meeting where we're talking about big picture on the budget, I tried to raise this up as a thing that I'm not sure everybody is focused on, but there's lots of pressures in this area. I'm over time, so I will wait and come back one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So as we were talking about leadership transition when I was last up. Director, what skills does DCHA need most in its next permanent leader?
I would say definitely understanding the HUD programs, a knowledge base also in development. And when I say HUD programs, not just your federal vouchers and your public housing, but the tools and the toolbox that can be utilized for either grants or repositioning to continue and preserve the assets. Definitely leadership skills to be able to manage. Tough skin, that's one that's needed here. I'm telling you right now. I'm saying, if you don't have tough skin, you are not gonna make it, right? So I get it. We're not gonna ever make everyone happy, right? So, but our goal is to ensure that we're providing decent, safe, and sanitary housing, but also continuing to utilize the dollars in a way that we can, have more vouchers or whatever the case may be. But also, an individual needs to be familiar with the local program. Most housing authorities, I think I only maybe know one that has a local program, and that adds a huge level of complexity as well. Also at DCHA, we have many lines of business, so it has to be someone that has probably been in the trenches before or definitely understands how to move the agency along with the many lines of business that we have, programs, and the partnerships with the other DC agencies.
Okay. So a lot of subject matter expertise, management and leadership. Now, so Moving to Work is a special program for housing authorities that allows them more flexibility to use federal funds for innovations like job training programs or cost reduction strategies, and DCHA is part of this program. How important is it that the next executive director has previously worked in or led a Moving to Work agency?
I feel it's important. I mean, I come from another Move to Work agency in Fairfax. So in coming in, it wasn't new to me. So I understood the different flexibilities or initiatives that we could possibly utilize in our plan to allow for more housing or to allow for the residents to be better off. Like, great thing about it, DC was already doing it. So in recertifications every 2 years. So this allows the families over time to increase, not have rental increases every time that their revenue or their income goes up, right? So that was already in place, but other ideas like that, if you've been at another housing authority with Moving to Work or very familiar with the Move to Work community, you'll know those different initiatives to bring to the table.
And should the agency tie financial incentives for the director to performance metrics in the future?
So revenue-wise, I'd say no, but on expenses, yes, because you can't control the revenues. Like we did a budget in September off the assumption over the last, 7 to 10 years, because you've got an inflation factor that we would get it. And our budget was adopted in September, starts in October 1 is our fiscal year. And to date, we still don't have the budget, but we did get notice in December after our budget was approved that we wouldn't get that inflation factor. But on the expense level, yes. Again, revenue you can't control because once that comes in, but expenses, you can hold the ED to that, a measure, a goal measure as well for expenses.
All right, yeah, I mean, there's gotta be some, performance metrics.
Right, yes.
So let me talk about like financial management and audits and compliance, and I'm gonna start with the CFO. A new CFO, Jim Blanda, joined in March and left the agency last week. What happened there?
So I can't get into personnel matters, but we did separate from Mr. Belinda. I know here's counsel, they'll jump in, so I'm not sure what I can say. But Mr. Belinda just wasn't the right fit for the agency. DCHA is very unique. Again, many lines of business, local program, federal program, audits, number of audits and all of that. So that experience level is needed in a CFO. So we will start our recruitment for that, and it'll be publicized. Our HR department will put out the PD and the advertisement to start looking for the new CFO.
So what I fully expect to hear is, look, there's a lot of shady stuff going on. This person came in and saw it and didn't want to be part of it. I've not heard that yet,
Right.
but this is what I fully expect to hear. How can we, is that the case?
That is not the case.
Okay. So for all the folks who are not going to just take you at your word, respecting that this is a personnel matter, is there anything you can say to help address, this idea?
Counsel, like she's telling me no.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask Nicole not to cover, HR matters, but, beyond saying there's just no there. I mean, I think it's really hard to dispel those kind of, those kind of speculations, but there's.
Right, but from an oversight perspective, like when folks say, you got to be tougher on them. You can't let them get away with saying nothing. I mean,
I was saying a personnel matter. I mean,
Right.
we had to speak with you offline. That's a little different, but going on record on someone's personnel matters, I wouldn't do.
Right. Just as you would not speak about your staff and publicly, right? In personnel matters. We would not speak about our staff publicly in personnel matters. I mean, I think that's our quandary, right?
Right.
And I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
I do.
You got a personnel issue, I got an oversight issue.
Yeah, I get it, but I can't, you know what I mean? And
So-
not trying to obfuscate, but I can't,
So, but it's concerning. And but what about is Steve Nolan was one of the came on recently. My understanding is that he's no longer there either. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What role was Steve Nolan in?
Steve was actually he was assisting Isra and myself and Keith at the time on just he had more experience, I guess, as a CFO, right? So we didn't have a CFO at the time. So he was coming in and he would handle anything that we asked him to handle and look at. Also, he's very versed and connected with HUD as well on the cost savings measures and other notices that were coming out. So he worked with us on a cost savings plan as well on the voucher side of the house. So that's what we utilized Steve for.
Okay, and why is he no longer with the agency?
It was a short-term, we brought him in on a short-term contract. It was designed as a short-term contract, so.
So there were specific deliverables, or there was a timeline in the contract?
It was a specific timeline. It was a specific short-term timeline. So he was not terminated.
Something that shows a timeline in the contract?
Yes, it was, I mean, I think we anticipated that it would be through May. He ended up suggesting in March that we should go ahead and, when we brought in Mr. Blanda, that given that we had the CFO, we'd already brought in the CFO, that it made sense to go ahead and move him out.
But you can show us the contract.
Right, I have a contract from Mr. Nolan that said I think it was scheduled to terminate some date in March.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in May.
That would be helpful.
Yes.
And I'll also add that Mr. Nolan didn't meet with the board. I know I heard one of the witnesses state that I said not to. No, he met with the board every time we got on. He met with our finance committee meeting. He was very open about the changes, the budget that was coming down, and cost saving measures that he felt that we need to put in place. And we're looking at all those cost saving measures now.
Okay, so it seems like Mr. Nolan was not in sort of, one of the high level people leaving the agency, but the very short turnaround for the CFO, Jim Blanda, indicates that there's got to be some changes in the hiring process to avoid another situation like this. So how are you all looking at this?
So for the hiring process for the CFO and any other executive teams, prior, generally, it would be done through a more defined search, so not advertised. My process is I'm going to have it advertised, so our HR department will advertise it. So I'm going on record. You'll be looking for a CFO advertisement coming out soon. They'll be able to apply through that. Our HR department would take on the steps to make sure that they vet any candidates. We'll have a panel for interviewing. So we will handle this and future ones. As far as I'm the interim executive director through our HR department.
Okay, so the more aggressive like hiring process panel, make sure they fully understand what the role and responsibility and challenges will be. And on your side, you fully understand their ability to deal with that role.
That's correct.
Okay. For the last 6 months, the committee has been monitoring DCHA's response to the Office of Audit and Compliance report, which identified 10 observations and 2 allegations raising serious concerns about financial management. At the February 25th performance oversight hearing, DCHA said the final corrective action report would be completed within 1 month. Is that report complete?
It's not finalized yet. It is almost finalized. The written piece of it.
As opposed to?
As opposed to them doing their, I guess, field work and working papers, that part is done. So they're finalizing the final report for distribution for myself, the board, and out to you as well.
Okay, and what's the reason for the delay?
The delay has, I guess we can speak to this. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean, it's just, it's not a delay. They're being thorough. I mean, I think
It's
the OAC is being
delayed.
thorough.
He said it was going to take a certain amount of time and we don't have it yet.
Well, I mean, I can't speak to the OAC, but I think they are doing, they're asking, I mean, they're being diligent in asking questions and conducting follow-up and doing testing.
And that's the delay
their
piece.
job.
I think the delay piece isn't being able to talk to specific individuals that they need to make sure that they vet and close out and answer any questions. Because what we don't want is to put out a report and someone says, well, you haven't talked to this individual, or you didn't vet this. So that's what they've been doing. And the delay has been trying to have an interview with a specific employee.
That all sounds good, but if you give a timeline, I would assume that the timeline would take into account that you got to talk to people. So it's not a surprise, right? So
that's correct.
Okay, so I am concerned about what seem to be, pattern of delays and missed deadlines. If we're not on the same page that there's, like this is happening, then we got to kind of go back a couple steps. But what I'm trying to get to is how do we get to the place where we are on time with deliverables, especially with respect to audits?
Yeah, but with all respect, given the independent nature of the office, I mean, I feel like we're trying to allow them to complete their work independently. So, so the update that we have is that it is almost done. And what I would say is that we will, I did speak with the head of the acting head of the office recently, and given that it is almost done, the thought is that not only would you receive a copy, of the report, but, they're happy to sit down with you and, discuss the findings when it is done.
Okay, because last time we were told there was all but one item had been closed out.
Well, this is, again, there is, I think there has been a long path to getting some information from from a certain person.
I'm going to recognize my colleague, Councilmember Fruman. I'm going to run to the MPD hearing, so he will, when he finishes his questions, recess for about 20 minutes. Well, depends on how long he asks questions. I'll be gone for about 20 minutes.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chairperson White. And on these, you don't need to run that for us. Okay. On the senior staff issue,
Yes.
so the CFO position needs to be filled, executive director position needs to be filled. How many other vacancies are there amongst senior staff?
That's it.
That's it.
Mhm.
And then back on the emergency housing vouchers, I have seen things in the press. To what extent have you reached out and given notice to the voucher holders and the landlords of the voucher holders about the status of this program?
Yeah. So I know we work with DHS, so DHS administers those, so I'd have to double check and get back with you because those referrals come in through DHS. So have you all any notices yet?
No, you just heard it.
No, sir, we have not.
Okay, because I think that there is a constituency out there that maybe should be at these hearings because there's a reason to be concerned and they may or may not be aware of it. But we are aware of it. You talked about Mr. Nolan and the cost-cutting measures that were suggested, and my sense is one of the cost-cutting measures that you have implemented is a kind of rent freeze. Is that right? So
Yes.
how long has that rent freeze been in place?
It went into effect December 1st.
December
Of
1st
2025.
of 2025. So when landlords come forward and ask for an increase in their rent, because the answer is an automatic no.
Right. Right now, we're not so it's a pause right now. So we are not accepting any at this time.
And before then, that's a question of accepting.
Mhm.
You're not even accepting the applications, or they make an application and you reject it?
The landlords would make a request, and I would notify them at the time that the rental increases has ceased.
Okay. And were we making increases before December?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Because I had heard folks say that it was difficult to get a rent increase even before then, but we were making increases then.
I would not say it was difficult. We would do the rent reasonableness, of course, make sure it was reasonable. But I can't give the percentage that were approved, but the majority were approved.
So, and I'm sorry that Chair White isn't here, but I mean, one of the things that we've talked about is in a rent stabilized setting, what should be the reasonable rent. And one thing that I'm struck by is I've spoken to a number of landlords with big rent stabilized buildings, and they actually have been charging the rent stabilized rent. They might advertise at the rent stabilized rent. And then, that's the rent that they offer to somebody who comes in off the street or somebody who comes in through the voucher program. It strikes me that those landlords who, in my opinion, have been doing the right thing are particularly penalized because now they can't get a rent increase. So for their market tenants, they get a rent increase, but for their regular tenants, for their voucher tenants, they cannot. And to the extent that there's a disincentive to accept voucher tenants, we're building in one for the good actor players from my perspective. So it goes to this issue of we all got to figure out a solution in this space. One of the things I understand that Chair White talked about the delays in getting somebody leased up where, a landlord in a rent stabilized building could say, okay, this is the tenant, we want to have this tenant come. And then it can take months for the package to work its way through. And so that there is, and this is a disincentive to anybody, anywhere. Do we have the capacity to commence rent within a month of submission of the package or some kind of a thing where we take away that disincentive because of the time lags that may exist and create the incentive for the agency to complete the work more quickly? Is there a way for us to do that?
So on the average, I think we say we do about 90 days, but there are some cases that the team are within 30 days or less. Our average is higher, so we do have to get that down. So we'll have to look through, but I think the pieces that a lot of individuals don't see is the back and forth. So for example, if you're a new landlord, you have to provide us different information. We have an owner's portal that we communicate with owners with. What I've been seeing lately through in emails is maybe an owner has hired either a property management or a real estate agent, and they haven't provided them the access. So the communication is happening within this portal, and then days are missed because we're requiring stuff through this portal. The owner is either not providing it to the agent and they're not getting in, so there's some delays there. But the goal is definitely to decrease the time within 30 days. That could be a challenge. It just depends to get the average within 30 days. But they are definitely moving some individuals in within 30 days.
I mean, my sense is that we've gotten a lot better.
Yes.
And
yes.
so the trend line is good. And a silver lining of the bad news of that there are fewer people being moved in is that the system should get increasingly efficient. What I'm looking for is how do we get our reimbursement rates in this space right so that they're fair to everyone? And I think there's lots of issues out there. So I think we want to be fair to folks. And one of the issues relates to this delay. And I hear you, part of what I'm hearing from you is sometimes it's the landlord's fault. Like they haven't given us what they needed to give. But and let's work together on how is it that we can remove that disincentive to accepting a voucher tenant because it will take too long to process in a way that's fair to the landlords and fair to the agency. And we don't have to solve it right now.
Okay, we're open to that.
A different issue, and this comes up around specific landlords, is this phenomenon of buildings that are chopped up into kind of beehives where, whatever the minimum 50 square foot bedrooms. And then you get reimbursement rates that are through the roof. Do you have any ideas for how it is that we can protect against that? Because we want landlords to be fairly compensated, but to the extent that we have landlords who are very seriously profiteering, those are dollars that aren't being used to house families. And so what do you have thoughts about how we can protect against that?
Yes, so we've talked through and we've had a lot of thoughts. I think the biggest challenge for me is we know the affordablehousing.com system isn't perfect, but we know that it's working because we have a lot of landlords that are coming to us and appealing the amount that came back in the system. And I get in these smaller units that are in areas where you have less comparables or you're comparable and the building is assisted, so you can't utilize that, or you maybe within a 1 mile radius, you're around houses versus a property. I get that's challenging, but for me, it's trying to figure out to not bring risk to the agency by having a set aside in how we run certain rent reasonableness for those buildings only. So we have to think through it as a team to also figure out affordablehousing.com, if it's not working for this subset, how can we get it to work, but also not put the agency back at risk to be on the 2022 HUD report of where rent reasonableness was a write-up, a finding, and we had to go to the affordablehousing.com.
So on this, I think your vulnerability is that to the extent that affordablehousing.com doesn't work and you're overpaying, that's your vulnerability, in my opinion. And one thought, and just offer it, is could you have a maximum amount per square foot? You may not have square footage for the comparables, but you have to have the square footage for the unit that you're renting. And if you have a 1,000 square foot unit and it's renting for a very high rent because it's being compared to a 3-bedroom house within a 1 mile radius, that should show up in a rent per square foot. So I just invite you to think about that, because what we're looking for is how do we squeeze that waste, in my opinion,
Right.
out of the system.
Right.
Do you have a reaction to that idea?
I guess my reaction is the number that happens is a very low number. So what we have to do again is I have to measure the risk for the agency. Because if we get away from affordablehousing.com that's used by many housing authorities and other housing authorities may not have the same challenge, or they do, and maybe it's just hasn't been brought up the way it's brought up here in the district. So again, it's risk to the agency. So I have to think through that. We're open to any suggestions, but trying to figure out a different method to calculating rent reasonableness for a small portion, very small portion, when you know it's working, because you've got other owners constantly reaching out and saying that what we're offering them back is much lower than they're asking, and we're looking at the comparable. So I've got to get back to you on that table and figure out, but it has to be for the agency. We can't put the agency at a risk, and that's just my concern of getting away from affordable housing and trying to find another, or to rely on staff to now for these specific units. Now we've got to go out and do the search and missing something.
All right, well, let's keep talking about this, but I do think that your vulnerability, even if it were just a handful of landlords that this was happening, they create a big vulnerability to you. Those are the people who have you in the newspapers every 2 or 3 months. And so let's try to figure out a way to address that. You've got $700 million in revenue bonds that are going to become available to you soon?
Soon, first tranche, end of this year, beginning of 27, it will be the first tranche, the 9 units.
And part of what's painful in this world is that you establish numbers in 1 year and then a couple of years later, it's not the right number.
That's correct.
By your estimate, will the 700 million do what it was originally intended to do?
For the 18 properties, I don't think so. I know we went in initially for up to 18 properties, for 18 total properties, with tariffs, cost increase, infrastructures, and so on. I don't think the 700 million will cover all the properties, honestly.
What are we going to do?
That's what the team we're going to work for and see how we can be creative, think outside of the box. I know we've been talking about different other investments to come in, grant opportunities. We're looking at the repositioning through the tools at HUD that bring in higher revenue. So we're just going to have to explore all that. But we know for the first tranche, through the dollars that we're getting through IRB, looking at some of the projects of the city funds, and also hopefully our capital funds to come in at the end of the year, the first tranche should be fine.
Okay, and I mean, part of your goal has been to get to 98% occupancy, I believe. And I think what I'm hearing from the testimony earlier is that in order to do that, you're going to need enough money to bring the vacant units that are online but not habitable to be habitable. And how close to having enough money to do that are you?
Not close at all. I mean, if, like I said, the average of price that we were looking at is about 150,000 or 200,000 per unit. So if we just count all the offline units, excluding a few of these on here, about 300 units you can exclude because those are going to be demolished. So out of that number, those won't come back online. But you're looking at 200 million plus to get, and I've taken out the IRB properties, but that's to get those other units back online. And that's just from the 1,400. How much do we have?
Yeah, if you need 200 million, how much?
I think we generally every year we get about 26 million in capital funds from federal. And again, again, that needs to go across all of our properties. So that 26 million each year.
So are you saying that we have 26 million each year?
Yes.
So if it took 2 years to get this done, you'd get 50 million. So there's 150 million shortfall
Right.
that you need in order to get to 98% occupancy.
That's correct. And we're also looking at the, like I said, the city dollars, any additional city funds. That's, I know our request for 60 million. That still wouldn't get us there the first year, but over a couple of years, that could get us that along with the cash that we have, that we get from the feds.
I mean, this budget season, the numbers are cruel. I mean, and when you talked about the emergency housing vouchers and you're at 104% occupancy now, so you need 4% of like, let's just say it's 10,000, but it's more than that, isn't it?
It is.
So you need 400 in attrition, then you need 500, you need 100 for the people who are on the street.
Right.
And then 500 for the emergency housing vouchers just to tread water.
That's
not
correct.
to serve a single new, one more person than we have. Okay. It does feel like we need a major rethink here. Like what's another path here? New communities was a thing that was out there to, try to bring private dollars to the table so we could remake some properties and turn them into mixed income. What's the big idea here to get to something where the numbers make sense, where you can look at the numbers and say, there's a road? Good to see you.
Good to see you. John Settle, Senior Advisor to the Executive Director. I mean, great astute questions. I think the first thing that we're talking about among the team is what is the final cuts? Because not only like everybody, at the individual home level, we're dealing with all the costs of utilities and all the other stuff, but there's this continuous cut of federal funding, not just housing, but many of the sustainability programs like 45L and the ITC, things that were recently great tools in the toolbox to make the pro forma work and fill gaps, are going by the wayside. And now you have the cuts for this year. You've got the proposed 13% cut to HUD's budgets next year. So you got to start from the place of what can we really count on? And at the same time, we've got this disinvestment that's happening, not in just DC, across the nation, but it's more exacerbated in DC because of the problems with the delinquencies and things like that, and the disinvestment when you have, players like Enterprise, leaving the market. So really, I think what it really comes down to, and I know it's a tough budget cycle for the city as well, is just really a partnership around not only resource allocation, but one of the things we're talking about in the team is, can we bring back concepts like social impact bonds? So I think, it's great to hear you raising these, and I think it's great to really have a conversation about how can we partner with the city, how can we partner with private, foundations, family offices that are mission driven and, are willing to take a lesser return to maximize the impact.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I honestly didn't know that you were in the senior advisor role. So I have to say that was news to me when you got up and started to walk over.
Very new.
And and great news to me.
Yes.
So, and on that cheery note, and watching you lumber to the table, I did think you and Chief Reese and
I'm in that 20-year plan with you.
But good to see you. On that cheery note, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I'll try, if I could leave for any amount of time, Councilmember Fruman is going to have enough questions to fill the time. And he's going to call a few people old in the process, which I like too. So, would you all like to take a 10-minute recess or continue? Yes? Okay. Okay, let's recess for, is 10 minutes enough?
Yep.
Okay.
15, they say.
Well, it's a 15-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 2:15. We are in a brief recess.
Okay, thank you. Y'all weren't shy about that.
Okay.
No, that's good. No, you're fine. You are fine. You're fine.
Still over the coffee.
Y'all go get lunch real quick.
You don't want anybody stealing your notes.
Oh, yeah.
That's-
Oh, my God.
that's just how it is.
Whatever. They come.
Yeah.
All right, we're testing to see if,
Okay, no, we need someone.
yep,
Let me
okay.
go for it. Marquez, Olivia.
Good.
Yep.
Right. Oh, we are resumed. Um, all right, so back into audit and compliance issues. So DCHA missed the March 31st deadline to provide required documents for the Office of the Inspector General's FY25 audit, even after the deadline was extended. What's preventing the agency from producing necessary financial records on time?
I think Israel, you switched out at the wrong time. We'll have Israel come up.
Good afternoon, Israel Kazim, interim CFO. So the delay happened because of multiple things. So the auditors and us, we communicate well, but there's a lot of questions that they come back with a bounce back question, and the turnaround is quite fast usually, but there's a lot of questions and a lot of requests that they've been asking. So this audit, they've had over 500 PBC requests because they're going back also with 24 questions for year 24. And so with that, it just takes a longer time to like get all the answers and all the responses back to them.
In Israel, in comparison to, I guess, a normal year, how many PBC requests usually would you get?
About 300.
Okay. So the auditors said that they would base the final report on whatever documentation they had by April 10th. Did DCHA provide all of the required information by that time?
I know there's still some open items that they are aware of, the auditors are aware of. So they're still accepting those answers for those open items.
Okay, so they haven't closed it yet. They're still
Not completely,
okay.
no.
What I want to make sure we avoid is a negative opinion from the Inspector General, because we're still working to gain public trust with DCHA's books. We got to get past this period. Do you feel confident that you will be able to meet the timelines for the IG's audit and get things closed out?
The findings, you mean, or the actual audit?
The whatever documentation they need so that
So
they can.
yes, we feel like we will be able to provide all the documentation and they will meet the deadline. As far as we know, we have enough ample time for the auditors have ample time to like continue with the audit and provide the final report to DC Council by June 1st.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to do that. So we don't want any more negative audits. Randy Sherrod is
The OAC interim
yeah,
acting.
okay.
Mhm.
But he's not here today, I don't think.
No.
Okay. So let's talk about the operational budget proposal. And I think some of my colleagues got into some of this, but and a lot of concerns raised from witnesses. In the Q2 FY26 accountability report, you report $95.7 million in reserves. What are those reserves for?
Where's that?
So I think, yeah. I know that 90 million of it roughly requires HUD approval for prior use, but I want to first get on the same page about what those reserves are used for and can be used
You
for.
got it. You got the report? The most recent report, I think, went out. So like your Parkway Overlook, your DC, the 1133 reserves, the quarterly report.
Is that for 24 or 25? You said Q2.
I think Q2 FY26 accountability report.
The mayor's report, That's
Oh, okay. Yes, so the reserve consists of the 1133 proceeds for selling the 1133 headquarters. That's about 60 something million. And then some of it was like the reserves for the escrow reserves for Parkway Overlook and Columbia. And so the one for the 1133 proceeds are the ones that we would need to get a prior approval from HUD to use those proceeds
Got it.
for our expenses. And they're usually used for anything that has to do with property operations and rehab work for the property. So it has to go back into the properties itself.
Could you move your mic a little closer?
Sure.
Thank you. And I think you can slide the whole thing closer to you.
Okay.
Thank you. So you can use it for the properties and properties need plenty of work. Why do we have so much reserves?
So the HUD held reserves, the 1133, of course, reserves, there's specific uses. So rent, since the building was demolished, so rent for the spaces is being used on our rent at 300, the rent at 702 of those rent locations. We are looking at, you can't go back in time, you can look forward. So we are looking at different repair items that meet, I guess, the eligibility, because it's not everything. It's not all expenses for properties and it's not all capital and construction. It's certain items that they lay out that can be used for these dollars. And we are exploring the use of any of those dollars. We actually did use some of those dollars for some routine operating cost at the public housing properties.
Okay. But I'm still not understanding with all the work that has to be done, all the vacant units that need to be brought online, repair maintenance requests. Why is there not an aggressive schedule to say, look, we got $90 million to really get things in good shape?
So it's not 90 million. How much is it in the 1133 fund?
The 1133 fund is about 60 million, a little bit short from 60 million.
And so some of that is already budget and allocated for rent, right? Because 1133 building was demolished, so we need to ensure that goes to there. But generally for construction or capital purposes, it has to be the source and the deal of a RAD conversion. So we can utilize that when we're closing on any of the RAD deals. But just to go out and utilize it, because you get capital funds, it's not an eligible use. So it has to be a source in the RAD deal. So many of the 9 are all going to be RAD. So if we have a gap there, we can utilize some of those funds as the source, which we did plan to utilize some of those funds as a source in those deals.
So then what is the plan for those funds? You plan to just kind of sit them there? I understand. So you have some of them you say you're going to use for RAD deals?
Some will be used for some RAD deals. Some is being used for the rent to replace office spaces.
For your current headquarters?
Current headquarters, 702, any of the headquarter buildings not headquarter buildings, any of the office buildings for the staff.
Okay.
They're utilized for that.
And then for, have you identified which RAD projects you plan to use the funding for?
We don't have the final numbers yet, but when we see if there's a gap from the IRB funds or any other funds, then we'll determine how much we'll use. But we don't want to deplete them all because, of course, you've still got 40-something more projects to go.
Yeah.
And you're not adding to that reserve. I mean, as we take away, when we don't want to deplete it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, you want to make sure you have some emergency reserves. But if I'm living in a building and I don't love the condition, I'm wondering why you're sitting on tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, but it can only be used for certain sources and eligible expenses. It's not that we can go and take this right now, go, replace the boiler. That's just not the case on how those funds are approved for use. They're actually approved for use right now for just office. Anything else we have to, because since we tore down the 1133 building, so it's usually for rent or replacement of office space. We have to go to HUD to get approval on any other eligible uses, and it's laid out pretty clearly in the HUD PIH notice.
Okay. And then you have another reserve. I know the acronym is COCC, and there's like 1.3 million in there.
That's probably actual cash, maybe.
Yeah, that's
the actual cash.
Central office
Okay.
expenses.
Okay. And what's that money?
Operating expenses.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that one's
salaries, operating, any of that.
okay. And that one I think is about 1.3. So it's not a ton. Do you anticipate any months this year or next year when the agency might struggle to cover basic operating costs?
I feel toward the end of this year, we may struggle if, depending on what our HUD approved budget is for vouchers, because again, we're at 104%. And if they're still funding us at 2024's occupancy level, then there's a possibility in November and December. So again, those reserves are ones that we would hold in case we have to pay voucher funds.
Okay. And are your existing staffing levels sustainable financially for the next 12 to 18 months?
So we've run some back of the napkins. We know, I know Director Pettigrew, before his departure, we talked about, right sizing the agency. We know that we've been operating the agency as if we still had the 10,000 plus public housing units. So right now, I can't say yes, that we can continue the staffing at that cost.
And you mentioned earlier, I don't remember if it was in your testimony or response to a question, but you've done some things like restricted hiring.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in certain departments across the board?
So every department, but certain positions we're not. So like I said, inspectors, right? We're not freezing that. So we will backfill inspectors. For police officers, we won't hold that. So certain positions we do have to fill, but if it's not an essential or if the need isn't there, then all the rest, we have frozen positions.
Okay. What about covering payroll? Have there been any periods in the last few months where covering payroll required shifting funds around or delaying payments?
So we shift funds because we pretty much funds are in different accounts. So the shifting of fund is a normal practice. So we may shift some from that 1133. We may shift them from an affiliate entity. So that's not a concern. But we do move the monies around. There's some months that we do move from another, the 1133 account or from other accounts after reconciling to put into our general fund where we pay all of our bills out of.
Okay. Let me back up and double down a little bit because of how much testimony I heard about today from folks concerned about using available funding to address property conditions. So reserve fund or other funds, what funding is available to address property conditions?
So of course, city funds. We are moving to work agency. So any excess funds that you don't utilize, for vouchers, some can be, some are fungible. But right now, the way that the public housing operating subsidy program works, it has not been able to fund the program 100%. So each year, we are generally pulling from our fungibility from the voucher side or other areas, about $30 million to cover the public housing side. So if we're already pulling from there to cover operations of that amount, there's really no other funds to pull from at this time because the operating subsidy is not fully funded from HUD on that side. It's generally funded at a much lower level.
So there's no money for maintenance?
So every year in about October, we'll get capital funds of about 26 million. So in October, we will get those funds. And federal,
Okay.
yes. The city funds, we have those. So that's what's keeping the projects going. But right now, as we talked about, we had paused for a minute to start looking at the properties and priorities because infrastructure needs are there. So we need to ensure that we possibly reallocate some of those dollars for infrastructure needs. So boilers aren't going down. As we heard earlier, the hot water tank at Greenleaf, others need to have those replacements happening.
How much in local funding, DC funding, can be used for maintenance?
On maintenance, it was just a small bucket with the amount meaning on. I think maintenance may all be expended, but for capital, how much? 4.7 million for maintenance. The rest was for capital.
Okay. And then what can the capital funding be used for?
So replacement of chillers, it's more replacement items, so not repairs and maintenance. So replacement of, you guys want to help me out here?
Yeah.
Chillers, boilers.
Yeah, so if you think about it like accounting, capital funds can be used for capital items. So roof, infrastructure work, things like that. And so one of the things, and I've heard a lot of the testimony today about the issue. And so I think one thing that is important to educate the public on is it's not as simple as going in and painting a unit or replacing the flooring when you've got major issues behind the walls.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost akin to saying, okay, why don't we go ahead and take the dents out of the car and paint the car and not address the engine and the transmission.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think previously there have been, projects where it's been more the cosmetic and not addressing the infrastructure. And it's really, now a reckoning of the functional obsolescence of these properties because of the age and the systems.
Mm-hmm.
So you now have to step back and say, how do we address these systems? Because once again, I think the public needs to understand the agency is dealing with the same issue that individuals are dealing with, whether they're homeowners or renters. Utility costs are going up, for instance. This winter was cruel on systems. Boilers were going down because they're not built for the continued cold waves like we're having now.
Mm-hmm.
And so the added stress on the systems is stressing your supply lines. So now you got to say, okay, we've got enough money to do a new boiler, but we don't have enough money to replace the supply lines. So do we replace the boiler knowing that the supply lines may leak and create a mold problem?
Mm-hmm.
So it really is, imperative to step back and be more comprehensive and holistic, especially assuming that funds are going to continue to be tight at the federal and the local level. So you got to do more with less. So, I understand the frustration of residents. I've in my own house lived with cold water when the water heater goes down. Those are unfortunate realities. But when you just have enough money to fix one item and you got four, it's a tough position.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what the agency's dealing with.
So what are we doing, or do we need to do to identify a path forward, right? So I hate to think about 10 years from now, somebody saying, well, everything is falling apart because of deferred maintenance. It's happened with Metro, right? And they say, Director Wycliffe and Chairman White, let it go. You know, they just like threw Band-Aids up. I recognize we don't have all the funding to do everything, but how do we assess what good repair looks like and how we get there?
I think that's a great question, and Metro is a great analogy. But for the outsized money that DC puts in compared to our neighbors, I'm gonna put that little tag out there.
Yeah.
That's helping with the infrastructure. So I think the first thing is asking, and doing the detailed analysis of, what is the infrastructure condition and how do you prioritize that? It's tough when you don't have enough money, you got to prioritize those things. But also too, now the agency is having to look at the spike in utility costs, just like homeowners, I'm getting all these mailers about, the electrical costs. Well, it's electric and gas are going up. So, one of the things the agency is trying to do is not what many private landlords are doing is sub-meter and pass that expense on to the tenant. But then you've got to make investments that reduce your utility expense. So it costs even more for a high efficiency boiler than a regular boiler.
Yeah.
So do we put the regular boiler knowing that the bills are going to be higher, or do we try to stretch even more and put the high efficiency? So I think we're looking at that. Any dollars that fall out of the city's budget will be helpful. And I think we're trying to also replace, because up until the cuts from the administration, there was sustainability funding. So you could work with a funder and do the cost sharing of the energy savings where they would pay for the improvement and sharing energy savings. Well, that's gone. So now we're really just trying to be creative and figure out how can we tap into, maybe some more socially oriented dollars that really want to support the mission is not as much return because, as you know, interest rates are higher. So, if you could have got a loan 2 years ago at 3% and now it's 8%, you got less dollars.
Yeah.
So it's a tough situation.
Okay. Yeah, I remain concerned about this. I also recognize, the agency is still in a place where leadership is working to stabilize it. Can't do everything at once or else you're just going to fail miserably. So this might be the next chapter, but I know it's a shared concern. So no new vouchers coming in and rents rising, utilities going up. What changes, if any, is DCHA making to reduce avoidable costs like overpayments, delayed inspections, administrative errors, things like that waste money?
So for the overpayment piece, I think you were out when we were talking to Councilmember Fruman. We utilize the affordablehousing.com system. So we know that it's working. I don't think we know of course, it's not perfect, but it's definitely, if a landlord is coming and requesting a higher rent, the rent reasonable system will come in and say, no, it's lower. And we go back to those individuals. And the owner has the opportunity to reduce it or not. So again, there may be some that people feel that we're overpaying, but per the system, it takes deductions off of it. It tries to get to the reasonable rent of the parameters within a mile. So I don't want to say we're not overpaying, but I can't, effectively say that we are overpaying. We're utilizing the affordablehousing.com system, which is working. So on that piece, I don't think there's a savings there right now, but we'll definitely look at other steps that we can take to see what other housing authorities are doing. But I know most of them are utilizing affordablehousing.com as that tool.
Okay. Well, administrative errors or, any inefficiencies would also waste money in a time where we don't have money to waste.
Right. So again, it's, each director and they're holding their staff accountable, their managers, supervisors, and staff accountable for timeliness. Again, it's not always DCHA. There's back and forth. So as well as the staff needs to ensure that they're, checking emails, returning calls. I know it's not happening all the time, It's not happening with every staff member, but directors, supervisors will address that. But also onus is sometimes on the landlords, the owners. They gotta respond back. As Anton said, for inspections, if we go out and it's not ready and it fails, then yes, we have to come back out. So again, we have a certain amount of staffing due to, budgetary reasons, but we'll look at everything. But as far as the directors, they are holding their staff accountable.
Okay. And there've been a number of recommendations over the past months, year or two, corrective action recommendations from the Office of Audit and Compliance and the Inspector General. How are you aligning or changing your operating budget to address any corrective actions?
So I'm trying to see which one. If it's, comes down to, I can only think right now, security cameras, right? So we didn't have, sufficient security cameras on one of the corrective actions. So again, we'll look at the dollars, any capital funds that are coming in, we're planning for that. But that is hard. If the dollars aren't there, you can't do but so much on the capital side. On the operating side, again, we're still putting a cost savings plan, the final cost savings plans together that will be presented to the board and then later. But in that plan, hopefully, we can have some cost saving measures now that more dollars can go into repairs, maintenance, and capital. We've already cut tremendously, probably since November or December, different contractors, consultants. If there was certain items going at the property and staff can now handle, we've reduced that. So we've already started to reduce expenses. And as we continue to reduce and get to a break-even point, especially on the public housing side, we can now start to put more dollars into the capital areas and other areas needed.
Okay. Well, there'll be continued attention on
Yes.
these issues. So on the capital budget, these unspent capital balances, along with receiving new funding in the mayor's proposed budget, in the, again, going back to the Q2 FY26 accountability report, you indicated that FY25 capital spending is only 31% obligated and 8% spent. FY24 funds are 70% obligated and 46% spent. What's preventing these dollars from being deployed more quickly?
So, Councilmember, I'm going to do my best to answer. The individual best able, unfortunately, had an emergency illness and can't be here today. But we have been having some conversations. So some of this is twofold. Number one, you begin work, and as I said, you open up the walls and you find bigger problems. And so then you got to pause and figure out how do we address that? Because we don't want to just close up the wall and leave the issue there. Also, too, there's an ability, I think it's 2 amendments per year. So as I said, we're looking at, can we, move to doing more infrastructure related than more cosmetic? And so I think you'll see over the next 90 to 120 days, a flurry of packages coming in that are aimed more at the infrastructure. And I do want to emphasize, we also are, kind of taking a step back and saying, we know federal dollars are cut. They're going to be cut further. We know there's not as many local dollars that is plentiful. So, while we hope that there's more local support, we've got to be very judicious about where these dollars go, because we know there may not be, additional, high-level dollars to address these things in the future. And to your earlier point, I think what can be done, and I think housing authorities across the country are doing it, but I think it's really important to have collective advocacy, at the federal level around the impacts of all these cuts. These dollars are harming real people. And so I think there needs to be a collective fight. But I think, budgets speak to priorities. And so I know it's a tough budget cycle, but housing is a critical priority.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, but also, John, I think, I know this was a project that you were working on, but the way that it was put out, like in the mayor's report and the finance team was putting the receipt in the year that they received it versus the year.
Okay, yeah, been allocated, yeah. So
there will be a
there's a reconciliation going on now, because she's correct. they were booking it as the dollars were coming in versus applying it to the year that those funds were. And then there's also another example that comes to mind. So there's 5 properties, Melvo, Montana, Elvins, Lincoln, Villager, and Ontario, that had capital funds planned, but we had to step back and book those together because some of them couldn't meet the requirements for UFAS, which is, accessibility and all that. And so Amy and her team negotiated with HUD that if they were submitted as a package, that they would be viewed collectively versus individually, because some of them just can't be adaptively reused for accessibility because of, property limitations, narrow hallways and things like that. So once again, that'll be going forward, but it had to step back. So there's a lot of individual explanations that I think make the picture, a lot better than what it's looking on the paper.
It's still, the percentages are still concerning though. I understand what you're saying, but for FY25 capital spending, 31% obligated and 8% spent. I get that, those numbers may be revised to be more accurate, but it's still, the story is still, there's a lot of money not being spent while the needs are real and present. So
keep in mind when Director Wycliffe and Pettigrew came in, there were funds back multiple years, 21, 22, 23. So that money was spent first. So a lot of these units have been turned, you're using the oldest money first.
Yeah.
And now you're moving forward, into this new money. But also keep in mind, as some of these packages were priced and put together, it was pre-tariff, and so when the price goes up and you've got a fixed budget, you got to find money. And it's not like they've got money laying around to say, okay, your cost went up 20%, we'll just fill it. So, there's a lot of factors, that go into, spending the money and spending it properly.
So the district's budget book shows about a little more than $77 million in available capital project balance. Annual spending has been about $35 million. FY26 expenditures to date are only $5 million. How does that $77.3 million figure relate to what's shown as obligated and spent? How do I make sense of this?
I need to see it. Like I said, I'm not.
We have
the
a
person
better
to-
chart that we will definitely provide to you after that. You have that one.
Oh, I gotta find my glasses. Okay. And I will say, I don't know the full amount, but I know some packages have gone in the last couple of weeks. So I think some of this money has been spent. I'll do my best. I think my glasses are in my bag. So total amount received obviously is what's been requested. So once again, if you have a project that's in process, you may not request all the money in the beginning. You may do some work and then pull it down. Obligated, committed, is obviously, what that is, what has been, the PO has been created. So that's, thank you for the internal accounting talk. So the purchase order has been created, meaning the work is allowed to proceed. Because remember, some packages have to come to the council for approval. They've got to go to the board. So there may be things that are in process that are not yet in this obligated committed because they haven't got to the PO stage. And then obviously you've got, uncommitted, which most of this I think is stuff that's going to be an amendment to address a more pressing, more urgent need. And then obviously total paid is what's been paid out. And then unpaid, maybe waiting on a final inspection, waiting on invoices. So that's what all those mean.
So how do we get to a place where there's an accurate accounting of what's been spent and when it was spent and what is projected, and having a level of confidence in the projected spending? Like you said, sometimes you open up the walls, it's worse than you think. But like, we can't go in that cycle forever, or you can never do any reasonable budgeting. So how do we get to a place where the numbers make sense, the plans are generally reliable?
So I think two answers. One, Director Wycliffe is given a mandate to get, many of these vacant units online.
Mhm.
So I think there's walks ongoing now that are looking at the infrastructure, and so there is even cases where walls are being opened up, by staff. So you can see behind the walls, there's an evaluation of the physical plant, meaning the HVAC and all that stuff. So then you can also, go back out and get new pricing. And so I think a lot of that's taking place right now. And so that's why I said in the next 90 to 20 days, I think you'll see a lot of movement, and
Okay.
pretty substantial movement. I would think you'll see tens of millions of dollars.
Okay, great. And obligations that go to fruition, like not, we're about to start it, and then, costs went up, like, we gotta get into a,
Right.
everything is not in your control. Like, I get that, but, we've got to get into a better pattern. I know we bumped into each other at Langston years ago, I want to make sure we get into a pattern of getting these things done. So the mayor's proposing an additional project allotment of $31.8 million in FY27 and $31.8 million in FY28. Do you expect to obligate and spend those amounts within those fiscal years?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because as Director Wycliffe said, there's 19 industrial revenue bond properties. There's 5 Melvo properties, and there are other properties that are convert that you have to, before they convert, make any, critical repairs required on the CNA. So there's more projects than money.
Okay.
Let me put it like that. Yeah. As Councilmember Fruman asked when you were out, there's probably another $150 to $200 million in need. So that money will be spent, and any extra money the city finds will be spent.
Industrial revenue bonds, how does that work with public housing?
So,
We're converting them though.
well, I think you're talking about the bonds themselves, right? Yeah, so the council, which is a great move, by the way, a few years ago amended the legislation to allow DEMPED, as previously it could only issue bonds for schools, roads, projects like that, to add affordable housing as long as it was a nonprofit developer doing the work.
Okay.
And so that's opened up the opportunity for floating bonds, which is great. The downside is, interest rates have gone up, and unfortunately, no fault of the city, the $1 billion hit last year impacted the credit rating.
Yeah.
So once again, rates are going up. So when this was proposed, rates were lower, those dollars will go further, but that's how the IRBs work.
Okay.
You're on record anyway.
She was clarifying that the bonds are loans, you've got to repay them, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're debts, master indenture trust.
So your performance oversight responses showed that 114 capital projects dating back to FY21, 65 of the 114 projects are less than 50% complete. Yeah, somewhat along the lines of what Ms. Petway was talking about. 28 projects from FY24 or earlier are less than 80% complete. How can DCHA execute the FY27 capital plan on schedule, and when are we going to get these projects to completion?
You want to take that? Yeah, because our construction manager, he was out sick today. So, I mean, as John just said, I have mandated that we get these dollars out, get these projects completed. So we will have to table that and we can get the response from him. But I know that I, along with, John and others, will be overseeing and ensuring that we are getting these projects done, dollars out the door, ensure that contractors for performance are doing good workmanship, craftsmanship, and everything. If not, we will ensure that they won't do any more DCHA work. But for me, my mandate is I will heavily be watching this.
All right. Well, if you would work with them and just get us a more specific response. Additionally, repair and maintenance FY25 funds are only 3% spent, with 1,815 units offline and many in need of repair. So how do you explain such low spending?
So do you want to come?
I think that's
Did you know
fine.
on the R&M ones?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Switch out with Ezra.
Yes.
They're obligated. I don't think they're fully expended, but they are obligated. Mhm.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Ken Bose. I'm the General Manager for Capital Design and Construction. The R&M funds are being spent as we speak right now. So there's 7.4 and plus another 4 million that are being implemented as we speak. So, for example, the project that they were talking about, the hot water heater at Greenleaf, that's one of the R&M projects that we are working on right now. So this money is being spent down as we speak right now. So there's probably, I think that percentage is low. What was that percentage you said?
3%?
How much?
3?
No, it's got to be more than that. I
And what
think,
report are you looking at,
Yeah.
Councilmember?
Yeah, the one I saw yesterday was much higher. I think we have to get you maybe an updated
Is
slide.
that from the last oversight or something? Oh,
Yeah, there's been
We'll-
substantial changes.
We'll get you updated.
And just for the record, council member, I think collectively, we share the residents' frustration. You know, we hear it. You know, and that's also why we're trying to be a little more strategic. So one of our projects is Judiciary House. And, you know, the residents there have gone through, 5 years of renovations. And so that's why we're slowing back now. And we're looking at, all the options. Can we relocate them off site? And we're doing it in conjunction with them, in terms of making this decision, because we want to deliver for the residents, but for dollars, that's the big concern, which is why you'll hear me continually advocating. I know it's a tough budget cycle, but this is a financial situation. More dollars are needed to address the problem, And so obviously we're going to get this money out the door, but it's going to run out and there's going to be a lot of projects left unfinished.
Sure. All right. I'm sure you have, and you may have already sent them to us, but the updated repair maintenance
Okay,
spending
yes, we'll
would
get
be
that.
helpful.
And also, just to add, I did hear a couple of the witnesses talking about a few properties, and it's easy to, but like Triangle Square and Capitol Gateway, is it those, not Capitol Gateway, Triangle Square, those are properties that are not owned by the housing authority.
Yes.
So we do have some public housing units in them,
Mm-hmm.
but unfortunately, we don't own them, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But encouraging them to meet with residents would be helpful.
Yes, yeah, we've been talking to that management company a lot.
Good. Seems that way.
Yes.
And the industrial revenue bonds, I think there's $700 million
Total.
available through.
That's the
that?
total for all 19, yes.
Okay. What will that be used for and when?
So the first phase is 9 properties. So
Okay.
400 million is allocated for the 9 properties. All right. And don't ask me to name all 9. Like nothing, but we'll get you, more specifics on that. So that's the first phase of the 9.
Okay.
And as I said, that was based on numbers from a few years ago.
Yeah.
The prices have gone up, but also it didn't take into account all the infrastructure and maximizing, the energy efficiency and water efficiency. So now we're looking at on a project by project basis, because each project has to be financed on its own, rentability with a little bit of ability to cross collateralize. So where some properties may need more, but may not be able to afford as much, we're trying to figure out where can we find other dollars. So that's what we're looking at, how can we reprogram some capital dollars? How can we get a few more dollars from the city? How can we do other things?
But if those 9 properties are going to utilize 400 million, then what's the other 300 going to?
It's slated for last 10, but as Director Whitcliffe testified, it's not going to be enough to do those 10.
You're right.
You know.
So is there a reason not to borrow, pull from that 300 million to make sure
The way the deal was structured, it was set up that way, and so you're pretty much locked into that. You'd have to go back and start over, to renegotiate the structure.
I'm sorry. So there are 9 properties. It was about 400 million allocated to those, leaving another 300 million. prices gone up. Why can't we use that 300 million for any buffer?
So it was in tranches, number one, let me say that. And then number two, obviously, we're going to have a conversation with DEMPED to see, what can we do, what flexibility exists, to be able to repurpose those dollars. But remember, this is similar to a security offering. So we got to make sure we've got to do it carefully because the investment market is not what it was, a year and a half ago. So we're going to try to get some flexibility without, causing jeopardy to the transaction.
Okay. And what's the realistic timeline for breaking ground on those 9 properties?
We think at least 3 to 4 will close at the end of this year. The breaking ground is a question we're still working through because that depends on the relocation of the residents, whether it's on site, whether it's off site. But we expect at least 3 to 4 to close into this year.
All right.
If not more.
Okay. And how do we avoid a situation like Greenleaf, which was supposed to get started a decade ago, if not more?
So Greenleaf was a full redevelopment, tear down, rebuild. These are rehab. And also DCHA or its affiliate will remain owners and control. So we have development consultants, so not partners going into any ownership roles. So we do, control this. The bond dollars are there, so we're not waiting on any tax credits or FHA financing and stuff. So again, this is different because it's a rehab versus a redevelopment.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, my big concern is closing, finding a development partner, having a plan, having the money in place, and then
We've
things.
done that though. So when we say closing, we're talking more like RAD closing or HUD closing, right? So, and closing of the bonds as well, but we don't need those. We have our development consultants and architects and everything already on board for that, but closing will really be DCHA and its affiliates.
Okay. And those 9 properties, how were those identified? Are they the properties with the most severe physical needs or another criteria?
So it was that was one, severe needs, trying to touch each of the wards, not just doing everything in one ward. So those 2 criterias are what we use to prioritize the first 9.
Okay.
But I think there were also ones that we knew could be rehabbed, right? Yeah. That where because I think we're also looking at 20-year viability for these, right? Okay. I mean, because we want to do it right. I mean, getting back to sort of the theme that John was touching on, it's, the work that we are trying to do is long-term preservation of these properties, right? So these were properties that we could rehab and preserve long-term, right? With rehab work as opposed to sort of having to knock them down and, right? I mean, we needed, right? So they had to fit sort of that criteria as well, right? So they had also had, I think, some work recently done on them that we felt like could, would sort of fit into that box as well.
Yeah, and I'd also say that, the other factors, it really was looking at, readiness versus complexity. There's some that are going to require more complex permitting.
Right.
Addressing everything from stormwater to others, but also vacancies because relocation is expensive, it's complex, it's hard for the residents. Yeah. So, there's prioritization of some that have higher vacancies. So there's less, relocation, issues to deal with.
We're going to be able to do something with the vacant units at Potomac Gardens.
So we've done a lot already with the many of the vacant units through the city dollars. I'll see what else is out there that hasn't been done. Many of the units are being worked on, but they have to go through lead abatement and be cleared that way. So we can't lease them until those are done. So we'll look at that as well.
Okay.
And just to give you an idea of the undertaking, there's 1,912 units just in the first 9 properties.
Okay.
So it's pretty substantial amount.
Right. Are these units that are mostly offline now, or these units that are?
I don't have the numbers nearly as well as Ms. Printing, but
I knew that question was coming, so that means.
They're a combination. They're a combination. And what I would say is, as I said, all 9 won't happen at once. It'll be phased. So some of this is going to come down to, the cost and all that, so we'll get you more details. This is evolving right now. Each property has an A&E team. They've got a fee developer consultants. I want to stress that these are managed and going to be owned by DCHA. So just have consultants, but general contractors. And the first phase of pricing is coming in. So I think in the next 60 days, we'll know a little bit more about phasing and viability and all that.
All right. I hope William Jordan is listening to these next couple questions. Are residents being consulted in these redevelopment, remodeling?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Erin is right here. I'm gonna bring her up. Her team is doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, that's not, oh, there she is.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Wilson. I'm a Senior Vice President of Development and Capital Programs. We've done a lot of outreach and a lot of work with resident engagement. We actually just finished doing resident meetings Monday evening at Hopkins. So we've done a couple of weeks of keeping residents informed on the schedule. The other important thing is that we introduced the development teams to residents. So the developer, the general contractor, and the architect teams to residents. So we're trying to continuously, every month, make sure we're in communication and answering questions.
Okay.
But also they're giving their input on what they want to see
Oh,
in these buildings as well. So those meetings are definitely for them also. What do you want at your home and in your building?
Okay. And does DCHA's capital plan support any home ownership opportunities?
So we have, what is it? 2 of the developments now. I know Poe is working on one now. We talked about it, Berry Farms. We know that there's a carve out at Park Morton, so we'll have to work on that. But in Anton's shop also, we have a home ownership division that helps homeowners. These are not necessarily DCHA built homes, but we're helping them self-sufficiency to get to home ownership as well. Now, units wise, it's right now just in Berry Farms development and slated for Park Morton.
Some home ownership is slated for Park Morton?
Yes.
Okay.
And Councilmember, if I can just add on to the home ownership program, Section 8 home ownership program. So they have about 27 residents. Their vouchers can actually for 10 years go to pay the mortgage. So it's really a phenomenal program.
Yeah.
And so once again, I think this is an opportunity to partner with the city, with HPAP and ERAP, and obviously maximize, their ownership ability.
If you all ever see opportunities to partner better or more, please let us know.
Okay.
All right, I want to move to, thank you very much, rent reasonableness, some discussion around that, as there always is. We were at a community meeting together last week, and one of the things that was discussed there, we've discussed it before, HUD's rent reasonableness tool does not require square footage to be part of the calculation. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
However, Keisha made me aware earlier that all of her staff are now ensuring that they're inputting. So if it's not provided on the sheet by the owner or management company, they also are searching records also to find it or calling owners back to ensure that in all of our searches now, we are inputting square footage. Now, it's not required by HUD, but the team has started. I'm not sure when that started, a while ago. Keisha's at the table. There you go.
Keisha Pompey, Deputy Director, ACVP. We started it a couple months ago when we added rent stabilization to our features and amenity form. So if they do not have the square footage on it, the specialists are asking for the landlord to put it on, or we're doing our own general search. As I discussed in our last meeting, we actually added another process, a layer to rent reasonableness. When our specialists run it, if they get a result where it does not approve the rent, it's automatically escalated to our housing locators who are certified realtors, and they do their magic of realtor, looking at other comparables and or adding to our database to see if they can get the asking rent approved or not.
Okay. How do you, so, I'm sorry, if they don't provide the square footage, how do you get it?
We're doing Google searches, we're looking,
Okay.
because a lot of times they've posted the property and they've posted the square footage. So we're looking at Zillow, we're looking at apartments.com.
Okay.
Again, our housing locators, we sometimes could escalate to them who can get the square footage of the unit, especially with buildings, because a lot of times when you're looking at apartment complex,
Yeah.
they're giving, on the property appraisal, it's giving a circumference of the entire building, not the
Yes.
actual unit.
Yeah.
So that's another way that we get it as well.
Okay. And if the square footage doesn't make sense with the number of bedrooms, what happens? Is that on the prospective tenant to say that doesn't make sense, or do you flag it?
So let me jump in there. So if the square footage doesn't make sense to us on the bedroom, but if its DOB has issued them a occupancy permit or something of that bedroom size, then we have to go with that. So if it's, I don't know, 50 square feet per bedroom and it's a 4-bedroom, and unfortunately they took a unit and chopped up, if they have a 4-bedroom, that's what I'm. what's the number?
Certificate of occupancy.
That's what it is. Certificate of occupancy from zoning or DOB, then it's considered a 4-bedroom.
I think that the upside is we do not have a reliable way of validating the square footage that is provided to us. We are subject to what is provided to us. So, I mean, we are not independently verifying square footage. So we do not have the capacity to independently verify that.
Right, then let me just clarify, our inspectors does confirm bedroom square footage, because that's a HUD requirement, it has to be a certain square footage. So the bedroom sizes, they are confirming.
But in terms of unit sizes, right, if someone, right, I mean, you know, right, so we are kind of at their, you know, we are not able to independently verify that.
Understood. And do you all put it on the, was it apartments? What's the website?
Affordablehousing.com.
Affordable
Yeah,
housing.
it's input in the system. It is.
Okay.
Mhm.
Glad you all are doing that.
Yeah.
Um,
We went upstairs. She was like, "Oh, Nicole, we're already doing that." Oh, okay, thank you.
But we're trying to address, as we rent reasonableness, like I've said before, it's a different culture here in the District of Columbia. You know, they were used to going to a website, and now that we've gone to the traditional unit to unit analysis, it's gonna take a while. So as things are coming up and different concerns like rent stabilization came up, the way we address that is added to our forms. We now identify rent stabilized units. They bought up square footage. Now we're making it mandatory to put it in because the algorithm does account for it when it's a lower square footage.
Yeah.
So as things are coming up and we're seeing it, if there's stipulations or things that we can put into affordable housing to account for it, we're addressing it as we can.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Great.
Rent reasonableness rates, you don't post those publicly, is that right?
So our payment standards we post, but rent reasonableness rates, you know, it's run at that time, so they're good for 30 days. So there's no way to run that. But we do we do post our payment standards, which is gross rent that we would ever pay for something. But it's the lesser of the two, payment standard or rent reasonable.
Okay. We have, you know, we got plenty of good landlords in this city. Unfortunately, we have some bad ones too. And none of us want residents living with bad landlords. At the performance oversight hearing, I believe you said that one landlord has been disbarred so far this fiscal year. Is that right?
Yes, we have one at a time. Yes, one was
Okay. What led to that disbarment?
You said what led to that disbarment?
Yes.
That is the one that came down from HUD.
HUD instructed us that HUD had debarred a landlord and instructed us to debar
And we had
them.
to relocate all of the participants as the contracts were either terminating or at the renewal.
Right. HUD has a process for that.
Okay.
They had, right. So we were not allowed to rent to them.
And what would it take? We've heard some, and we've heard some of the same stories about poor conditions and complaints. What does it take for someone to be debarred?
If we have a landlord that we're starting to see a pattern or a trend or with their units where they're failing multiple inspections across their portfolio, that is something that should flag us to look into that owner. And from there, you can take the stance of disbarring the owner if they're becoming just not responsible for the items that they're supposed to take care of.
I think we have under the HUD regs, we have the ability to, essentially disallow owners. We can sort of disapprove owners because for past bad behaviors. So, we do have that ability. We don't call it disbarment necessarily in our policy. We don't have like a formal debarment policy, if that's what, you're asking. But I think that's what, I think Okisha is referring to, like, to like that kind of.
Right, the process.
Yeah, process of, essentially saying you have been a non-compliant owner in the past and you've been sufficiently egregious that we are unable to approve you as a new owner. Additionally, for example, we have conflicts and ethics issues where we couldn't approve, say, a DCHA staff member to be an owner.
Exactly.
Right. So that would be a reason that we would, right. So there are other reasons why we would not approve an owner.
I guess what I'm getting at is I've heard some circumstances that sound by a long shot bad enough for someone to be disbarred, but they haven't been. So I'm trying to figure out what it takes for someone to be disbarred.
Now, it's just probably just policy, and I could get back, with my director and we can review and just, do a full rollout of disbarment process.
So in my past experiences with landlords and disbarring landlords, it's usually been for illegal activity. And as Amy just mentioned, threatening housing authority employees. So we can disqualify a landlord for being a bad landlord, but to disbar them permanently, it's usually criminal.
It's also, one of the issues is that it is hard to sometimes enforce. I think at the oversight hearing, there was a certain landlord who came up who has, I think, has a number of LLCs, right? And it is not something that if 2530 Massachusetts Avenue LLC comes in as an owner, right? We don't necessarily know who they are, right? Because it's a single purpose entity that owns some random site on Massachusetts Avenue in DC. And so we may not have, and maybe they have a couple of units and they've been a perfectly fine landlord for us, right? Because we don't have any housing conditions issues with them. And so we don't necessarily know that if we've had a history of ownership issues with them at, say, another site. Because we don't necessarily know if there's common ownership, right? We don't always. So sometimes you find that sometimes these owners kind of.
Yeah, frequently.
Right. Yeah.
But
So
what I'm talking about is if there is a building and let's say it has rodent infestation that's not been addressed, it has, drug or prostitution issues that's not being addressed, they have physical safety issues that aren't being addressed, why would they not be disbarred?
Right. Well, but I guess what my point, I feel like there are different things going on, right? So number one, we don't have a disbarment process, right? So, but the issue is, but if what we were talking about here is if we have an owner who is in bad state, you're talking about a situation in which we would cancel the half contract, right? Because you have an owner who is not maintaining, right? Who clearly has presumably a series of issues at their site, right? So we're canceling the half contract or half contracts. We are helping, we're helping the tenant. If it's project based, if it's tenant based, we're moving the people out, right? We're getting our people out. To the extent we have a record of that owner being a bad owner, it might be that if we get tenants of them before, if we get new HAP contracts with that owner, if we know of them, what you're asking is, would we refuse to enter into HAP contracts with that owner in the future? And I guess the answer is, to the extent we know about it, we might be able to do that, right? Because we might say, you've been we've had a really bad experience with you in the past. We were gonna, we documented it. We're gonna, we don't want to enter into contracts with you. And I guess what I'm saying is sometimes that future step is a little bit difficult, because if that owner was some, single purpose entity under a random name, and then we get, some new.
But that's not where I'm going. So I don't, no.
Okay.
I'm not talking about multiple LLCs.
Okay.
I think I know. So to sum it up, we need to work on a policy, a better policy,
Yeah.
and then figure what that is, and we can bring that and share that as well.
Okay, that would be
But yeah,
very helpful.
we don't want bad owners. I mean, but we agree with you that we do not want owners who are doing things like that. So we do agree with you on that.
One of the other issues raised by the realtors was, and I hear this outside of the hearing, we had a housing authority voucher tenant. The lease ended, they won't leave. They call the housing authority. Housing authority says, my name is Bennett, I ain't in it. We don't have privity of contract, is another way to say it. Is there anything that can be done in those circumstances?
So we have mediators to try, to call and mediate, with the resident, but honestly, legally, no. I mean, that's why it's a catch-22 with so many people. When we cancel that HAP contract and we stop, now we're out of it. We can't pay anything else. There's no further relationship between us and, the tenant. And they have to enforce the lease. I know it's not what many want to hear, but that's just the truth in it. The lease is between them, so they have to ensure that they're doing their screening as well.
Yeah.
We do our screening, for HAP.
Yeah.
I mean, for the voucher, but they've got to do their screening for tenancy pieces, and then they have to enforce their lease.
Okay. And what about for if a voucher holder encounters code violations, does DCHA advocate for them with DOB or DOEE, or do they need to work it out with those agencies?
So what was it if a voucher holder does what?
If the voucher holder is dealing with code violations.
Okay, yeah. So for us, they should be calling us as well for an emergency inspection. Because when we come in for the emergency inspection piece, then we're citing the owner that you have to fix these items because it needs to meet housing quality standards.
Yeah.
You have 30 days, I believe that is, and I can jump in. If not, then we can abate rent after a certain amount of time, then the HAP contract, would cancel. I know the other day at the meeting, you made contact with DOB, so we will try to work closely with them, but generally we're not involved when they're calling DOB or with any DOB issues.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I can add one piece, we do encourage our families to notify us when their units are not safe. There's issues, and we send our inspectors out as quick as possible.
Okay.
If it's a 24-hour violation, it's a life-threatening situation, we get our inspectors out there. We don't want our families in bad housing.
What if there's a complaint about mold, which is one of the more common ones I get? It's not like a hole in the wall. You can say, "Yep, that's a hole in the wall." So what happens with how do those get handled?
That's the legal.
So, our inspectors are not licensed mold inspectors. We would certainly send someone out for a complaint inspection if there are concerns about mold in their units. I mean, certainly, you should call us, but I would also encourage folks to, DOEE is really the DC agency that, is charged with sort of mold enforcement. And, really these are lease issues with their, with the landlord as well. I mean, we can certainly, if our inspectors see rampant mold or what appears to be rampant mold, I mean, you can talk about what we would do, but it has to be in the unit. I mean, sometimes we get complaints that there's mold elsewhere. We can't really inspect parts that aren't in your unit. Unfortunately, and, we don't do mold testing. We don't for Section 8 units. We don't, there are some limitations to what we are, to what our inspectors are able to do.
So
which I know is very frustrating for folks, unfortunately, but.
Well, what's more frustrating is that DOEE might not say that they're in charge of it. We're having a big problem with who takes responsibility
Okay.
for mold inspections, but
Okay.
But we know that you all.
It's on their website.
It's my understanding too.
Apologize, because I've been referring people to them.
So
Yeah.
a couple underlying points. One, I've been on emails where DCHA voucher holders have been told contact DOB or DOEE. And I'm trying to figure out if that is the appropriate response in these types of situations. So that's one concern. The other is if the landlord contests whether it's the thing is mold, does DCHA help with the payment for a test? So it has to get tested. So if a landlord says it's not mold, I think the landlord has to pay for the testing.
The landlord should be paying for the testing. Yeah, we're really not able to pay for mold testing, and we're talking about HCV, right? I mean, if we're talking about public housing, that we own, that's a whole different. We are the landlord, right? So we would be doing, we would be paying for the mold testing, right? But if we're talking about HCV, the landlord really does need to test, and under law, they are obligated to test within a certain period of time. I believe a day. I mean, it's days. And so they really are obligated to do it, and they should be paying for it, and they should be hiring a licensed mold inspector to do the investigation and the testing. And my understanding is if they don't do it, that someone, that DOEE should be able to come out and do some enforcement. And if I'm wrong, then you should, I mean, then if
I might be
there's some
wrong.
disputes
It
over
might be
there.
that the tenant has to pay. I have to figure this out, but
Should be paying for that. I believe the landlord should be paying for that.
yeah. But yeah, DOEE says they don't enforce mold. It's a mess right now.
Okay. I mean, but our limitation is really, and I feel like, you've been on some emails that we've had. I mean, sometimes we're asked to come out and inspect parts that aren't in the unit that, that are parts that aren't parts of the subsidized unit. And unfortunately, that's not really, something that that we're doing. And, we subsidize a unit, and we just don't inspect parts that, we don't inspect other parts of the, of the premises. And again, our inspectors aren't licensed to inspect for mold, and you don't want it or to test for mold. And, we would be in violation of a bunch of things if we were inspecting.
I know you all don't.
So, I don't want us doing that.
Okay. Inspections are an issue for lease up denials sometimes. Do you work with landlords preemptively to increase the likelihood of them passing inspection?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because I want to be clear for folks who may not know as much as you all know, but inspection is, sometimes like you don't have a working toilet, but sometimes it's like there's a crack in the walkway, right? Like some of it is silly to me, but it's not my role. And so you all work with landlords to say, okay, these are the things you're going to have to clean up, get together.
Yes, we provide, prior to an inspection, we do provide a checklist. So landlords do know what to expect when our inspectors come out. So they know, yes, the crack in the wall needs to be fixed.
Okay.
The blinds needs to be working.
Yeah.
The electricity needs to be on.
Yeah.
So they do have a checklist.
Okay.
So they're not coming in blind.
Okay. All right, I want to switch to culture and staff at the agency. This is a very important thing. Agency is only going to move as fast as the level of trust and buy-in and cooperation, and that's is never an easy thing, but at our performance oversight hearing, we had an uncomfortable number of people testify about concerns with challenges with interaction with DCHA staff. What has changed or have been implemented since that hearing to start addressing some of those issues?
All right, Anton, you want to take a remaining voucher staff?
Culture is a challenge. Holding staff accountable. 2 years ago, I spoke here, and one of the things you asked about was accountability, having staff being held accountable for their jobs. Director Wycliffe, Director Pettigrew came into this agency with a challenge to turn the agency around. I came in here to support that change. The culture, unfortunately, was very lackadaisical. A lot of people were not being held accountable for their work. And the acceptance of their role sometimes was even a bigger challenge. One of the things we did in ACVP was to explain to staff what their roles were and are. And not just what the roles are, but the why of them doing their jobs. Because change culture, part of it is education. We implemented training for a lot of the staff. We had the staff to sign an accountability document, just to say I'm accountable for my work, their responsibilities. And a lot did. Unfortunately, some did not. And because some would not and did not, we had to take appropriate actions. At the same time, I hold myself accountable, hold my staff accountable, and we try to walk the walk and not just talk the talk, because the staff, they're constantly looking to see what we do. We're getting to the point where we're working to provide better customer service, both internally and externally. I make myself available to my staff. I make my staff available to their staff, and so on to trickle down to get that culture change of accountability, responsibility, and ownership of our work. Our work is very critical. In my emails that I send to my staff, I always thank them to say, thank you for keeping our families housed. We save lives. And that message is trickling down. Unfortunately, there's always gonna be a few folks who do not buy into it. So we work constantly to take ownership, responsibility, and accountability, but also to provide as best customer service we can. But it's a work in progress.
What does feedback look like from residents regarding folks that work on property? So are there surveys that residents do?
So right now, and while Carolyn comes up, you can talk more on the public housing side, but right now at the 702 office, which is mainly the voucher side, when individuals are coming in, we do have them fill out surveys. So I saw, the last set of surveys, and for the most part, there was, some great, feedback as, they worked themselves through the continuum in the office. They was helpful and everything else. I know we definitely need to do more surveys, just a broader reach, because that's only when you're coming in the office. So we ask that you fill out those surveys, and that appeared to be, for the most part, positive. But again, I get the emails. I hear the different concerns. When I get the emails, I kind of look through to see if staff has been responsive, not responsive, send it over to the team. So we're definitely trying to hold staff more accountable, and just, I respond. Like, I'm as busy just as anyone else. So I'll sit back, I'll respond back to them. We'll go to each of the individuals who missed their response and, like, please, look into this. A lot of times they have the right answers. They've done everything, but they're lacking responding or picking up the phone and calling back, and they figure because we did it in the portal or we did it here, that was enough. Just, you got to take the extra step as well to call back and to respond to the emails.
How do you track timeliness of return calls or emails?
So if they're calling to the call center, then that tracks it. Cheryl's not here, the director of that department, but she was here at the last hearing and she talked through. So again, we get a lot of calls. So the calls that are answered, you're able to track that to see if the call center individual or the escalator was able to handle their call, handle their questions and concerns at that time. The challenge is if they're not able to, and then later, the customer service representative then emails it to maybe that specialist, that's where that missing middle is, that we have to figure out how to track that. But all calls are recorded, so anything that's coming in through the call center, we are able to track. And for the most part, we've added the care program. That's been great. And what that is we have individuals on staff that can actually do a lot of the similar things that housing specialists can do. So it's a one-stop shop. If you call, you can't get your specialist, this individual. Unfortunately, we just have a few of them. So the number of calls that we get, first of all, we can't even answer all the calls because the number of call center, but we'll have to figure out a tracking mechanism of once it gets, to that, from the call center to the specialist, to ensure that it's completed in the time it took to get completed. And that's on the voucher side. Carolyn can talk to the public housing side.
Just on the public housing side, we're on site with the residents. So we are accessible to them during the hours of 8:15 to 4:45. The area managers are involved. So we have our housing management assistants, our housing managers, our area managers, the vice president for operations. And to be honest, I'm on site a lot of the times. Residents have my phone number, my cell phone number, and they call me. And guess what? I call them back. And so we really have emphasized customer service. And we know we need to work on some things on our side as well, just with being mannerable, professional. And so we're doing those types of trainings with the staff. We typically, again, since we're on site, we're there to answer their questions. So it's just different from, my counterparts on the voucher side.
No doubt, if somebody reaches out to you all or to me about somebody who works on site, it's probably going to be for a negative reason. Right. But that doesn't mean that the majority of interactions are negative. Mm-hmm. That's just the ones we're more likely to hear. Is there like an incentive program or a bonus for people who get positive feedback? Like essentially incentivizing people to say, you know what, let me make sure I'm leaving a good impression with people. Is that something that you've tried or willing to try?
Well, what I can tell you, we have a really great housing manager, and I'm just going to shout him out, Keith Childs. He actually recognizes his staff on a monthly basis based on their customer service and interaction with the residents. He's really changed the property at Garfield, previously senior, and the staff loves to come to work, and actually the site is just doing an amazing job. So there are individual incentives that happens at the sites.
Okay, I like to hear that, and shout out to Keith.
Keith Childs. First and last name.
That's right. Not that other Keith. But we do hear from folks who feel disrespected sometimes by, property, folks on site. And, it just, folks got hard jobs. You're dealing with people who are stressed every day. Sometimes it's going to get to you. And, it might be that bonus to say, look, if people are reaching out in a positive way about me, there's a bonus. Mm-hmm. Anything we can do to incentivize folks, because right now they got hard jobs too,
Yes.
And life is life, and for everybody right now. So the people it's just heavy. But this is what I'm trying to understand is what is different now or going forward, such that we should expect more positive feedback or less negative feedback about interactions on the phone or on site?
I just definitely think that we're much more involved, meaning if it's brought to people know how to reach me, people know how to reach Anton, others. So it shouldn't have to get to that level, but when it does, generally before it even gets to me, Anton and Okisha and the other deputies or on Carolyn's side have already addressed it with the staff. But before, although I heard Anton say staff was a little lackadaisical, we were new coming in. We were trying to set the tone, so we probably weren't doing as many disciplinary actions, but now that has picked up. And we always say, you know how you want to be treated.
Right.
So treat that person no differently. Again, some people have bad days. I've been on the telephone where you know, I'm a little different, I guess, more calm in voice, but I've been on the phone when they're going at me, right? And you can't go back. And that's what we're having training. We had customer service. We'll look at other trainings too, for how staff can, when they're set in those environments, how to react. Because sometimes it is challenging. The budget, as far as bonuses, we can look into that, but I mean, there's a line item. That's a little plug if you want to add.
And
right now.
And I think
Nothing.
from the
We'll do it.
From the property management side, what has changed is that me being leadership and my vice presidents, we're out on the site. We just don't sit at 300. You rarely see me at 300. So we pop up on the sites. That's how I know about the incentive that's happening at the sites. So they like for us to be there. They like for us to be involved. They like for us to see what's happening so we can actually build programs to help them help the residents. But I think ACVP has some other things to say.
Oh, Mike's able to talk to go ahead, Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Or whoever.
We're doing both. I'm sorry. Just, we, on the ACVP side, we just did a relaunch to our 702 location. We did kind of facelift to our second floor. So if you guys want to come walk through, that'd be great. We've gone from I missed it. I missed you guys. Okay. I miss you guys, but we've done a relaunching to our 702. One of the things that we've heard feedback from our participants is the ability to see the actual specialist. When we're having 4 days of walk-ins, at that point, you're kind of seeing the specialist that's on call for that day. With the new relaunch, we now have the appointment days set where you're seeing your actual specialist. On walk-in days, you're seeing, again, the specialist who's available. We've gone from 8 cubicles of space to 27 spaces. So we're able to see people faster. When we did the first testing of the first week, within by noon, we had seen over 157 people. And our average wait time was seeing those people was 22 minutes. That's with you coming through the door, logging in, seeing your specialist, and leave us about 22 minutes. The great thing about our new system, I'm gonna let Mike come up because he's more versed in the technical end of it. It is doing real time service time measurements. So as a person come in and you check in, let's say you check in at 8, 5 more people come in by 12, the time is updating and you're getting notifications in real time. So the customer is getting a text message when they come in. You're number 2. You're able to leave you can leave the location. You don't have to stay and wait. You can leave. You get a text message just kind of like at DMV. You get a text, hello, you're next in line. You got 15 minutes, to get back to the location so we can see you. You don't have to stay there to wait. The clients are loving this because at the same time, we're able to alert them. They're sending us messages that we're responding to in real time. Great thing is all of this is measurable, and I'll let Mike speak.
But also add, when did you start this?
We put this one rolled out April
20th?
20th
So
is
2
when
weeks
that
now.
started. Yeah, and then I just needed to say, because I just want to piggyback off Ms. Punter. We do have managers, to your point, because a lot of things is about the morale of your team as well. Our employees, they also have lives. They have things that they're also going through as well. Your job is your job. We get that piece. But we do have managers as well. One that I will shout out is Janie Levy. She consistently highlights her team, her managers, and even the staff. And whenever we get responses where people are telling us how great someone made they move, someone made them feel great about the process, they don't feel like they was pushed to the side, we make sure we highlight that staff among all of the other staff, just highlighting that compliment as well.
Okay.
Right.
On the staff, I want to talk about at the performance oversight hearing. I asked about retaliation. Leadership said they're unaware of staff retaliation and that these incidents have not been brought forward, but I've received information indicating that retaliation complaints have been filed. So what am I missing here?
I'm not aware of any retaliation. I'm aware of the young lady that came and spoke at the last hearing. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Yeah, we are not.
I didn't know if she filed a retaliation complaint, but I heard her testimony here.
Okay.
And perhaps we can talk after, because we have not received any formal, unless
we can talk to HR.
Yeah,
I'm not aware of them.
Yeah, I don't believe we've received any
Okay.
complaints that are.
Let's talk offline, because
Okay.
I think it's at least one other person.
Okay.
I want to move to operations. So we have talked at length over the years about the Yardi system and the need for all parties to see real-time application statuses. You committed to making a decision by today's hearing on whether to redesign or customize the system. What decision have you made?
So on the local, this has been the local piece. Where is, oh, you're there, sorry. Sorry, do you want to answer that?
Mike Buck, Chief Information Officer. So Yardi, is not going to customize their system for the situation. So what we've decided is to work with DHS on the local side to get them all the data that they need, and then any of the pieces that Yardi doesn't do, that they will handle that on their end. So we've already got a bunch of the reports and the data over to them, and we're continuing to do that so that we've got an integration of data going back and forth. And anything at the moment that Yardi is not handling, we're continuing to use the old system, which we had been planning on getting rid of, but we're just going to let that keep going for now until they can get anything moved off that they need. So,
all right, so how will folks see, where will folks see this information?
So if it's on the application, after they get into Yardi, it's still a little bit clunky, I'll admit. But once they get into the Yardi system, if they're able to log in, then they will be able to see the status of their application, the status of where their voucher is. The problem where some folks can't see are the unhoused, right? So if they don't have access to a phone, they don't have access to email, that's something that we can't handle right now, and DHS has to basically play as the middleman.
Okay.
And this is just not DHS, this is just across the board. So Rent Cafe is what we're talking about. So anyone that signed up for Rent Cafe, you can log in, you can find out who your housing specialist is. If you're in application status, you can see where that is. So that is up and running and available. Again, individuals do need to sign up. You have to have either through your phone or computer to be able to access it though.
Okay. All right, well, we'll keep our eye on it to see how it's working, but appreciate the attentiveness to this concern. We have heard in the past from housing providers who have said that residents should be able to move in after approval while the final sign-offs are still happening. Is this possible?
No, not if the HAP contract and lease isn't executed and provided. And so approval can be, we did rent reasonableness and the inspection happened, but the documents need to be executed. So generally the lease is coming from the owner. The HAP contract needs to be signed by, both parties as well. So sometimes the delay is us getting the lease, and we don't prepare the lease, they have to, but they can't move in until those documents are, because we don't have a contract and we're not able to pay without those.
Okay.
And all of that can be uploaded in the owner's portal. So it's not a delay of having to email the staff. Once you have that completed and signed by between the landlord and the tenant on the lease, you upload those.
Okay.
HAP contract, you upload as well. Once they sign their portion, we sign ours. Then, move-in can happen.
Okay. On recertifications, at the performance oversight hearing, you said you were working to clear the recertification backlog by the end of the year. As of February, there were 908 federal and 1,046 local outstanding recertifications. How many recertifications are still pending today?
Can you give me the numbers that you just gave?
This is from February.
From
It was
February.
908 federal, 1,046 local.
Okay, I will have to pull the numbers again as
We'll
of today.
provide it back to the update to see where we're at now. But you guys have been working.
Yeah, we've been
on
working
them.
diligently on the backlog of recertifications, which is why having the upfront appointments with the participant is gonna help, because we're gonna be able to process same day.
Okay. Okay, so you'll send us the updated
The
numbers?
updated numbers.
Okay. Do you have interim milestones that you're aiming to hit?
The goal is to always complete the recertifications that are due for the month. And doing this recertification backlog plan, we're having to roll months that have been missed into with current months. But the goal is to always process what is due for the month.
And you start those with 120 days prior to?
We start 150 days.
150 days prior to.
150 days prior. And then we're trying to process within 30 days of the effective date of the contract.
Okay. And you don't communicate with residents directly on the recertification, just the landlords, is that right?
No, that's so, that's lease ups. Lease ups, initial lease ups, we're only communicating directly with the landlord.
Okay.
Currently.
Okay.
On recertifications, we have to talk directly to the participant because their recertifications,
okay.
recertifying them to continue the program.
Okay. And then are you also in touch with the landlords?
We're only in touch with the landlords when we cannot get communication with the tenant. So before we try to terminate the participant, we do reach out to the owner, let them know the reason why your payments have stopped, because the system has like a QC measurement in it. Within 36 months, it'll stop payments if a recertification haven't been done. So usually you have a landlord going, where's my payments? Or we're reaching out to the landlord going, your payments are about to stop, because we're trying to get in contact with the participant to recertify.
Okay.
But also to add, once they recertify, if anything changes, right? Like
yes,
the residence portion or our portion, you are notifying the owner.
Yes, yes, we have to notify the owner when a recertification is complete. So the new rent determination letter goes to the tenant and the owner.
Okay. Okay.
I was gonna add something really quick. When you was talking about on the lease upside, are owners aware like the delay between signing and HAP contract? I want to make it known that we sent out what's called a tenancy approval. So we sent out the tenancy approval notice to the landlord confirming the move-in dates, the HAP amount and the tenant portion, and that's when we're asking for the lease. So let's say, because a lot of this time happened through crunch time, we got May 1st coming up. So I can send a tenancy approval to a landlord today approving the tenancy for May 1st. They can go ahead and sign the lease with the tenant and give the tenant the keys while they're turning in the paperwork, because we've getting the tenancy approval. So you want to have that tenancy approval from us.
Okay.
So usually when we're running into, like right now, today is the 29th. And you got the first coming right around the corner. I might do an inspection today and it passed today. I'm gonna send out a tenancy approval tomorrow saying the client's approved to move in the very next day. Their approval, as long as they sign that lease and give the tenant the keys, we will start the contract for May 1st.
Okay. Okay. I only have a few questions left, so it's kind of time check for folks. So looking ahead, based on your current projections, what does DCHA's financial position look like 6 months from now and 1 year from now?
6 months and a year from now, again, we don't know what our budget is, but they've been funding us at enough levels, right, to cover the expenses now. We do know that we put some cost-saving measures in place and need to do more because we saw the projected 27 budget. So I say over the next 6 months, I feel comfortable. Over the next year, if we don't put more cost-saving measures into place, I'm not as comfortable because I don't know what's coming in 27.
Okay. And are there any changes or improvements to the online portal that residents or housing providers should expect to see in the next 6 to 12 months?
So currently in Rent Cafe, we're currently running a dual process right now. So those who are issued vouchers are doing the regular process where they're submitting through CVR and they have no visibility. Through Rent Cafe now, we're actually running where the client is initiating their lease up and they can see the entire process. I think we have about, I have to double check, about 40, 50 of those families, but that process is currently live as of February 11th. We now issue vouchers through Rent Cafe. They're now initiating their own landlord. And the landlord and the tenant is having a conversation, then it comes to the housing authority for processing.
Okay.
And can I add one, because I got hit the other day with a few questions. There's some people that are not computer literate or won't ever have Rent Cafe, please.
Yeah, so at our 702 location, we have 8 Rent Cafe stations. So we have staff that's there to help them upload their recertification packet, interim, and just to be clear, I have personally myself walked in my lobby and helped someone upload the documents just so I can see the time it's taking or how it's going. I've helped someone do it from the computer. I've helped them do it from their cell phones, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback on Rent Cafe. We've even had participants who's been in the lobby as a walk-in to do an interim, and when we ask them, do they got Rent Cafe? Do they want to sign up? We sign them up. They're doing their interims and walking out the door. I don't need to see my specialist now. I've submitted it. It's in their queue.
And I'm gonna push just one more. Sorry, I took over the show. Only because I've talked to a few individuals, but in lieu of, if Rent Cafe, if they're just not gonna get on it and stuff, we do have other options to service. Rent
We're
Cafe
still
is not,
processing paper.
right.
We're still processing paper is the
Okay.
answer, yes.
All right. So that came up few questions to me the other day. So yes, they can still, do paper if someone can't do Rent Cafe. Also on the website, we have put up the guides on how to sign up for Rent Cafe. So that's up. We plan on, getting our website up with videos and more, coming soon.
And we got our town halls we're doing. So we have our landlord town hall coming up this May 20th. We just had our resident town hall. We had 747 people RSVP, over 250 showed up, and we did 117 in registering for Rent Cafe. Since that first resident town hall, we've had additional 457 people registered for Rent Cafe.
Great.
I need to go back a step because there was something I forgot to ask about. I've heard from a number of landlords about like non-rent payment and months-long delays, missing payments, money being sent to wrong accounts. Hopefully you have heard this too, and can give some insights into what's going on and what to expect going forward.
So there was one incident that I, kept hearing from one property management company, and I can't remember if I talked about it before, but the issue was that they took over management of many developments. And the prior owner, the new owner, you got to notify DCHA because we don't know when you're taking over management or if ownership changes. So in those cases, if we aren't notified, we're going to continue to pay owner of record or management company of record. There's also one management company, again, that sets up multiple LLCs. So you can't just call and say, with management have now taken over all these properties. You need to set up your portal for each of the owner entities. And so we've communicated that, but that was one company that I kept seeing just from different property managers of the regional maybe team not communicating with their staff that you have to register your new ownership entity or your new management entity with DCHA for us now to pay, because we just don't, off of someone emailing us saying now we're the new owner, you have to provide the backup, you have to set up the account. So that, I saw a lot of that.
Can I also add that we have to approve new owners, right? I mean, this whole discussion before about owners, if someone buys an HCV subsidized property, we have to approve the new owner, right? We have to make sure you're not debarred. We have to make sure that you're not, right? That you're not prohibited in some way as an owner, right? So we also, the management company is one thing, but also, if someone buys a property that's subsidized, we also have to approve them. Yeah.
So I understand all that, but some of the concerns that have been raised to us are, in some of these arrears are like over $100,000, where, if I'm recalling correctly, rent is being paid for some of the tenants, but not the rest of them. Ownership transition where the account information didn't change. So I'm having trouble making sense of that.
So I'd have to know the specific, but if you change any of your bank accounts, the owner does that on their end. You change that on your portal. So if you want monies to go to a different bank account, that's through your portal, you change that. Like I said, Amy just talked about new owners, it has to be approved. New management companies, you have to provide us the necessary paperwork, EINs and everything up to set that account up. If there's any
So I'm
voucher
talking-
holders,
the bank account did not change. The owner changed, bank account didn't change. What would be a reason for them not to?
if they didn't register and didn't notify us of the owner change, we wouldn't know.
If the owner changed and the bank account didn't change, if we found out that there's a new owner and we didn't know about it and didn't approve it, there's a possibility that we went back to them and said, whoa, we didn't approve you as an owner. We need to know who you are,
Okay.
right?
Let me
We
grab a
need
couple
notification.
examples.
Yeah, if you could give that would
to
be
you,
great. Mhm.
And then we can sort of go through the exercise and then.
I was gonna say that if you can get a couple of those examples. Now, I do have a couple of owners that I'm working with, and theirs is not necessarily changing ownership, just changing like management, and they're new, so they're not aware of who's voucher participant, who's this. Those we have, myself and I have with my management team, we set up meetings with those properties until we reconcile their record. And a lot of it is they're not aware that some of these units are abated, and that's why we're not paying. Other reasons may be that the tenant has not recertified. And so we have standing meetings I have like 2 properties currently right now that I'm working with myself bi-weekly that we meet with them. And a lot of it, honestly, the housing authority is doing landlord reconciliation for them.
Yeah, and this also applies to receiverships, just to be clear. When we find out that a receiver's been appointed to a property, we also need to be sure that the receiver is responsible for actually managing the property before we can transfer HAP payments to them. Because sometimes we find, like with some properties, we had found that a receiver was appointed only to pay a water bill. And but not actually to manage or maintain the property.
Right.
And that's of concern to us, right? Because while we want the water bill paid, we really want the property managed and our tenants taken care of, right? And so transferring a HAP payment to them so that they can pay a water bill doesn't actually take care of maintenance of the property. And right. So it's complicated, right? So
and we get many of them. Like there was maybe a few weeks ago, I got a call, very upset and it was that we paid them the correct amount, but if someone moves out and let's say we paid you that extra month, we take that back. And they didn't know how to apply it. So Israel was great to get on the phone with them and show them how to apply it in their system because they utilized Yardi, which we had it. So it may appear that it was a shortage, but no, we overpaid you the prior month. So you didn't send that money back. So we took it back. So it's just how you have to account for it in your system. So I've received several of those calls, and that day, just from experience from Yardi, I knew how to apply those, but Israel was able to get on the phone with that management company and actually walk them through on how you do this in your system.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, we'll send a couple of specific examples. We'll kind of work backwards and see what happened. So the goal still remains of rebuilding trust with residents, landlords, staff, and the unions. What's your plan there?
Definitely to rebuild that. I felt like for the most part, I was behind the scenes a lot, like doing a lot. I wasn't out as much as Director Pettigrew. So now, I'm behind the scenes and I'm out, but rebuilding, a union president and I, we met the other day, we're meeting tomorrow. So that's great. I always have an open door policy. So I'm willing, to talk to anyone just about as long as time is permitting. I'm attending, Commissioner Blackson's block by block. Our resident councils are there. I'm not at every night meeting that the team has, and I'm trying to be at as many meetings as I can too, to be there to hear. The goal too is at some of the rebuilding communities, although that's the time, to have a little fun, unwind, block party. So, but I'm also there if they want to share any of their experiences. As Carolyn said, she and her VPs are actively out on the properties. They're not sitting at headquarters. They're out and they're hearing, and she's doing that. So for me, it's, we've got to lead by example. We got to show, so it's not that just, I'm passionate about what I do, but I empathize with people as well. We all been there. We all have lives. So we understand that sometimes you just, need to hear from someone. And I'm always available to hear. And I hope all the, leadership team as well is doing the same.
How's Ms. Eads doing out in Detroit?
Is that,
Ms. Eads,
well, she, and she just texted me. She must be, she must have talked her up. Yes, she is. She's doing good. She's doing real good.
good. Y'all gotta make sure she's supported. Don't leave here, but
Right.
make sure she's doing.
Yeah, she's doing good.
Good. Tell her I say hello.
I will.
Please. Well, I want to thank our public witnesses and government witnesses for being with us today. For anybody who was not able to testify, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who's interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. And if you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or at 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 2 weeks from today on Wednesday, May 13th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. This concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 4:11 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.